The entire nation comes to a standstill as the big dogs of Group Red vie for those much coveted bonus points. Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you to Battlegrounds Mobile India Pro Series 2023. My name is Salty and I'm going to be your host and caster for the day, joining alongside Mr. Handsome Fixes, who's also got a very analytical perspective about how things are going to go about today, Fixes. Let's just address the elephant in the room. Last day of this week too. Group Red has looked fabulous so far. Who are you thinking will get those 25 bonus points right off the get-go?
I mean, it's not about what I think anymore. I think I would like to say it as in what I want. I really want OST to come out on top because the difference is not too much. However, Newman has been playing phenomenal and so has been insane.
Absolutely. I think there are multiple teams. Even if you have a look at the entirety of the point standings inside the first page, I think there will be multiple teams who could not really perform inside of week one. And I think that is why week two becomes so much more important because these big names, teams like Godlike, teams like Forest Apes, Soul as well, they're fighting for those bonus points, those 25 bonus points, of course, which can be a massive difference maker in which teams will progress to the grand finals. Of course, speaking of the grand finals, Fixes, do you know where are we going on the 15th, 16th and 17th of December?
Of course, it is Eka Stadium and it does house 20,000 plus people. So has to be one of the massive, in fact, the biggest LAN in India for esports.
I think so. It will be the biggest, absolutely. And what makes it the biggest, of course, is the stakes, ladies and gentlemen. The prize pool, 1 crore rupees on the line with the line share of 40 lakhs taken by the champions themselves. You've also got some amazing individual awards in terms of MVP of the BMPS, who gets 3 lakh rupees, and the best IGL getting 2 lakhs.
Yeah, for that you have to ensure that you get the maximum amount of chicken dinners.
Yeah.
And let's see who gets it this time. But for the MVP, we've got quite a race going on. And once we have the cumulative, standings of all the MVPs, we might have a slight picture, right?
I also would want to know your pick on who do you want for the MVP of BMPS. But for now, of course, let's just talk about the points distribution. We've had this for a while. Every single day, we know that 15 points for the chicken dinner, it will be important. But also the finish numbers count. The finish numbers which give you 1 point for every finish that you get. And I think today, finishes will be the name of the game, isn't it, Fixes?
Of course it will be because it's the final day and we know there are certain teams that are kind of out of the picture, right? So they sort of become the wild cards over here. There are multiple avenues where we might see them going really aggressive tonight.
And why will they go aggressive? Of course, for these bonus points, ladies and gentlemen, the number one team inside of the group, they are going to take away 25 bonus points with them. And I think this is going to help them get back on that overall leaderboard, get back on that trail. But look at the danger zone, 25th to 48. That is where I think no team would want to be.
I mean, of course, you don't want to be anywhere from 9 to 48, to be honest. But for the first position, you get 25 points, which is sort of equivalent to almost 2 good games for a certain team, and whosoever gets that. And this is where, I bring in OST into the picture, because if they do, I'm pretty sure they might break into the top 16.
Absolutely. Now, we've spoken about OST, but let's just have a look at every single team we are going to see competing today. Of course, group number 7, we've got GlitchX Reborn, who has been phenomenal so far, but it seems like the consistency has taken a dip. You've had big brothers in that group as well, but group 8 is where a lot of big dogs are.
Oh yeah, if you talk about Group 8, we did have Godlike getting a chicken dinner, Team Xpark also having a really good performance. Forest Apes, as a matter of fact, they were quite consistent yesterday.
It's not just Forest Apes. I think even Team ASG kind of performed yesterday, but we expect a lot more from this particular lineup, not just them. OR Esports and Gladiators. I think there is going to be a huge limelight on Gladiators on how they react today after that disaster yesterday.
Yeah, of course, and they do not have a lot of matches going on. But Group 10, I think they do have quite a few matches, especially when considering the fact they played one less game and they're going to be starting off tonight. 8-bit CS, as a matter of fact, they also have performed really well. You talk about Juicy, this man is on fire.
Absolutely, and even Team Soul, as a matter of fact, has been working like a cohesive unit. Inside of group number 11, there is Team Insane, of course, there is Team OST. 2 contenders for that number 1 spot, to be exact. I think their run of form has been amazing. But inside of Group 12, you've got teams like Genix FM and 7 Habit. I want to know your thoughts about these teams.
I think 7 Habit had quite a decent game. You talk about Miramar, the way they've been forcing out fights. But then again, when you look at the others like Genix FM, they haven't really gotten into the groove yet. And today is the day where they have to prove themselves.
Well, how will they prove themselves? On the maps that we are going to play, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, you know about it. There was once certain day where we had to stop or rather miss the broadcast because of the game update. And that is why
Yes.
we are going to be playing 7 matches today. And that just makes it so much more interesting because the entirety of the competition, we were feeling the fact that these teams, they couldn't really get enough opportunities to get those points on board. I think this week has sort of been a blessing in disguise because yesterday they got to play 8 games and today they get to play 7 games. Do you think a sort of a momentum can be built up because of this?
I was coming down to that point, right? We had certain teams playing 3 games at a stretch
Yeah.
also. So they kind of were feeling themselves at a moment. We had certain teams insane, as a matter of fact, if you remember, managed to get 2 chicken dinners out of 3, right? They have
Yeah.
gotten the highest position points. But talk about the most consistent team, it was Team Newman.
Absolutely. I mean, Newman certainly were consistent. But how many points did they rack up? Ladies and gentlemen, let's just have a
60.
look at the cumulative standings. 3 matches, Newman at the very top, 60 total points acquired. It's been a performance and a half, an average of 20 points. It is insane.
Insane, absolutely is.
You
But
saw that, right?
yeah, I really loved it. But this is where I want to bring the viewers' attention towards OST, just 5 points behind.
Yeah.
God's Train, they have also been pretty decent. I think 2 good games, one bad one. That's something not to really scoff at.
Yeah.
But then Forest Apes, I really loved how they were taking those fights, and especially how they were breaching inside the zone. That infiltration was really spectacular.
Absolutely, but they need to do a lot more. And speaking of a lot more, I think these will be the teams looking forward to racking up those points because here you've got ASG and Mayur Gaming who's just played 2 games. And I think when they play the third game, things are going to change. ASG might actually try and push up on that first page, but there are multiple teams who want to make it inside the top 16. I'm talking about Entity, I'm talking about Medal Esports, I'm talking about 7 Habit as a matter of fact.
For Medal, I'm looking a little bit worried considering their dip of performance from week 1 to week 2. So this is going to be an important day for them. 2 more games, and they at least need a chicken dinner if they want to make sure that their dreams of making it to the finals are alive.
Absolutely, but Fixes, let's just address the danger zone right now,
Yeah.
25th rank onwards. And one name nobody would want to see is Big Brother Esports in this occasion because we know how consistent this team can be. But yesterday was not really the day for them. 3 matches, only 18 total points acquired.
There are 2 elephants in the room right now. You've also got Gladiators on 31st. So, we've been talking about that. In fact, I was having a discussion with Maisie, Spiro and all. They said that Gladiators will do it.
Yeah.
But, saying is just not going to make it. You actually have to perform. You do not have a lot of games. They have to find some sort of an opening today, get a chicken dinner. Otherwise, things look to be a little alright.
I have a small question. Did Maisie say that Gladiators were going to do it?
Let's not get there. I don't want to say what Maisie said, but yeah, he was a little affirmative. That's all
Yeah.
I can say.
Yeah.
Nothing more. I don't want to put that curse.
Absolutely. Nobody wants to put that curse. Let's just see the last page of the cumulative standings. Of course, you've got some big names here as well. WSB and Lucknow Giants being the biggest. Titan FTW, even they had performed in the past inside of BGIS, but right now consistency is not there. And of course, one team for whom everything has gone wrong has to be ORB Esports.
ORB, OG as a matter of fact, you talk about OG's overall standings, they're somewhere around the 95th spot, right? So from there onwards, all they want to do is just climb up.
Yeah.
And this is the wild card I was talking about because OG, somewhere down the line, they're kind of having that idea that maybe the run is sort of over. So I'm pretty sure expecting them to be a little aggressive tonight.
Speaking of being aggressive, ladies and gentlemen, these are the players who have been the beacon of aggression for their teams. We are talking about Godbot from Growing Strong at the #1 spot, a young player coming in from BGIS, in fact, and now performing inside of BMPS. Me and Johnny were having a conversation where we thought that Godbot might be a one-season wonder, but this lad has proven all of us wrong. Fixes.
Yeah, by quite a margin, 4 new suspects, to be honest, where you can expect where Fierce is. Yeah, he's been a phenomenal player, and right next to him would be Apollo also. Revenant have been doing well.
Yeah.
But for GS, you have Sparky, you've Godbot, they're firing on all cylinders and growing strong. Heading into the finals, they're looking really, really dangerous.
And it probably might just be their back-to-back major finals that they were playing. Of course, they
Indeed.
played BGIS finals and now almost en route to qualifying for that BMPS Grand Finals as well, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, reminding you the finals will be in Ahmedabad in Eka Arena on 15th, 16th, and 17th of December. Like Fixes said, it is going to be the biggest Grand Finals, the biggest esports event we have ever seen. So if you are in Ahmedabad, you have to come down and visit Eka Arena on the days that I've mentioned. But Fixes, let's just come back to the conversation of which are the teams who are going to be making it inside of those Grand Finals. And slowly and steadily on the overall leaderboard, we do have a certain picture, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I mean, you talk about how the point standings have been changing for all these teams. Gladiators, they
Yeah.
were doing really great, and now they certainly aren't. And they'll be playing the first game, I believe.
Not
Yet,
really.
not yet.
Not.
So we've got Group A taking on Group number 10. Team Soul did get a chicken dinner. 8-bit was looking really solid. But BR Titans, they're also one of those teams to really watch out for.
Yeah.
But for me, it's going to be that battle between Godlike and Soul that every other fan, in fact, most of the fans, would really be excited about.
Well, this match actually has a lot of big names. Having said
Yeah,
that,
the
I mean,
Titans are there.
the Titans certainly are there, and in fact, I think this is a battle of the fan favorite teams out there. You've got Soul, you've got Godlike, X-Park, 8-Bit CS, you've got Forest Apes. Now, only the important thing about this particular game is that only one team will walk away with the victory. It might be somebody from this group that I mentioned or somebody outside it. And we just saw the overall standing Fixes. I'm just sorry to kind of extend over there, but we just saw the overall standings and all of them are on that first page itself. Do you think that intensifies the competition?
I was actually coming down to that. And the best part is to add the entire icing to the cake is the fact that Godlike and Soul have gotten chicken dinner
Oh, yes.
respectively, right? So, there's those fires already, the sparks are there. You could see that. Team X Park, there were certain games they were looking really aggressive. I
Yeah.
think Team X Park must be working on some position points. That's, their way to go because their Vikendi game was really good. Sanok, they managed to get a few finishes. But otherwise, in comparison to week one, there has been a certain dip in week number two. Whereas
Yeah.
Forest Apes, they have been pretty amazing.
Absolutely. I mean, for sure, for Team Xbox, I think if Spray God is working, is firing on all cylinders, there's nothing that can stop them. But before we
Yes.
actually head in the game Fixes, I want to ask you this. What is your prediction? Because for me, I think somewhere down the line, it is going to be Xbox, but I want to know your thoughts.
I think somebody that we have not named right now is going to take that chicken dinner. Because in those high stakes matches, that is usually what happens.
Okay, we will find out if that is going to be the case, ladies and gentlemen. Without any further delay, let's just dive straight into the map of Erangel as the Big Bird is back up in the skies. And speaking about the flight path right now, we do have an early start from military base itself. Our journey starts from Novorupnoe and ends at shooting range. What do you
No,
have to say about this flight path Fixes?
Ideally, it should be a Gatka circle, but hey, we've been thrown off multiple times, right? Yesterday, even the first game, that also ended around Gatka.
Yeah.
In fact, the prime Gatka compounds. But
Yeah.
this is one of those flight paths that will not trouble a lot of teams. They're going to get their vehicles. Everybody is sort of well acquainted with it. So let's see. Where does zone forms?
Honestly, if you ask my opinion, I would love the circle to form on military base, to be honest, because we've seen those Western circles, we've seen those Gatka circles. It kind of lacks a lot of those hard covers in the ending stages, of course. So teams are kind of thrown off guard, but military base, it's a different ball game altogether.
Are we getting a little greedy?
Yeah,
Yesterday, we
yeah.
did not ask
Yeah,
for it, but
yeah.
the gods of BGMI gifted us a Stalber circle.
Yeah.
We got to see a whole movie there, right? Somebody going through a cable car,
Yes.
then, insane, elephant infiltrating through the
Yeah.
bottoms, and it was all there. The action, the drama, the masala, every single thing. But right now, yeah, military base is something that we might love because we've got Error Esports, Forest Apes, and even the Force Horsemen around that region. But seems like it's going to be the other way around. It's a default mansion shelter circle.
Yeah, it certainly is. But one thing which is very interesting, of course, we've seen Forest Apes do that. But that 3-1 split, the drop that they have taken, of course, might be a little contradictory to what they want right now. I think this team needs a little bit of those placement points. And if AKOP gets caught off guard all by himself, especially by WSB, who are very close to him, I think this is a little difficult for them.
No, it's nothing out of ordinary. What
Yes.
had to be the reason was the flight path trajectory, right? They want to take over Ferry Pair and all those adjacent compounds. So, Hence, they kind of dropped down. The only cause of concern could be for AK, like you said, because WSP was sort of
Yeah.
around the hood over there. But for Team Soul, I think this is one of those teams that we have been talking about quite a lot. Hector, we don't get to see him in this matchup. Maybe in Sanox, they kind of like to bring him in there. But Neo, as a player, he has also improved a lot.
Absolutely. I think Hector is one of those players who fits in every combination. He is an all-rounder when it actually comes from that support perspective. But I think Soul has been experimenting with the Goblin and Neo combination, which fared out really well in one of those games where they had 11 finishes shared between them. So I think this is going to be the lineup going further ahead. And they have performed on top of this.
You know, there was a dipping time for Goblin, right? There
Yeah.
were times where he used to overextend a lot, and that's where Neo came in handy. But lately, if you look at things, you could have noticed that Goblin has improved a lot
Yeah.
in the game that they won yesterday. Goblin managed to get 6 finishes to his name, and ever since he's been just playing better. And then there was this phase where Akshat, in fact, it was a recent times where Akshat had a little bit of a slump,
Yeah.
but seems like Akshat has also recovered. You know, one of the prime examples was the first chicken dinner they managed to get, but 8-bit CS Ronak, he seems to be in a whole world of trouble. In fact, gets taken down.
Now this is what happens, right? When there is a split drop situation, you do get caught off guard. And 4 horsemen, I mean, they spotted this lone ranger all by himself. Shouldn't really have been very difficult for him. But for 8-bit CS, once again, we were questioning that split drop strategy. And it seems like that just had to be backfiring against them.
You know, one of those things that I could notice was 4 horsemen dropped down on the southern island. They wanted to make a quick rotation up north, and that's where they caught Ronak. Maybe they would have spotted him while they were crossing the bridge. And 8-bit CS, considering the fact that they dropped around Milta, they could not provide aid in the right nick of time.
Absolutely. I think they were already en route towards Milta as well. And Ronak fell a little behind. And I think, like you said, while crossing the bridge, the spot must have been there, which gave them so much information to work with. Now, 8-bit CS, this team, for them, the overall run inside of Week 2 has been phenomenal so far. They are making huge waves, of course. Even Week 1 was sort of decent. They were inside the top 16. I think with a good day-to-day, if they have a good outing inside of all the maps that they play, they will be one of those potential contenders for the top 16.
They can be, right?
They
There
can
is that opportunity there,
Yeah.
and they've been delivering. So no questions about that. But for Team Godlike, what I'm really excited about is how they're kind of executing this new rotation around Jelly. Ideally, we kind of accustomed to witness them heading towards maybe Georgie or maybe towards Yasnaya, but things have changed, and they're doing much better.
They certainly are doing better, and they need to kind of keep up this ante. With Godlike specifically, we've seen that the dip and rise in form has been massive.
Yeah.
The spikes in their performance is there when they actually go all guns blazing, when they play that fearless game. But it seems like at certain moments they kind of tend to overthink situations a little too much, which might have brought them their demise. And of course, I think protecting their players, protecting their assaulters will be their prime target. Jelly usually goes out on those risky missions, but I think Jonathan and Aditya will have to stay alive for a while, isn't it?
You know, Jenny as an IGL is sort of a technician, right?
Yeah.
He's one of those guys who's got all that strategy. You can draw comparisons with Sensei. They've got similar playing models. When you kind of talk about it, even when he was in OR, you could see that OR somehow always used to make it to the final circles.
Yeah.
Despite the fact, yes, Jelly might get picked off. There were few hitches here and there, but apart from that, I think Jelly as an IGL, he's been quite solid for Godlike as well.
It's not just Jelly. I think even Zegod and his contribution has to be kind of talked about, because we
Yeah.
usually talk about the high frag numbers which come in from Jonathan. We talk about the solo potential of Aditya as well, but Zegod has been in the back lines and he's been supporting the team when needed. Man has pulled off clutch situations and brought his team. But talk about this. I mean, there is an entire cavalry which is being brought right here. Team Silly Esports, they do not hesitate on taking this fight against Blue Esports.
Already having taken one out, looking for the others. Evil Surya taking quite a hefty amount of damage. Will retreat a little bit. Will have to buy some time, but there you go. The cavalry also arises for the players of Clue.
Yeah, it seems like Ace back from the backlines. His position was left unmarked, and Clue Esports, they've suffered an early hit. 2 players being brought down, no casualty on the other side. 3 finishes on Silly Esports already. It seems like Clue will be forced to take an exit from this region. One of their players will still survive, but at what cost? They did not anticipate the push coming in from Silly Esports and how quickly they executed this entire fight within a flash.
I think otherwise because I felt like they'd already taken down one of their players and they were on the chase. They
Yeah,
realized that Clue is a little bit split apart. They
yeah.
could figure out that they were just two guys and they all they did was ram in. Went in for that hawk smash and there you had it. Got those three finishes to their names. But the final survivor for Clue, Clue's run so far, I think barring that one weekendy game, hasn't been anything to really remember of.
Yeah, and it does happen. Have a look at that. I mean, Foul with those 10 finishes, finding himself a milestone, a personal milestone on an individual level. But as a team, Silly Esports, who do you have to talk about this team? Because they've shown glimpses of brilliance. They've shown how beautifully they can not just take down the inexperienced teams, but also teams with great amount of experience sometimes stand no chance in front of their aggression.
They've got Ace Black, and
Yeah.
he's not a new dog, right? He's been there quite in the scene, and right from the very start, it's just a different team that he's been playing for, and
Yeah.
he's got quite a lot of his teammates also. So I think Silly as a team, they've been decent. I would still say they have the potential to do even better. But for Error Esports, they have been having few good games. But Sicko Gamer, as a matter of fact, we remember yesterday in Weekend, those beautiful executions, that fight against Titans. That was amazing just to be taken down by the players of Newman. But eyes will also be on them as to how they perform because, again, a very important day. I really feel they need to salvage a few more extra points because if they do not do so, there won't be enough to fight for in week number 3.
Exactly. I think Air Esports, they have sort of had that position on the overall standings where they've just done enough, but they need to hit the ball out of the park inside of week 3 to actually have a chance at qualifying. But let's just talk about the circle for a second right now. The circle did shift a little bit centers. You've still got Yasnaya into the
Oh
mix
my
of
god.
things, and majority of the teams are starting to huddle up in the rice fields all around it. I mean, you've got a majority of the teams towards prison, you've got teams in shelter as well, and so many other teams, they're still on their way. But the only problem is, where does the circle end? Because if it does end in those rice fields fixes, I think we are in for some trouble.
Indeed we are. But for now, Team Invincibles, not in the best of situation. Seven Jord, not in the best of position. But for now, I mean, coming back to the conversation that we were having, Salty,
Yeah.
I really feel somebody needs to take control of the Yasnaya God compound, right?
Yeah.
Something that God's Train were doing yesterday. But Team X Park, somebody needs to tell them that they need to scurry from here. They need to get inside the zone. But they have all the intentions in the world to pick a fight.
I'm not really sure about that because the Team Invincibles, they definitely have an upper hand in this one, especially a couple of the players. But it seems like in the close line, Team X Park, they'll actually flip this switch. Pokar finding that first knock and finish for his team, of course. And now Team Invincibles, I think they will be hit back from the backlines. Of course, Prey God and Sarang have the topography as well as the angles to set up and stop Team Invincible. So this was a really good fight. And it seems like Team X-Park, they not only want to road roll over Team Invincibles, but also start their rotation from that direction itself.
Team X Park's timing has been all wrong, right?
Yeah.
If you look at how the flight path trajectory was and how much they had to travel, you do not see enough of those utility on these lads as Preet is under heavy fire. Pokar, he's got all that blood in his eyes. Wants to take him down for
Wow.
good, but it's going to be Sarang who hits the nail and will put him 6 feet under. So Team X Park getting those 2 early finishes. That's looking good for them,
Yeah.
but they need that loot.
They need their loot, and I think they need their early rotation as well, because
It's too
especially...
late for that now.
I do understand that, right? And the main point is the only compounds that you were talking about, especially right on the southern side of Yasnaya Polyana, I think they will have a lot of suitors. And if Team X-Park do not actually make there in time, I really would feel like they will have a decent position to play from in the ending circles.
There's one way though, Salty. You could see the northern area is completely vacant.
Yeah.
So if they can kind of play around the edges and through the peripheries, just scissor it down, something like gladiators like to do so, I think they still could convert this into a good game. But given the fact that we have multiple fights happening, so the southern area might start getting a little bit more vacant as time goes on.
The southern area will be vacant, but also very dicey, at least at this point right now, because there are, like we just witnessed from the finish feed, there are some scrambled fights, some mid-rotation fights which are taking place, and even Team Soul in their movement, of course, did spot Downhill Esports in the background. Have a look at the radar right there. Downhill Esports, they are very strikingly close. It seems like it's sort of a fast and furious action with vehicles coming so close to each other, but no shots being taken. And Team Soul, it seems like they do not have the intention of taking a fight either.
Not right now. Cannot afford to do that, considering there's so many teams around them. And I think this is the shift that majority of the teams were waiting for. Mayur Gaming, they're going to feel happy about themselves. They could take control over the little hills just, above that Pollyanna that we have, right? If they do that, they're going to have a nice advantage. But look at the splash of colors down south. So many of those teams, and I feel just a handful might survive.
Exactly, because again, the same point comes up, right? There aren't really a lot of compounds where
Look
you
at
can
Godlike's
control.
rotation. Sorry to cut you off. Look at Godlike's rotation.
It definitely was interesting, but for now it seems like Team Soul, they have something interesting in front of them. Neo just catches two players without their pants off, and it seems like they will get punished for it. Team Soul, just the timing on that trigger was absolutely perfect, and it seems like they are going to punish them for that. Two players still remain, but where is the fight back? Where is the four horsemen that we just saw a couple of minutes ago?
Not galloping anywhere nearby though. Looking for means to escape for Team Soul. I think this is a really good start. 2 finishes already. And like we did talk about that, this team needs to find some space, right? Needs a little bit of that map control, which is very difficult to achieve. And given the fact where they are right now, they have to get inside the circle. With so many suitors already inside the zone, you've got BR Titans, you've got Clue, you've got a couple of other teams. Where do they find that injecting area to funnel through?
It's not just Soul as well. You've got Forest Apes right in their northern side. And it seems like there will be a lot of player density in that southern shoreline. But the only problem is the fact that there is not a lot of space for these teams to try and fight. That means fights will be forced out. Have a look at this. Team X-Park on the other side. They found that northern open and end of the circle itself. And it seems like they will be looking for that same territory. But Team Invincibles follow suit right behind them. And it's not just them. I think Team FS is also in the backlines.
Yeah. Team FS haven't really been the best team so far, but can change their fate tonight if they play some good BGMI. But Team X-Park, whilst we're talking about that, of course, there was that moment where I kind of wanted to bring your attention to Godlike's rotation, but the fight suddenly happened. But Godlike, they made a very brave move right from school. They just went into Yasnaya, Pollyanna without even gasping for breath, right? They did not take a second thought. They were ready to pick a fight if they meet somebody. And look at them. They've reaped the rewards over there. They have the entire Yasnaya under their control, rather the only team out there. So for sure, they're going to massively benefit from that. But for Team FS, I'm really interested to see how these players perform. Dazzle, is he going to dazzle anybody out? Hitman, he's been an old dog. Let's see how this lad performs tonight.
FS has sort of been brilliant so far, and have a look at this right now as well, right? They catch Team Invincibles off guard, they get their pick, and once again they are on their merry rotation. But this is what I would want to actually bring your attention to, because the circle did take a sudden hard shift. Of course, inside of the PIP, we do have a fight breaking out, and it seems like Team FS Esports, they're in some world of trouble. And from the map, you can figure out that it is Mayur Gaming. And we were talking about this, the northern parts were vacant, but that attracted so much attention, so many suitors, and you've got 4 teams duking it out in close proximity. Well, heck that, because it is Team Forest Apes who are looking to go up against BR Titans Fixes.
They've got the advantage for now. Ash trying to flush one of the players out. Vizgod, he's got the perfect angle. Did he connect though? Ash does get a knock, but has been traded off as well as God plays, fighting with all his life, with all his might, trying to keep the players of Forest Apes at bay.
Yeah, but I think the nade is not going to connect. AKOP sort of been saved in this situation, of course, but Phoenix, I think we'll have a massive job in hand to try and hold down the ambush. On the other side, look at Vizgod, right? He is trying to stop the flank coming in from Killer. But at this point, I think Phoenix, he has a massive job at hand. But here he's going to fail, and his body is going to drop BR Titans. While the rest of the players, of course, Forest Apes have been brilliant. God plays coming in from a flank angle has been completely unchecked.
They respond back in style. And Ash one of those lonesome survivors along with Wizgod and bring it down to just one man. We know what Wizgod is capable of,
Oh
but
no!
nothing can be said against
Wow.
Godplay's skills over there as this man single-handedly takes them down as now Team Soul in a world of trouble.
Absolutely. The Kings have been slain, ladies and gentlemen. Forest Apes, of course. But it seems like it's the same fate that Team Soul is going to find themselves in, of course. But look at this cavalry coming in. Team FS Esports just putting all the eggs in one basket, and they have overwhelmed the likes of Downhill Esports. What a charging that was. And they are going to survive with all 4 players. But it seems like they don't really have a lot of time to celebrate because Metal Esports, they're strikingly close. And Top Dog, I think he's about to peak from top of that ridge.
Everybody just wants to capitalize. Everybody wants a piece of the pie. That grenade could be deadly. And so is it. Top Dog strikes gold there, taking 2 of the players down. They know this is their moment. You've got the other players of Team Metal also closing in. You've got Encore from another side coming through. But Turbo, his position is quite quintessential there. But seems like he's been snuffed out. Turbo's just surviving on a sliver of HP. What's going on, Salty?
I have no clue. This is pandemonium inside the circle, but Metal Esports, how wonderfully they have capitalized on this situation. They caught Team FS snapping. Of course, they had just completed a fight, but they were not prepared for another one. Turbo, like you said, has a lot of responsibility. Finds a first knock, of course, for himself, but it's time to switch over to the M4 because I don't think those 4 bullets are going to be enough. He still tries to buy himself some sort of a time, but another one goes down. Top Dog is down and out as well, and now it's on top of Paradox. So much responsibility. Siam in the backlines might even get isolated. So this is a crucial moment. Turbo does have all the time in the world, especially when the revive is happening. But will he be able to connect this one nade that he has?
Siam cannot provide cover, and yes, Turbo does. Takes down Top Dog once again, and now will be forcing the revive on his teammate. Paradox, we did see him yesterday that he managed to clutch one player out, but today, can he do that? That's the big question over here. Does heal himself back to full HP, now goes in on Turbo, connects that first shot, maybe misses it out, and will come back again to sort of replenish his HP as the fight keeps going on.
Absolutely, it will keep going on, but it seems like now FS, they have a situation underneath their control because Dazzle is back up, resurrected as well. And Siam still hasn't closed up the distance, and finally he does. But he's been knocked out in the process. FS Esports, what a turnaround it has been for Turbo so far. He has single-handedly, completely wiped off Team Metal Esports. And now it's just a matter of time before they get completely crumbled. This is a fight back and a half. 7 finishes for Turbo. And he has done it not once, but twice, because now his target is going to be MG.
He's gone berserk at this point. No stopping Turbo. This man single-handedly dealt with an entire team and a half. If you talk about the others over there, FS taking advantage of that situation. Team Soul, they were in a whole world of trouble. And yeah, did capitalize on that fight till Medal. For a moment, it felt like everything was slipping from their hands. Turbo making that bald and ballsy play. But hold on. Goblin is still alive. Maybe he's got something mischievous on his mind. Goes in for the spray. But that's all she wrote as Team Soul also bites the dust.
I mean, for FS Esports, I think half the job is done already with 9 eliminations on board already. But on the other side, we have the Titans duking it out, ladies and gentlemen. Just bow down to X-Pac and Godlike because these 2 teams, they've been massive involvement inside of the BMPS so far. Their gameplays have been talked about, but so far it seems like an open warfare on the far end, on the far close end of the circle right now. No covers whatsoever. It's that little road that separates these 2 teams, but it's going to be hard. It's an absolute artillery warfare, Fixes.
They need to be wary about things. WSP right on their tails. And now, Team Godlike, they need to understand they cannot overextend. But look at Turbo. This man does not want to stop. As now, Team X-Pac, they understand the gravity of the situation, have gotten those smokes laden down to ensure they do not get spotted down from behind. But for now, Team X-Pac, they have their attention on Team Godlike because they're looking for that room. They're looking for that one opening, and will they thread the needle? That's the big question.
You know, Godlike, their movement has sort of caught my attention, to be honest, because the way Aditya and Jonathan are moving right now, it seems like they want to sort of set up that flank for themselves. They want to isolate Team X-Pac one by one, and as soon as they cross that road, I think they are going to reach the top of the cliff. They will have those angles on top of Team X-Pac, but for now, I think It is time to not take
Ooh.
any sort of risks. It is all about those throwables, and so many has been invested in this particular fight. It's Jonathan, of course. We do have him in front of our screens. All his nades are completely finished. It's just those 3 smokes that he has, but he wants to use them to close the distance. He wants to take this fight, Fixes.
But Sarang gets the opening, gets the knock on Zygote. Jonathan on the retreat over there as Team X Park realize this is the moment that they were waiting for. As the spray goes on, the cover fire is definitely there. But now Team X Park need to understand they have a bigger objective. They have to get inside the circle. But with Team Godlike right on the tails, they're making things difficult for them. Somehow they need to figure out a way, and seems like Spray God just scouring through the land, finding for some area where he can just go in, at least get the other players also onto him.
Exactly. Also had the information of where Team Godlike is, exactly the precise location, of course, and it seems like Spray God will continue to scramble for that piece of information. Godlike, I think, will be forced into the blue, but this is not any other circle, ladies and gentlemen. This is stage 6. It's going to be devastating, and it seems like Jelly is almost on the receiving end of it. Aditya is going to go down. Jonathan is going to go down as well. Godlike, their plans have crashed, and it seems like Team X-Pac, they've forced them to surrender in this particular fight. But from the backlines, it seems like even Team X-Pac have increased problems for themselves, Fixes.
Yeah, they did draw a lot of unwanted attention, but good thing that there are few crevices to play around. And this is still not the point where they've entered inside the circle, which is quite out in the open. They have to go for a ramen. They have to pick a fight. Who is it going to be? Because Error Esports, they're also not inside the circle. 8-bit CS have a really promising position, Salty. Seiko Gamer, he's one of the players that we've been talking about a lot. Let's see if he can deliver in this game as well.
I mean, he wouldn't be able to deliver a Team X-Pac, find that flank angle, but finding it will be the biggest piece of the puzzle right now. Sarang, of course, did try to go out, did try to venture out into the open, but he has been taken down completely. Dreams has been knocked out as well. But on the other side, it seems like the God compound is under the control of WSB right now, because they have so much vantage point and so much information to work around. Electro from Error Esports just completely underneath his crosshairs, and it seems like all the triggers are firing in terms of anyone who they find in the open.
You know, we did talk about this, how crucial the God building shall be for all these teams, and WSP, the ones who made it first, right? Kunal with that grenade wants to finish off Electro for good, but you still have Senior and Sicko Gamer as Zeref gets the finish on Electro. A finish stolen there. But looking at the other players, Kunal, the lonesome survivor of Mayur Gaming, how long can he live, considering the fact they're already being pressured from multiple directions? It's going to be 8-bit CS's Leo Whitey who does the deed.
Yeah, 8-bit CS. They lost their player early on, but they still are inside the top 4 teams, Fixes. And seems like they've done a fabulous job so far. It's all about putting that final piece of that jigsaw puzzle. It seems like Team X-Pac, they've been completely cornered. 2 vehicles and the blue zone right behind them. On the other side, of course, you've got Team Error Esports. And it seems like 8-bit CS.
Look at the circle. It's gone into no man's land, right out in the open. Not even a single soul present there. WSP, they might be cussing themselves. How do they get out of here? Suddenly, Error Esports will feel very happy about it.
To be honest, every single team, I think, are in trouble right now. Error Esports, they have to travel the closest, but I'm sure nobody would love to leave their safe houses, their safe haven. Seems like on the other side, WSB, in an attempt to do so, will be taken down. Team X-Pac is still on the offense, and they have been successful so far. Pokar and Spray God have done a brilliant job, and it seems like WSB, they're going to force the issue right now, which means the cookie is starting to crumble.
They're quite formidable for Team X-Pac. They know that they can get a lot of finishes, trying to amass them all. The smoke path has been laden down. But Seraph already down on the ground. Mighty has spotted out Raiden, who apparently with his vehicle will crash in on Zeref. As Pukar, he spotted out Mighty, but he's waiting for the right time because he knows that somebody is going to come out, and that is the point where he gets a couple of finishes and could also result in them getting some better position points.
Speaking of position points, I think Team Error Esports have the highest chances. Look at the amount of map control they have. Look at the amount of numbers advantage that they have. Sicko Gamer with that nade once again is going to find the connection on top of Leo YT.
Oh,
But
no.
he's going to get punished, of course. 8-bit CS, in spite of not really having that much space to move about, Mighty has been absolutely brilliant. But Team Xbox finally will be forced to make a move as the blue zone shrinks once again. It seems like the game is starting to come in the grasp of Error Esports. But how do they secure it? If Pokar and Mighty can get individual knocks themselves, we come down to a 1v1v1 situation fixes, and that is where I think the fun lies.
A little bit of a Mexican standoff, but the best part is that Error Esports is aware of both the teams' positioning. They would want to let these two fight it out amongst themselves. No funny business there, trying to flush Pokar out. They thought that he would be around that crate, but that was not the case. Pokar, he's got blood in his eyes, goes after Mighty, but Mighty gets taken down. Now the entire pressure builds up on Leo as he gets one more confirmation. Team Xbox Pokar just has 2 first aids for him, but has he got enough time?
Yeah, of course, I think he does have, but the nade from Leo YT might be devastating. It actually was. It connects in Team Xbox. They're going to bow out, and now it's a 1v3. Leo has been spotted, and he will get cleaned up. Error Esports. We were talking about this team, of course, where they have been brilliant in the past. Similar performance in this one once again. A very clean chicken dinner up until the very end. Not losing control ever inside of the final circles.
You know, the best part about this game was how the circle was constantly throwing everybody into a fix. They were all in dilemma where to go, where does the circle go. First we see that was a hard shift towards the suddenly the circle comes down south, and then when we were thinking that maybe the circle ends around that god building area, we know in BGMI the final circle usually goes out in the fields, right? That is where Error Esports really came into the picture, because before that 8-bit CS and WSP were in real good contention. However, Team Xbox, they really played well, but towards the end, Error Esports having all that number, having the benefit of the circle, reap the rewards.
Absolutely. I think it's not just Error Esports as well. Team Xbox, I think, in my opinion, they made the most out of the situation they were in, because Pokar was absolutely brilliant. He had to be precise. He had to get those finish points on board, and he ensured that he was leading up from front. But he definitely has managed to shut up his critics. But talking about shutting up his critics, I think there is something that Crafton India Esports have prepared for all of us. It is the Bolti Band web series, which is coming your way very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a look at the promo.
BGMI, it's not an easy game.
Hi guys.
Chico! Mummy? गाड़ी लेकर आ गया और वो भी बाइक. हाँ? इधर क्या भेलपूरी चाट पूरी खाने को जा रहे क्या रे? वैसे तूने गेम तो प्रैक्टिस किया है ना?
वो ना स्टोरेज फुल हो गया है.
BGMI, it's not just a game, it's an emotion.
Help.
तुम लोग गिट गुड कर करके चैंप्स बन गए और मैं नुबड़ा का नुबड़ा ही रह गया ना.
You know, Fixes, there was one such scene which felt so relatable that...
Nubda ka nubda reh gaya?
No, not that one. Inside of his study room, he was gaming when his parents just walk in and they're like scolding him. That has happened with me a lot of times.
I think the latter part was more apt for you.
All right, fine.
Nubda ka nubda reh gaya.
Okay, fine. I think it's not just Johnny, it's Fixes as well. We'll settle our differences, ladies and gentlemen. This will keep going on. Yes, 1v1. But with you, I think it is going to happen in real life. We are going to box each other. But
it's a race for bananas.
Yeah, but let's just keep it off broadcast for now. But otherwise, I don't really think the audience is going to have a fun time. But let's just come back into the game itself. It was absolutely brilliant. But what exactly happened to the big names who got taken down? What exactly happened to Medal Esports? What exactly happened to Team Godlike? I want to know from you. And I think while we actually speak about it, let's just have a look at the highlights once again and see all this action unfold.
You know, we did talk about it. There was huge migration coming from the southern side, and everybody wanted a piece of the pie, right? The prime positions, and that is where Team Soul, Team DH, then we had the players of FS coming in, but Medal, that was a comedy of errors, right? Everything that could have gone wrong really did go wrong for them. Siam was coming in to provide cover fire when all the players were down on the ground. Somebody's trying to force a revive. There's nobody there to take Siam's trade, and as a matter of fact, he was a free finish over there. And you've got to give it to Turbo. I think he was the best player in the lobby so far, which
Yeah.
eventually sort of emerged into the fact that Team Godlike and Team X-Pac, they were fighting it out amongst each other, but we know it was the zone that they were all against.
Exactly, it was the zone who was sort of playing a spoiled sport, but this is Turbo and his shenanigans, of course. Not only he kind of revives his team back from the dead, of course, but Metal Esports, they had the perfect time. It was Turbo who was surviving on a sliver of HP, but still, he had the patience to smoke himself out. He had the bowel to play around, and he healed himself up, and once he did so, he wonderfully isolated those fights.
And I was hoping that Paradox could have mustered up the courage to actually go in for the push, because
Yeah.
yesterday also, if you remember, against Team OG, he did that. He managed to clutch it out, but today he felt a little lackluster. But when we talk about Team X-Pax's rotation, right, we were kind of a little bit cynical about the fact that how are they going to really force it, because they were so late into entering.
Yeah.
But kudos to them, man. I mean, not just they went into got that top 3 position, but I think they managed to secure quite a lot of finishes as well.
Yeah, they had about 5 finishes before they actually end the game, of course, and the rotation, I think, sort of did not allow them to rack up even more, because I felt Pokar was really in his top game, and after a long time we've seen him as an IGL really prove his worth from the front lines, because usually it has always been the other three. It has been Spraygod, it has been Dreams in the back lines, but it finally feels good that Pokar is at his absolute best, isn't it?
Yeah, he's always been in the leagues of IGLs like Manya. You talk about the aggressive ones, right? Even Mavi, when he was in his prime, slowly he's getting there though. But Pukar, his transition from being an assaulter to an IGL has been impeccable.
Yeah, and of course, Team X-Pac, they are just going to reap the benefits out of it. And it was not just them, right? Multiple teams wanted to use that northern rotation. Multiple teams wanted to use that vacancy which was left at the top of the circle. But only X-Pac could survive. And I think that is because of their right positioning and the fact that they were quick on their trigger. They were very quick in order to eliminate Team Invincibles. And if you guys also want to be very quick while eliminating your opposition, all you've got to do is just equip the Fool's Blessing skin. Of course, it looks absolutely it looks so good, to be honest, that I had to eat my words over there. And also remember, it does help you getting those headshots. Sometimes it actually helps me. Hopefully your skills
The extra
will,
hands, right?
yeah, the extra hands, it kind of always adds an extra layer on top. But somebody who need those extra hands would
Are you?
possibly
Is you.
Okay, fine. It's me. But in terms of helping hand, I think somebody has to do something about Godlike, right? I think right now the situation where they are on the overall standings, do you think they can revive this back from the dead?
See, I don't see this was one of Godlike's bad games. It
Okay.
was just a very tough spot they were in.
Yeah.
But what I really loved about Godlike was the fact that how boldly they were making those moves, right? They knew they had a fight going on with Team X-Pac. They still had the cojones to, kind of cut out of that situation and make a run for the zone. They realized what the bigger picture was.
Yeah.
Of course, Sarang and Pukar, they were so good on the trigger, moving vehicle. They managed to take one player down, and that is where things started going down for Team Godlike, but regardless, still quite a decent game for them.
Quite a decent game for Godlike. Alright, fine. But what is going on in the camp of the Apes, of course, because that fight against BR Titans, I think that they should have been winning that fight, especially Phoenix over there, because we talked about how the setup was, right? Vizgod was holding the flank angle against Killer. Phoenix had the job of protecting the king. AKOP was down, knocked out, while Ash was reviving him. His job was only one thing, to stop the ambush, but he failed to do that. Too much pressure on this young lad?
Yeah, too much pressure. One of the biggest things was they went for a change, right? I don't think Yash was playing in this one.
Phoenix.
Yeah, Phoenix was in here. And this is where, Apes, that 3 players were consistent, the others aren't there. So hence the synergy issues could be clearly visible, right? The miscoms were there because there was the point where they pushed in on 2 players and the other 2 were on the other side. They were in the squad house of that stunt
Yeah.
area building. And, the best part about the other team was the way they delayed the entire fight to eventually just clutch it out. So Forest Apes, not the best of starts they'd hoped for, but hey, let's be honest, they do not have much games remaining anymore.
They do not really have a lot of games remaining, and it seems like slowly and steadily that beacon for grand finals, that beacon of hope for the grand finals is sort of coming down. It's not as bright as it used to look,
Yeah.
of course. Inside of week one, they definitely struggled. They were on the latter half of the overall standings. But right now, yesterday they had a decent performance. We thought that they were going to start building that momentum up. But I think today's performance will shut everything back to zero once again.
I think they were on the top five,
Yeah.
right? And when we talk about, the best players in this game, when you talk about the MVP, one name really comes up, has to be Turbo, right?
Yeah.
And I would not be surprised if it's anybody other than him.
Yeah.
But yeah, at this point, it has to be this madman. The way he was just showing that confidence every single fight, buying enough time, doing it all.
Yeah.
I think he deserves some applause.
I think he was functioning like a supercomputer at that point because the amount of calculations he was trying to make with planning and timing and spacing his utility, not just his smoke grenades but also his frag grenades as well, the way he used his DBS in action as well, the way he isolated them, it was absolutely brilliant. And I think this is going to be a performance he will remember for a while. But it wasn't just Turbo, ladies and gentlemen. In the top 5 players, you've got involvement of some big names as well. You've got Pukar from Team Xbox, you've got Leo Whitey from 8-Bit CS, and then you've got that young dog Mudit from MG Mayur Gaming. I absolutely love this player. He has a great attitude in person. I've met him, and it seems like he has been, getting better and better from the BGI's finals. Swam from Error Esports, I think he has been fabulous, but Error Esports as a team were much better than Swam as an individual, I think.
Yeah, I think when we take a look at the point standings, we'll have a more vivid picture of who earned what. But Air Esports right on top with 24 points. You've got 8-Bit CS, right? There was a point where Team X-Park could have won that chicken dinner had one of their players not taken down Sarang in the process. Having that extra man could have really helped him. But nonetheless, 8-Bit CS, they've been kind of banking upon the consistency from yesterday, doing even better today.
I think this game will now make massive shifts on the overall standings because 8-Bit CS from that bottom of that point standings will get a huge jump. So they, I think, will make that entry inside the top 5. And Team X Park as well, I think they are going to come inside the first page, while Medal and Soul might fall a little behind. On the other page, of course, we've got certain disappointments. Godlike did get those 4 position points, but 0 eliminations. Definitely a case of concern. You've got 4 horsemen who started things off. They had the first finish of the game, and they only had that one finish up until the very end. And then you've got Forest Apes with that just 1 point to work with.
Yeah, and even for Clue, right? They look clueless in a couple of occasions. We could see that Team Silly was really good in taking that fight against them. But again, for Team Silly, you talk about them, they have, in the bigger picture, they were also one of the victims of that southern migration, right?
Yeah.
So many teams were trying to get in, and everybody was just getting picked off over there. Nobody bothered to maybe take that long route, maybe go from the eastern side, from the northern side, make that entry. Something that teams like Mayur Gaming did, something which WSP did quite initially. And had they done that, had any of the teams thought of that, things could have been different.
It was very surprising that nobody played from the eastern shoreline as well. We did not get to see any rotation coming in from that side. But of course, we do have the privilege of having a look at the map feed. The players, of course, possibly would have thought that there will be multiple teams doing that. But that is done and dusted, Fixes. Erangel is done and dusted. We are going to move to the deserty lands of Miramar, where group number 8 and group number 9 are going to be duking it out. It's going to be so interesting to watch because Group 8, they've had a phenomenal game so far. A lot of storylines were built. Team X Park making a comeback inside of the top 8, and Godlike and Soul, I'm not really sure, slowly might be dwindling downwards. Even Forest Apes, as a matter of fact. I think this game was not according to plan. But ladies and gentlemen, something which is according to plan is the fact that I have to welcome somebody you all know about. Somebody who has been phenomenal so far in this tournament. I'm talking about Mr. I Super Johnny, who is back on the desk, man. How are you feeling? Tell me about that, first of all.
That introduction makes me feel like I'm the one sitting at the top of the leaderboard right now, to be honest. But thank you so much for the warm welcome, Salty. I really enjoyed that one. And, of course, enjoyed that game. Turbo, going full turbocharged in the middle stages. And then, of course, the not so surprising end that was there. Error Esports walking away with the chicken.
Why do you say not so surprising over there? Because I felt it was a very surprising end.
I mean, see, if you consider the overall journey, yes, it was surprising, but as far as the game was considered, I think towards the end was somewhere clear that, all right, they definitely have a probability of winning, walking away with the win.
Let's talk about surprises here, Johnny. I mean, we've got group number 9 who are coming back in the mix of things, and one team that has surprised us all, not in a pleasant way, of course, so far. I'm talking about Gladiator Esports.
Yeah.
And this team, we just talked about it yesterday. Me and Fixie were having a conversation that everybody knows that this team will make a comeback. Everybody is certain this team will make a comeback because they have done it in the past multiple times. But don't you think right now it's a little too late?
I mean, as long as they make it to the finals, why are we complaining? And I think Gladiators, their objective is also simple. Qualify for the finals somehow and then see if you can actually win the third major trophy being handed to them. But let's see how their journey is going to look like. Although one of the pleasant surprises that we had from this group yesterday was ASG. Yes, one game was unfortunate, but the other one they converted. And then Psych as well. They were also able to convert one of the games yesterday. So two underdog teams performing in week 2 and making that comeback happen was something that I was quite excited about.
Absolutely. I think there will be a certain underdog leverage in this one as well. Nate officials played really well yesterday, so the momentum is definitely on their side.
Yes.
But of course, we'll have to get into game to find out if these teams are going to make their way inside of the grand finals. Of course, still that battle for bonus points remains. And I think that race just got heated up just after that first game right now, because certain teams are going to make a cut, the others are going to make an entry, and we are still yet to see the top 2 teams, right? We're still yet to see Insane, we're still yet to see OST and figure out who is going to be at the very top. We'll talk about that a little later. For now, of course, let me tell you, who is going to be the one who will win the game of Miramar?
I think knowing the players from the side of Gladiators, I know they will be upset about their run on this map yesterday. So I'm expecting them to actually do really well in this map. Along with them, of course, who doesn't want to see that godlike medal and X-Spark collision? I mean, that is what we will get hyped about as well. But let's see how the journey of Miramar is going to unfold, ladies and gentlemen, as the Big Bird is in the sky, of course. And this time we have the flight path, which is one of the preferred flight paths on Miramar. This is going to be a diagonal one, starting from the northeastern edge of the map, heading towards the southwestern edge.
Yes, we do start off from Al-Hazar and then end in La Drillera. Sort of a flight path which covers each and every nook and cranny of this map. And you will be able to get to their desired drop location, but it does not really mean that there will be no drop collisions, ladies and gentlemen. We just saw this yesterday. I think there are going to be teams slowly and steadily, Johnny, who will be looking for those early finish numbers. I'm preferably talking about the teams who are in the dire end of the point standings, who have nothing to lose. I think might actually try and charge up against teams at the very top.
Yesterday we had one of the most interesting Miramars we could ask for. I mean, the drop collision, 3-team drop collision towards Shumasera. That is what I'm hoping for again, but one of the best things that you can witness in Miramar when you have Forest Ape and Gladiators playing together is the fact that Gladiators, they have had this history of moving up north from Impala and challenging the side of Forest Ape. I mean, it was another name they were playing under back then, but the strategy still might remain the same. Move up from Impala towards LSR, secure those early picks, and then see where you want to play the rest of the game from. But this circle might actually change everything. We have a southern circle. Well, it's leaning slightly towards the southern half of the map. But I think this is not going to cause a lot of trouble for the other teams. Although, 2 teams heading towards Los Leones right now. Do you think we can expect an early fight?
Not in Los Leones, but definitely the storyline that you just mentioned, right? Gladiators moving up north towards Al-Azhar. That is a possibility, but I think that has happened quite a lot in the past. But talking about the circle, have a look at the right at the smack center. I think at Shumasera, we once again have a standoff in between certain teams. There is ASG, there is Downhill Esports, and of course, in the vicinity, you still have that Error Esports combination. Error Esports will be feeling that high, especially after that chicken dinner from Erangel. But how do they recover or how do they respond in Miramar will be a question.
Well, let's see how they are going to respond. So far, I mean, our eyes are logged on the players of Forest Ape, and while we were expecting the players from the side of Gladiators to move towards Impala, guess what? They haven't. They are still sticking towards the eastern edge of El Azhar, and just staying close by. I think looking for some early loot, looking for some vehicles. If they get the access to Impala, which they will eventually, because there's absolutely no one there blocking their way, they will start their early game a little bit later in comparison to everyone else. Although, as you were talking about that drop clash towards Shumasera, the probability of that happening in the initial stage was quite high, but now I think it is close to zero. The teams have moved away from each other, and the terrain itself will be there to protect the squads from the opposing side. In the meanwhile, though, Team Godlike on our screens, massive expectations from them as well. But let's see
Yeah, for
if the
sure.
team delivers.
I mean, hoping that the team does, and at recent times, I think Miramar has been the map of choice for this team. So
Yeah.
we'll have to find out if that stat remains true to its word once again. But for now, of course, we just saw the circle towards the central and the southern part of the map, and that just kind of makes me itch that this is going to be a southern circle, Johnny. It will kind of stick to the shorelines, and if that happens, the terrain will be so brilliant.
I hope what you just said comes true.
Yeah.
I hope it sticks to the words that southern shoreline. It will be so fun. You know, not just because of it being an awkward circle, but I love the terrain design that is there
Yes.
towards the southern edges of that Miramar main island, Valle del Mar, till the southern hills of Los Leones. Those hills are the best place to witness some exciting squad fights. The terrain is completely uneven. There's no cover on flat surfaces. There's squad houses in random places built.
Yes.
So you can't even move around thinking that, all right, maybe I can utilize this ridge to take an advantage. Yeah, you're sitting on top of a ridge. There's a house on the flank and someone's peeking at you through the window, just waiting for you to pop your head. And instances like those occur quite often whenever there are squad fights happening along those southern
Yes.
shorelines. But let's see where this game is going to take us. For now, though, Gladiator's still looking for cover. Why aren't they heading towards Impala already?
Yeah, I think they are heading towards Impala. In fact, they've actually crossed over from Impala as well. So it's going to be interesting where do they find that final shelter. But rightly pointed out, I think me and Fixer told me one thing when
Yeah.
we were casting this game. I think especially after the update, it seems like we've gotten too greedy, especially with our circle demands.
Yeah, that is actually quite true.
Yesterday, we were treated with a Stobble circle on the map of Erangel, which caught everyone by surprise, at least took me by surprise. Players using cable cars for cover, and in this one as well, this Erangel circle that we just witnessed right now has also sort of been that same way on the right-hand side of Yasnaya. So circles have been very entertaining. This
But
one, I'm not really sure where it's going
To
to
be
shift.
fair, Salty, I mean, of course, we got to welcome our new viewers to the Miramar podcast hours.
Yeah.
First of all, so welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Glad you guys could join us. And also, in the past, I mean, throughout the entirety of the BGIS, all the way from the grind, you and I got quite lucky, especially with Miramar and the zones. We had so many zones ending towards that western edge where there's just a massive hill. You can't even climb it to the top. And we casted so many games. So even in this one, I mean, there's a possibility of the zone moving towards the west, maybe towards Monte Nuevo. And that's not going to be bad either. It's completely open area.
Exactly right, but I think the far western edge that you were talking about, right next to that mountain,
Yeah, it's outside.
yeah, it is going to be a little unfortunate, but it's been a long time we haven't really seen the circles. The circle, the first rendition of it, the circles which used to end at that spot, they used to have a massive chunk of it outside
Yeah.
the map itself, and that was sort of my statistic. If a circle is outside the map, if it is cutting right across the boundary of the map, then you possibly might expect that western edge to be in play. But for now, I think it doesn't really is the case.
There's something very interesting going on. It's not with the players of OR, but it's happening quite close to them. The players from the side of Rippers have decided to play with a 3-1 split, and one of the men got quite close to this squad of OR Esports. He was mid-rotation. Luckily, they haven't spotted him anywhere near him, and now he's finally moving away from them towards the city of Los Leones. OR Esports, in the meanwhile, we saw that bus out in the open going over the ridges. I mean, the struggle is there, scrambling for some cover, but I don't believe the struggles are going to be there for a long time, although we have NON. One man, in fact, just a truck spotted out in the open. The damage was dished out to the players of Silly. Another one, Evil Surya. The spray from Legit doesn't even connect a shot.
I mean, the red dot, I think that is the only disadvantage in this situation. NON, they will be forced out of the issue because good positioning from the other team, Silly Esports, and it seems like they are ready to fight back. Legit will be pushed right behind his cover. whatsoever. But good recovery from this team.
Yeah,
I
true.
almost thought one player was almost taken down in that fight.
And it would have been quite awkward for them had that man gotten knocked out, because no escape. You're knocked out in the middle of the road. There's nowhere left to go. And in NON, considering they had Evil Surya also spotted out, they had the opportunity of taking the tires out of his vehicle and then maybe trying to push him, put some additional pressure. But Silly Gaming now, they are aware of the threat that's lurking in the backlines, and I think the opportunity is there for them to move inside the edge of the circle, look back and try and gatekeep the competition if they try and approach them for a second time.
That might just be the game plan for them, at least for now, though. But on the other side, we do have Team X-Park in front of our screens, and they are moving quite close to the center of the map. All of a sudden, it seems like there are multiple teams. It's not just X-Park who are approaching the center of the circle itself. So it is going to be pretty interesting on how big the cluster forms and how tough the competition gets at the very center, because the density of players is quite massive, at least what it actually seems like from the map feed.
I want to see what Metal will be up to, because with how Encore went just to the edge of the ridge and then turned back, it felt like he was able to spot out some of the vehicles, at least from the side of Team X-Park. And if Metal have the information to work with them, that means they have an opportunity to try and secure a knock and then push upon those factories, try and see if they can get a few early finishes. But ladies and gentlemen, we do transition to the second stage of the game. Not a single knock has occurred in this match so far, but it looks like all of that might change, Salty, because look towards Impala. We talked about Gladiators challenging Forest Apes for their position, for their points, but this time it is the Apes that are going towards the Gladiators.
Well, we'll find out if they can take an advantage out of it, because Gladiators, the split is massive, and it's just Destro who's in those close quarters. So if a fight does break out, I think this is going to be interesting. And Destro, it does not shy away from taking the shots, and he knows that this is the team of Forest Apes. Wizgod taking massive damage from that Scaril, but it seems like Forest Apes, they aren't going to turn around Wizgod. I think the risk will be there. Will he survive? Not really. Destro just finding that connection. And of course, the tap shots will be able to clean him up. One of the most important players from Forest Apes has been brought down in Team Apes. Are they stopping on their tracks in order to revive their comrade?
If they do, it can be a massive bait and an upset for them, because now Destro knows exactly where the knock is. The information is definitely going to be relayed to the other lads from the side of Gladiator Esports. And look at the radar. The backup is on its way. Destro, also being extremely patient, realizes if he runs forward right now, he's going to run into a 1v4. But Phoenix was there for his teammate. Wizgod is going to be brought back into the matchup, and Forest Apes reunited again, all four players together. But Gladiator is still looking to cause some trouble. But the opportunity, it won't really be there this time around. The distance, a little too much. Destro also realizing it. And we all know Gladiators, whenever the zone is there towards the western side of the map on Miramar, they play extremely slow. So they will be quite patient. I think they're going to tank the damage from the second blue as well. But by the time we reach the third stage, that is when they will be hitting the safe zone.
I think Gladiators could have actually capitalized on that knock had they been together, right? They could have actually pushed upwards and not given the space and time for Ash and Phoenix to come back. But Gladiators, they were very split up on that eastern shoreline. And on the other side, of course, we've got Team X-Park very close by. You've got Silly Esports, Ace Black just barely gliding right underneath the nose. And here he goes, right next to the horizon. Spray God will not manage to find the connection, but we did hear the gunshots. It seems like it's coming from Metal Esports.
Yeah, I think the shots were fired from the players of Metal Esports, and X-Park, they were looking to capitalize on it, but now even their position is going to be compromised. Spray God did take a few shots, even though they did not connect. Silly Gaming are going to be aware of the threat right behind them. In the meanwhile, the Metal, I wonder what their strategy is going to look like, because even they are going to find themselves amidst a cluster, and a unique one as well. We have Silly Gaming right next to them in the distance, spotted out in that factory. And X-Park, even their information is going to be compromised. There's another team towards the southern side of Metal, and it will depend upon the zone whether fight will occur. But in the meanwhile, Paradox taking a few pot shots on the players of Silly Gaming, does manage to connect a few, but look at this shift. What just happened? Now this is a massive, massive curveball coming in from the game as the circle moves between Power Grid and Chumacera. Ladriel and Montenuevo right on the edges. The Western Hill will become such an important position for all of these teams, and Psych being extremely close towards that mountain will give them such a big advantage in the mid-game stages, Salty.
Absolutely. I think this massive shift was not anticipated by a lot of players, and that is one of the reasons why you see that huge cavalry, the influx of vehicles inside the circle right now. And the problem is simple. In the northeastern quadrant of the circle, you've got that massive cluster happening. You've got Team NON, you've got Team Stellar Titan, Silly Esports as well. I think there is a potential collision happening at Picardo. RPS, Team Ripples, will also try and enter from a similar position. But if they go for another rotation, I think that is going to be so much more useful if they take that Montenuevo Highway. And entry inside the circle is just going to be simplified. But on the other side, ladies and gentlemen, we have a little bit of a skerfuffle happening. Team X-Park, one of their players were knocked out. It seems like it was happening with Team ASG because Potty has been knocked out in the middle of nowhere as well.
Oh, and that is the first finish of the match. ASG losing one of their players, Era Esports. If this goes on, they will have the opportunity to capitalize on the momentum from the previous match, but now finding themselves against the players of Team Godlike. Electro dropped down to around 50 HP. Senior as well, taking a massive chunk of damage. You have Sicko Gamer and another lad from the side of Air Esports who were quite healthy, but Godlike Jelly, it is his decision to back off, is going to run into the players of ASG. This could be a massive mistake, but runs to the other side of the ridge in that buggy. Now he needs to be extremely careful, Salty, because this might not work out. He's too far away from his teammates, and he's scrambling for cover and for a position where his entire squad can rotate towards, and they might be able to hold, but Jelly mid-rotation gets spotted out. It was a little bit of damage upon him, but he does turn around and try to make that escape, trying to regroup with his teammates.
Yeah. Jelly has sort of been used to these shenanigans. He goes out in those very weird rotations to try and find information, scramble for information. It seems like this one was a very risky situation for him. Could have gotten taken down by Team ASG, but he's got to thank his gods that he survived on that occasion. But what does Godlike do from this one? Because the rest of the three players, they're still outside the circle, and it seems like Jelly just discovered that right next to them is Team ASG. So do they take the fight, or do they evade?
Well, that is going to be up to them, but in the meanwhile, OR Esports faced with the same decision as they find themselves against the players of Gladiators, and it seems like Team Psych, they have the hand of the BGMI gods right on their heads, and of course the circle as well. The circle right upon them, but they abandon the center and they're going to try and defend the hill against the players of Downhill Esports. Now this will be an interesting collision.
Johnny, this is a very rare instance where two hard shifts happen in the same direction. I've never really seen this happen usually. But it is one of those rare occasions where we are moving to the crossings of Montenuevo, ladies and gentlemen, and four horsemen marching so beautifully. But on the other side, Team X-Park, what has gone into them? One player has been knocked out. The other one is also getting revived. And Nade officials, it's such a nice spot that Nade could have connected, but that did not happen.
What? Such a brilliant move, and then a comedy of errors. Three players knocked out with that nade, and, well, I guess Pro were there just baited. Dreams, the last man from the side of Team X-Park. X-Park becoming the first team to be eliminated in this match, Salty. Did you ever think this is how Miramar was going to begin?
Not really, to be honest, especially in how the tournament has sort of functioned so far. It seems like Team X-Park, they had that good run in Erangel, but once again in Miramar, it just opens up the overall leaderboard once again, because now there is that vacancy. Whoever gets that good chicken for themselves will be able to come back. But now, once again, Team NON finding that option for themselves. But I think it's OG Bot from the backline. His position was left unchecked.
That man K right there is going to be picked off. Ran into a very awkward position. The amount of utility that will lob towards him, there was no escape, but now clowning around that wall is going to be knocked out. DG Bot definitely not playing like a bot. In fact, the nade lined up. It's going to look good as well. Pain, in a lot of pain, drops down to around half HP, but the blue zone damage. Oh no! What was that? Running forward takes so much damage from the blue that goes down to the blue instead of the opposing players. But
I mean, on the other side, of course, it's Team Forest Aves who look to clean things up. Downhill Esports have been taken down, but they could not escape that fight unhurt. Look at this. Phoenix has been brought down. Ash has been brought down on his knees as well. And it's just AKOP with those 3 finishes. But what happened to Wizgod? He was taken down, and it seems like Forest Aves, they've been pincered down to a pickle right now. Team Psych, so much pressure applied from this higher turf that they have. I think this is the perfect time for them to might even go and charge up because Forest Apes, they're hurt, Johnny.
Psych, they wanted this high ground for a long time and finally they have gained it for themselves. But look at this. OR Esports still in a scuffle. Did manage to dodge out the players of Gladiators a while ago, but now they find themselves stuck in an awkward spot outside the zone. They have Team Godlike waiting for them on the other side of the ridge, and of course the players from the side of Native Official down below to be extremely careful. The smoke is going to be quite enough for cover, but now the pressure is going to be multiplies as even Team Psych will have a line of fire available. In the meanwhile, Admino scrambling to create some movement space for his teammates with the help of those smokes, but the nade was good instead, and Secret, the man knocked out. This is going to be a troublesome position for OR Esports to be in.
Absolutely. I think Godlike have done a good job pinning down OR Esports. And of course, they will be choked by the blue. This is stage 5, of course, ladies and gentlemen. And you know the damage is significant. But it seems like Godlike had to realize that they had to ease up the pressure on that one. OR Esports still trying to create an opening for themselves. Secret is still knocked out, but it seems like OR Esports, they do not really have to worry about Godlike anymore, but the entirety of the map which is right underneath them, because there are so many lines of sight that is open, Johnny.
There are multiple fights happening right now in this game, specifically towards the southeastern edge of the circle, but there was one more thing that just happened and it changed everything. The circle took a drastic shift towards the eastern edge of the one prior to it, and that has swung the game in the hands of Metal Esports. But this fight, it is going to change everything, because while Godlike, they are trying to take the players of Nade Official out of this game. Look at the radar, the players from the side of OR and Gladiators. They have the opportunity to close in, slam for that third party and pick off the points. In the meanwhile, though, both these teams, it seems like, are struggling for that opening knock. Gunmaster was taken out, but he's been brought back as well, so we're back to a 4v4.
But I like what Nade Officials just did over there. Split themselves up in a 2-2 situation. Now, one group has to attract all the attention, and it seems like it is going to be the likes of Gunmaster, considering that knockout came from there. But are Godlike aware of the fact that this has happened? But from the back lines, look at what OR Esports just did. They slam in onto the compound, and now Nade Officials, they're caught in a pickle, but still they recover from that. 2 players from OR Esports being taken down. In fact, the entire team wiped off in a flash. Nade Officials, what a fabulous game from them. But now the fight lines are open for Godlike.
Oh my god, 8 eliminations on the lads from Nade Official, but now Godlike, they might have the opportunity to wipe them out. The nade was lobbed by Aditya. Unfortunately, it did not connect on a single player. Criminal, definitely being a criminal, hiding in a corner. Gunmaster from the distance, utility after utility being lobbed to try and shut down the players of Godlike. And Aditya specifically is who he is aiming for. In the meanwhile, though, Gladiators, they have arrived as well, but they're getting kicked out back to the lobby. I believe Justin might be the last player from the side of Team Gladiators surviving in this game, and he's not going to be surviving for long.
Yeah.
He is stuck inside the open position. The moment Team Godlike, they have the opportunity to move to the ridge, they will finish him off.
I'm not really sure about Gladiators, but on the other side, Nade Officials, they've done such a fabulous job holding back Godlike as well as OR Esports. It's not easy to handle those two oppositions simultaneously, especially when you play from a 2-2 split. It seems like Godlike themselves have other plans. They are looking to forge their way at the center of the circle, and in way to do it, they are trying to take those spot shots against Team Psych. It seems like there's just one player at the smack center of the circle, and that's AKOP. Too much for just one player, isn't it?
Yeah, it is definitely too much for just a single lad, and the same thing goes for Justin as well. In the meanwhile, this fight between these two squads, it feels like it is a little overextended right now. Both of them still scrambling for that first pick against each other. The two teams that showed up were destroyed by them in tandem, but Need official, the only disadvantage they might have is the fact that they lost one of their lads earlier on. And Team Godlike, they still are there with all 4 players standing.
The problem is that Nate officials, they're just a tad bit outside the circle. Godlike aren't going to move an inch because they know they only have to traverse a couple of meters to enter the circle. And that means the ball isn't going to be the court of Nate officials. And that's why they want to influx their players inside of this compound. Nate being flushed inside, and the shotgun from its criminal is going to devastate Jonathan. He wants to confirm that finish. And here it is. The opening has been found.
He ran indoors inside where the players of Godlike were waiting to protect their teammates, but he did not care. The DBS still standing strong, and well, what is going on? Team Godlike getting destroyed. Z-God comes in from the back, clutches out the 1v2 for his squad. An incredible save coming in from Z-God, just dragging his team out of perdition. Jelly will be the only survivor he can save. But still, a 2-man squad is better than a no-man squad.
Absolutely, it seems like it's time for the backlines to actually shine bright. But on the other side, it's Metal Esports. They have an opportunity to make amends of the debacle that happened on the map of Erangel. And this time, I think they're not going to give away the positions. All 4 players still surviving. And they have that beautiful compound and the map control. But let's just have a look at the replay once again. Godlike, how beautifully they could come back into this fight. Z-God just coming in, spraying down his opposition in a flash. But that opening against Jonathan, I think Godlike could have got this much cleaner than they actually found it.
They could have, but it was an impromptu bait. I just realized they forced them to run inside that building, and their plan always was to just collapse them once they were indoors. That is such a genius idea right there.
Yeah, genius for sure. But look at this circle once again. Might actually require a genius from the other teams as well. 4 horsemen, they're under so much pressure from this bird's eye view. You can just watch those nades and the throwable just glide past it. Trajectories, of course, are right behind this little ridge that they have set up. 3 vehicles in tandem, but that is the only piece of cover that they have. But now the circle has actually moved away from them, and it is on top of Psych. The Lady Luck has blessed them with open arms, and it is such a beautiful circle that they can control. Everyone else will be underneath their mercy.
Especially considering they have the high ground advantage to work with. Things are going to be extremely easy, but oh! Siam out of nowhere finds the opening yet again, and 4 horsemen, they are also getting destroyed by the players of Metal. Metal now, eyes set, all on the chicken dinner, and the players of Psych looking to eliminate them from the game. Asad has been knocked out. Orzi in the backline is extremely low, and plus there will be the pressure from the players of Godlike as well in a few short moments.
Exactly, but amidst all of this happening, Justin from Gladiators
he's
is
still
surviving. He's still surviving, and he's still in the backlines, and he has not participated in any fight whatsoever. He can play the spoil sport for Metal. He can play the spoil sport for Godlike as well. And I think little do Team Psych know as well that Justin is in the backlines. He is having a time of his life. He does have the 6x scope as well. This is appropriate. But Paradox in the backlines, what exactly is he doing?
Well, if he heals up, then we are going to be sure. Oh, he's waiting for extra info. I think that's the backup plan for the players of Metal. 3 players running forward. Paradox has 2 first aids left. And while the players of Godlike are going to be spotted out, and Paradox did try to go for the shots, he did get picked off. And now this might be a disadvantage for the players of Metal. We have Psych still with 3 players left. Godlike 2 players remaining. Justin still left standing, but Metal getting annihilated. A moment of desperation leads to a lot of mistake, and Psych as well charging towards the players of Godlike, looking for a few picks.
I love what Justin is doing right now. He gave them a tinge of information that I'm still alive, and that got Godlike's attention, and it seemed like it was Team Psych who found them completely out in the open. But this man can actually change it all up. Finally gets spotted by Jelly, who damages him quite low, and it's a sliver of HP. He is being done and dusted. It's a 1v3 for this lad, but Jelly, will he be able to do the impossible is the question, Johnny.
Oh, it's going to be so difficult. He has the shotgun to work with. The M4 is definitely going to be there. No utility. The armor is shot up, helmet shot up as well. Needs to be careful. The damage from the nade is going to be there. Psych. They push forward, an easy finish in the end game. But what a brilliant chicken dinner from Psych. They were in control of the circle from the start till the very end. I got worried when the players of Metal started to push in their direction. I thought Psych was going to get wiped out then, but no. the distraction from the players of Godlike was enough to allow them breathing space to save themselves.
Quite certain, because I kind of felt like when Medal Esports, they kind of charged up against Four Horsemen, I felt like the game plan was simple to try and take down teams on the flank first and then go up charging inside the circle. Four Horsemen could have been massive distraction if they had charged against Team Sight directly. But speaking about Team Psych, it has been their second chicken dinner of this particular week so far. It's been a fabulous performance and a comeback and a half, because if you remember in week number 1, Psych were definitely struggling.
They were struggling, and now in 2 days they have gone ahead and secured 2 chicken dinners, which is I think what the team was hoping for as well. And all the both the chicken dinners that they have did come with decent finishes as well. So I think they're going to hold a good position in the overall leaderboard as of now.
Yeah.
But this can change their standings, at least for this week. They have to work the same way in week 3 if they want to make it to the finals.
Absolutely. I'm pretty sure the Team Psych, the comeback will be there if they get those much coveted bonus points, Johnny.
Yes.
We have been talking about them. The entire narrative of today is going to be around the bonus points. But for us, we have prepared something fun for all of you guys. Just go check it out. Well. Hopefully you've had a taste of Fool's Blessings as well, ladies and gentlemen. It is a beautiful set, be it the Scarl, be it the DP28, or be it the sets themselves. They are absolutely phenomenal. Just go to your game and do check it out, of course. But speaking about checking out, we also have to check out the overall standings. Why are you raising your eyebrows like that, Johnny? I'm scared of you.
No, you asked me to check it out.
Not me out. I asked you to check out Fool's Blessing skin, not me. I'm not Fool's Blessing. Inside the game, you will find it. But for now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, let's just have a look at the highlights. As long as me and Johnny, we are going to do our eye battle for now.
Yeah, I mean, the one battle in the game that I enjoyed the most was Godlike against Nade, OR pushing in, and then Gladiators also. 2 teams getting destroyed who had absolutely nothing to do with that fight when it began.
I mean, to be honest, I kind of agree with you. Their Nade officials, they were phenomenal. But what happened to OR Esports is something which will always remain a mystery. I think we'll have to call upon Fixes to try and solve that, because they came in charging and they initially were fighting as Godlike. They wanted to involve in this particular fight, but 2 players from Nade official were enough to clean them out.
Yeah, same thing happened to the Gladiators as they also went for a push on the same compound right after the players of OR Esports got eliminated, and they suffered the same fate. But props to Justin. I mean, I did not think he was going to be able to make it to the top 3 of this match, but thanks to Metal making a few mistakes in the last clutch moments when they actually had a brilliant opportunity for the win, Justin was able to survive. The extra points are definitely going to be beneficial to the players from the side of Gladiators. But of course, the winners of the game, Team Psych, patience displayed in the last moments of the match is what won them the game.
That is a hallmark, right?
Yeah.
Team Psych has always displayed patience. They've got the experience of CV in their lineup as well. So they know how to kind of carry forward that momentum. And I think Erangel did not really show us that. But Miramar was absolutely perfect. And the same goes for Metal Esports, as I guess, Billy, because on the map of Erangel, they looked a little lackluster. That one fight against FS where Turbo just absolutely wiped them off, I felt like that was not true Metal Esports. This one was, because this one had so much discipline involved.
Exactly, and they were holding a position towards the northeastern edge of the circle, and then the circle just shifted towards the eastern side, giving Metal the prime spot inside the zone. It happened, I think, just the second last zone shift, and because of that, Metal, they were able to deal with the pressure that was coming upon them from the squads all around them. That is where they got the finish points. But holding on to that cover did get them a decent amount of points for placements as well. One team that actually played this game very well in terms of rotation was actually Forest Apes, because we saw them start from that Elazar position, and then we see them towards the southwestern edge at one point taking a fight. I believe it was against 4HM.
Yeah.
I might be wrong about that. And then they felt the pressure from Psych and fell down.
One of the greatest forte which used to be in X Orangutan lineup was the rotation and how they used to protect their four-man strong unit inside of the final circles. But this time, I think, especially coming under the banner of Forest Apes, that strength has sort of been dwindling down because constantly they keep losing bodies in very unorthodox position. You saw that knock against Vizgod against Destro, which was completely unnecessary. I understand the rotation had to be made and Vizgod had no information. But once again, the way they come back from situations like that, in every single fight they take, they keep on losing bodies, which never used to be the case. And slowly and steadily, I think, as the game progresses, as today's day progresses, Johnny, I think this team, they're sort of coming down the charts in terms of the overall rankings.
I mean, yeah, the drop is definitely there, and everyone's going to be worried about it. But hopefully, I mean, they still have one more week remaining, a few more matches left. They can make a comeback. Are you also hopeful about the Forest Ape?
I am hopeful for every single team, but most importantly, I'm hopeful for Gladiators right now because Gladiators will be one of those teams who deserve the limelight, who deserve that little bit of a the pedestal that we have been giving them, because their gameplay is fabulous, but it's just been, I believe, confidence or the lack of it, which has sort of resulted them in losing out on their momentum.
I don't think it's lack of confidence. I think it is a little bit extra, too much extra confidence that is there in the Gladiators. But we can't be too upset. I mean, this was a brilliant game from their side. 18 points were secured. 10 for placement, 8 for the finishes that they had. So overall, it wasn't a bad performance.
Yeah, but the point is that they need a lot more of these, because when we saw the overall rankings, they're still in the danger zone, Johnny. And to come out of the danger zone, make your way inside the top 16, it's not going to be easy. 2 games are done and dusted, and it just means that I believe, if I'm not mistaken, 1 or a maximum of 2 games remain for Gladiators. Do you think that's enough? Because the narrative was set for the day. Me and Fixes talked about it as well, that Gladiators need at least 1 chicken dinner to get back to their prime, and it seems like that chicken dinner has been missing. For sure, this was a good game, but they need to look for more.
See, ideally, when you expect a team to get a chicken dinner, you are expecting them to get somewhere beyond 20 points, between 20 to 25. And at the end of the day, it is about those averages, right?
Yeah.
They've gotten 18 in this one. If they drop a big elimination, they have a big elimination match in the future as well. I think it should balance things out. So not a lot to be worried about, to be honest. But I do understand your point. They need to get those bonus points one way or the other. But we have the MVP from the side of Gladiators, by the way.
Yeah.
It is Justin.
Absolutely. 6 finishes on this lad. And he's been fabulous, not just in terms of finishes, but also securing those position points as well. Because I felt like the position points were the biggest takeaway for Gladiators in this match. But have a look at this. You've got Z-God from Team Godlike. And we were always talking about it. Me and Fixes had a conversation once again about this, that he's always been in the back lines, but now all of a sudden he is sort of getting the much needed respect that he deserves.
Yeah, that moment when he just runs in, absolutely destroyed the players of Nade Official. That is the moment that you see in Hollywood action movies, right? The hero shows up, he's there to save the hostages, and that is what Z got there, did for his teammates. Unfortunately, that final fight out in the open, had they had the numbers, maybe they could have won, but that wasn't really the case.
Absolutely, but let's just find out how many points did these teams acquire from this game, of course, because that is where majority of the focus lies. Team Psych at the very top, 22 points secured, not really a very high finish number for this team. 7 eliminations, quite decent, 22 points, but for Godlike, I think this was a much needed game. 9 eliminations and 12 position points. We did not really catch that, did we?
Yeah, we did not. I mean, we saw them secure a few eliminations when OR Esports show up, and I think by the end of things, they were also picking off the players of 4 Horsemen and the players from the side of Medal, so they have stolen a few finishes away from the opposition. But overall, it was a nice game coming in from Godlike. Gladiators also having a wonderful run, as I said, 18 points on the board, Medal with 14. But I'm very happy looking at the finish counter from the side of Nade. I love this kind of aggression, and had they continued this from the start, we would have seen them very high up in the overall ranking. But hey, even now is not too late. They still have the entire week 3 remaining, and you never know. In 5 games, if they have 3 big ones, we're going to see them in the finals.
Absolutely, and
We
who
might.
would not
Yeah.
enjoy them in the finals when a two-man roster just completely wipes out an opposition? I'm specifically talking about OR Esports, who got wiped out by them. 2 finishes, 1 position points.
Yeah.
Trouble just keeps on piling up for this lineup. It's not just them, Error Esports. From the map of Erangel to the downfall of Miramar, consistency was always a problem for this lineup, and it still is.
My question, Salty, to you is, what happened to Xbox? Do you remember? Because I don't remember seeing them in the game. I mean, I saw them when they were spotted out by the players of Metal, and then they just disappeared.
Okay, so I remember seeing Xbox, and I remember them getting taken down, but I don't remember when. I have a little bit of a memory issue, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a long time. I have sort of trained my head a little bit. It's fine. We're all gamers. We don't need to use our head too much, is it?
Yeah, no wonder you can't climb your ranks, buddy. But anyways, I mean, yeah, strategy is definitely an important thing. Don't listen to this man about it. You need to plan things out inside of the
See,
matches.
that is
It's
one of the
very
that is one of the reasons why I'm gonna sit here. I'm gonna watch the games and I'm gonna enjoy. I'm not gonna be coaching a lineup, because if I do so, then not winning any games whatsoever, ladies and gentlemen. But with that being said, enough of banter on desk. Let's just move ahead with the day so far. It's been a fabulous journey, to be honest, on Erangel, on Miramar, but now it's gonna be the map of Sandhawk, where we're gonna see a lot of forests, a lot of trees, and hopefully a lot of reptiles.
Well, let's see how this game is going to turn out for these teams. We have a group change also happening, ladies and gentlemen. That is the one thing that my man forgot to mention, that Group 7 is going to be there joining us for the next game. And guess what? There's one more change. Since Salty needs a little bit of a break, we're going to bring Fixes back on, who's going to be joining me in the action that is about to take place. And it was an exciting journey, Fixes, for the first 2 matches, but that game of Miramar, I am pretty sure that you have a lot to say about a lot of teams.
Yeah, I have to start off with the fact that Group 8's matches are over. We don't have any more of Team X-Pac or Godlike or Medal or Silly coming into the fray. So now,
start with the bad news.
it's not a bad news. It's just something I think we need to inform our viewers.
Yeah, that is
but,
true.
now, heading on, we did talk about how good Godlike were, how things did not work out for Team X-Pac. But now moving ahead, I think we need to bring the focus down to Gladiators. They haven't really been having a good time heading on. They still have 2 more games to go, and they have to hit the ball out of the park.
I mean, they definitely do have to. And I mean, Salty was telling me this, and you were saying this during game number 1, how they are they will desperately be looking for a chicken dinner for themselves in order to secure a position in the top 16. But that match, the previous game of Miramar, 18 points. Now, where does this get them? How much do they need to perform in order to get that position, get to that safety cushion?
I think they still need the better of those bonus points, and I think they are in the race for that. I think I would still want them to grab a chicken dinner. I think that's not going to only help them in improving points, but I think that bonus points are getting ahead a little bit. That is what they're after, that reward.
Yeah, and the chicken dinner basically just makes everything much easier for you. I mean, you are the only sole survivor left standing in the end of the game, and if you have 10 eliminations on top of that, that is 25 points just from that one game. And I think if Gladiators can secure a win like that, they will definitely be celebrating after that game, but they will feel a lot of resistance because their group, it seems like, especially a few teams, are eyeing out for them and them alone.
And now let's, we have to kind of shift the conversation from Gladiators to God's Reign, right?
Yeah.
And God's Reign, they've been having a really good time yesterday also. I think out of the 3 games that they played, in 2, they were in the top 3. They were doing pretty decent. Let's see how they play in this one.
And one more team that I would like to bring the attention to is going to be the side of Glitch Reborn.
Yeah.
There has been a little bit of an inconsistency in the last few days, but overall, if you look at their journey, the graph is on an upwards trajectory, and if the improvement continues, you never know. By the time we reach week 3, we're going to see a new rendition of Glitch Reborn, especially considering that the OG lineup of the team has started to play the matches again altogether. But let's see how this map of Wakendy is going to go for them, ladies and gentlemen. We will see the plane hit the sky in a few short moments, and after that, we're going to have the flight path on our screens. But I guess there's going to be a little while, because when you are trying to start an engine of an aeroplane in the winters, apparently it takes a while.
A little while. I think
Yeah.
we love that. More camera time for us,
Oh
and
yeah.
we might be there. But yeah, I think gives us enough time to talk about
Yeah.
a few other teams. You did mention about Glitch X Reborn. You would want Ralph and Duke to step it up like they did in week number 1. But when you move on to the other teams, we still have OR in the mix, and seems like the jigsaw that they were kind of trying to fit in the puzzle, nothing has been working out, and it's all just haywire for them.
You're still hoping for the legacy to come back, right?
Yeah. My best OR team was when Jelly, Aditya, Atanki, and Aru were playing together. The boys, we love them, don't we?
Exactly, but now the boys have split up
We
indeed.
still do love this current OR, but they need time, and I think that's something that they do not have in
I
their
mean,
grasp.
just looking at the lineup on paper, you can definitely say that, yeah, the potential is through the roof right now. The performance that there, it does not justify the caliber of these players. But you also have to consider this, that everyone has stepped up their game so much. It's not just about OR esports anymore. You can't even predict what teams like ASD or Stellar Titans are going to be up to. Stellar Titans especially, I mean, there are a few matches in which they just play like the best team in this entire tournament.
That is where you have sort of given the answer, and quite erratic is how I would like to define them. There are
Yes,
moments where
they
they're
are.
absolutely good, and then there are moments where we're kind of left scratching our heads, as in what are they doing? And for the Gladiators, for OR right now, Gladiators still in a better position, to be honest, but they need to roll it off their shoulders.
Yeah.
Whatever has happened, they have still 2 more games going. Of course, you have to include this one also. So Gladiators definitely need to bounce back, but I want to bring the attention of our viewers towards Team Psych, who I feel have been quite underrated because they're one of the only 2 teams who have managed to secure 2 chicken dinners in this week.
That is quite true. And Psych, they've been phenomenal in how they do it as well. While the other teams, I have realized, are going to be reliant on that mid-game aggression to secure the
Correct.
finish points, and especially during the late game is where they are going to look for those finish points. Psych, they don't even worry about the finishes. Their objective is just a safe haven where they can protect their numbers, all 4 players still alive. And if that condition turns out to be true by the time Psych reaches the top 5 teams remaining marker inside of the game, that is the time when they start taking the fights. I mean, it is extremely late, but hey, if it works, it works.
The best part about Team Psych, what they've been doing, Johnny, is they kind of try to pick up the center of the circle,
Yeah.
and they just hunker down on that spot. Stay there for quite some time. Whoever tries to possess any sort of challenge, they're ready for that. Their spread is good. We've seen all these boys. They've been playing from quite some while. I think the former players of Autobots, if my memory serves me right, and a few additions here and there, but that's still a-okay. And this has been the sort of tournament where you do not have enough matches. You always constantly playing with different teams, different players. So, a lot of permutations, combinations going on. But seems like Psych have found that secret sauce. And,
Yeah.
they're using that in their favor.
Another team that is looking for the secret sauce but haven't really found them yet. I want to know your thoughts on the OGs.
Yeah, I mean, OGs have been in a similar spot. Like
Yeah.
you talk about UKO7, where this is one of those teams haven't really managed to get a lot of points. They're constantly feeling the pressure of the
Yeah.
lobby, and no matter, there are those days. No matter how much you try, things just don't work out.
That is true. That is so true. Because there have been moments where we have seen OG hold just a phenomenal position within a team fight. The third party just looks so easy. 3 players knocked out, 1 man standing in a corner. You see everyone. But then they just get shot in the back themselves and get taken out of nowhere. And it's just been a series of unfortunate events after the other. The execution, the idea that they have, it seems like it is perfect, but the execution is where they fail.
And it's all about the timing, the minute details.
Yeah.
Once you get into it, I think we can relate it more with the first game of Erangel. WSP taking the circle, in fact, taking on Yasnaya so quickly. All those teams that made those quick rotations, Johnny, they were the beneficiaries. They were the ones who kind of had a better outing.
Yeah.
When you sort of bring in Godlike into the picture in that one, they kind of messed up that timing a little bit. Had they gone inside the Yasnaya compound a little bit earlier, could have done certainly better.
In the meanwhile, while we are having the discussion, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a look at the
Yes.
recap of the best moments for the first two games of the day, because it is an exciting journey that still awaits us. Normally, when two games were done, we would just be like, oh, three more matches remaining. But not today. We have five more games remaining, including
Indeed.
the next map of Vacandy that will be on our screen soon. But in the meanwhile, while we have a look at the highlights and the recap fixes, or in fact, before we jump to the recap, one quick question. There's a big name that we haven't talked about yet. Big Brothers.
All right, Big Brothers, they were quite immaculate with
Yeah.
their fight yesterday. If you remember against ORB in that Erangel apartment fights, they had a good time in that matchup. And this was one of those last final games of yesterday's evening. And heading on to today, they also are in a similar spot like Gladiators are. But once we take a quick look at all the best moments, we can have a conversation in more details where we've been talking about Big Brothers. Kyoya has always been that one player for me to look out for, whilst Saif, Uzumaki, they're holding on the realms. But Turbo, what a revelation has this man been?
Hey man, the Turbo needs to be followed up with a charger, I guess, now, because he just went all in. This game number one, if there was one player everyone can talk about for hours and hours, it is going to be Turbo. Because individually he did so well for himself. Look at this, FS, they were on the verge of just getting absolutely destroyed. One nade in the spot and all of them were gone, including Turbo, but still he stood there, risked it all to take the fight against the players of Medal, and there were so many benefits to be reaped from that one decision. So many points he was able to secure for his team.
That fight for medal, I really cannot digest. They kind of threw it out of the park, right? So many things went wrong in there, and one of which was the coordination. There were miscoms, lack of confidence there. But Z-God, I think this is again salty that something he brought up. I've constantly been emphasizing on the fact that Z-God has been playing quite a crucial role. If you remember yesterday's team Godlike's chicken dinner, he was the one who got that grenade knock towards the very end. He was the one who's constantly been opening out the floodgates for team Godlike going in, where now he's getting that little bit of a trade potential where you've got Johnny and Aditya pushing in, and even if they get knocked out, he's the one doing all the cleanups.
I think as of now, everyone in Godlike is sticking to their job and doing it perfectly. I mean, you talk about Jelly being the immaculate, one of the best scouts I've seen inside of the game in this tournament so far, because he takes so much risks, secures so many important positions for his team time and time again. And sometimes it is important to fall back. The man knows exactly when that time is. Instantly regroups with his team, is able to handle the pressure quite perfectly. But along with that, I think Aditya's addition definitely has reaped a lot of benefit for this team. I mean, it has been quite crucial for the lineup, and it has just worked out. I enjoyed that bait setup that they had for the players of Nade Official, by the way. They were just waiting for them outside the compound. Nade, they did not know what hit them. They were just so happy taking Jonathan out of the picture.
Yeah, and those are the moments you kind of have that adrenaline gushing through your veins. You start feeling yourself, you've taken down one of the best players, and you're like, you have that confidence that, yes, I'm going to deal with the rest. But sometimes you kind of get blindsided. You know, you've got that blood pumping, you're like, I need to see somebody out. But then when you sort of slow things down, when it's simmered, Z-God, he was tactically a little better. But then when you bring in Aditya into this discussion, I kind of feel that Aditya, considering he left Team X-Pac just a while ago, addition of Spray God, so many things happened, right? Everybody sort of opened up the Pandora's box, not knowing what is going to happen. Aditya did not have a lot of options, but he found a right home in Godlike with Jelly being his IGL, him having played with him and having a really successful run over there. But now for Team Godlike, what I really feel is they still need some time. So many experiments going on to find where all the pieces fit in together. I hope they do it really quickly.
Okay, another team that's struggling to find where the pieces goes, and they have lost a few pieces as well, is Forest Ape. What are your thoughts on them? Because even in the last match, it seems like at one point they had such a good spot. There was a hill clash against the players of Team Psych in the distance, but I feel like with the kind of players they have, they should have easily been able to tackle that. But yet, Forest Ape, again and again, the struggles, they just aren't stopping.
Just one word. Trigger. Missing. Yeah, it's quite obvious, right? When you do not have your support, Drigger not being there in the picture, that is where things are falling down. You can see Wizcott, he's been playing
Yeah.
really well. Even AKOP, as a matter of fact, they've been doing everything right. But when it comes down to having somebody reliable, somebody experienced who's been there right from the inception of this game, you kind of miss that trigger element, something that he puts on from the cover fire. Now you can see even today, Forest Apes, they've made a couple of changes.
Yeah.
Yesterday we saw Yash playing, today it was Phoenix. You could see that they're not kind of working out together, and you could see that little bit of a chaos going during the fights where Ash, he's got to give that extra little bit of an information where I really feel that's starting to hurt them.
But isn't it a little too late to conduct these experiments now, Fixtures? I mean, it's already almost the end of week 2. In fact, week 2 will come to an end today itself, and then heading into week 3. You never know. Qualification, it's going to be a flip of a coin.
And we did also touch upon the fact that after this week we're gonna get a lot of those teams that no matter how much they try, they cannot break it into the top 16 because it's so cutthroat. Top 16 out of 96, so the ratio is pretty much not favoring the teams.
Alright, if you were given the opportunity to swap Drigger back in to
Yeah.
the side of Forest Ape, would you do that?
Any day.
Because then you take away a lot from the side of OR, apparently, according to you.
If there was a lot for OR,
Yeah.
for sure, but things aren't working out for OR. And we also do know, and we did also talk about it, right? It's kind of you get in misfits from different teams and try to put them together and hope that it works out. And hope is the word they're kind of banking everything upon, right? I did talk about opening the Pandora's box. Hope also was one of which had come out of it. And
Yeah, but didn't Hope get left behind?
yeah, and that's what's been the case for OR also.
That's for a reason, because as Mr. Sharma says, hope can be a dangerous thing. Sometimes you hold on to false hope and it accomplishes nothing. And it seems like there are a few teams that are lacking behind in terms of the overall ranking. Do you think they still have that hope for the top 16? Or not just the top 16, at least doing well in this week?
I mean, if they can go to a galaxy, then come back, learn a few things or two from the aliens, and do something magical, yeah, for sure. But I don't think that's gonna happen. And we have to be a little realistic over here.
Yeah.
And the experienced ones will always take the edge over there. You're talking about experience taking on hunger, and the team that has both of them, they are the ones to prevail eventually. Yes, there have been certain teams that have been a cut apart. You talk about teams like TTE, you talk about growing strong, then you've got a blind also having a stellar run. But these things will be going on. But I believe a voice in my head says that I think we are ready to head in on towards Weekendy.
Well, I just heard you just to hear voices in your head, Fixes.
I do. I do hear a lot of things. I do. Especially when Salty's room is right beside mine.
Oh, wait, what?
Yeah,
Why are you listening to what Salty is
I
doing? But
wish.
I heard one thing, you know what?
Yeah.
And that is the engines of the plane starting Fixtures. I mean, it is
So
going
did
to be,
I.
ladies and gentlemen, the map of Weekendy. So we will be jumping into the action soon. But
Indeed.
one last question. This is going to be a very difficult one. Who do you think, or in fact, not think, who do you want to win?
For me, Gladiators, eyes closed. I have been a huge fan of what they've been doing in the past year, and I want to see them in the finals.
Right. I mean, it is going to be quite important for Gladiators to win this as well, as we have been talking about them. Not a lot of matches remaining, but let's see how this match of theirs is going to turn out. An important game of Weekendy. But at this time around, they will face tough competition because the group they go up against has Glitch Reborn and Big Brothers. And Big Brothers also looking to regain their momentum in the overall rankings. But ladies and gentlemen, all the speculation aside, we will be jumping into the action as we have the Big Bird in the sky, and this time the flight path will be an interesting one. It's going to start off from the northwestern edge of Dobromesto, and it will be towards the northeastern side of Trevno.
It's going to pinch a lot of these teams, right? Especially when you have to drop down somewhere like Abbey or maybe Minar or Winery. You've got to take that long route in, got to find those vehicles, and hopefully, I think, Johnny, we might get to see a fight or two.
Yeah, I mean, it is Weekendy. I hope a fight happens in the early stages, because if that doesn't happen, Fixtures, we're going to be waiting for 20 minutes before the first shot is fired.
Yeah, I think I still enjoy that because once you and I are in the mix of things, we talk about a lot. We might get to talk about life, need to catch up on a lot of stuff. But Yeah, yesterday we did see that game of Vikendi where we've got the circle kind of ending towards Mount Kresnich.
Yeah.
We could see how good certain teams were playing in that. But this time, the circle forms a little down south, somewhere around Tova and
Yeah.
Abbey.
I think it is going to be a Towar end game that we might get to witness, or maybe towards the Abbey Volnova side. We have seen a Towar circle before in this tournament, and things got extremely intense in that one. But this time around, expectation for an early fight. We have a drop clash happening in the city of Dobro Mesto. And Fixers, you saw this one before me. We have the squad from the side of Stellar Titans up against Megastars Gaming. And Megastars, again, a lot of expectations when we started the tournament, but they haven't been met yet.
Ever since that switch from Team Mayavi to Team Megastars hasn't worked out. I feel there are times where they kind of force out multiple fights
Yeah.
and they do not know where to apply the brakes.
But
they need to have a leash.
How does this change impact this team? It's the same lineup.
You are signed by an org, suddenly you have devices, you've got a stable salary. There is that feeling that where you kind of feel a little settled, don't you think?
I mean, you can, but how does getting more things result in a dip in performance?
Well, that's what all these players have always been trying, right? To find a certain home, they get all the luxuries, and at the end, we are humans, right? Sometimes things get upon us, sometimes we get a little casual about things, forget the journey that they had to get there, and that's where maybe that little dip arises, and maybe Mayavi is not working with them anymore. Could also be one of their factors. But regardless, I think we have to talk to the players to know more of what's going wrong. But I don't think anything's going right there for sure.
I mean, it's not like things are going extremely bad as well, to be honest. I mean, right now what you just heard might make us sound like, all right, Megastars Gaming, they're doing very bad. But no, they are doing okay. But in the meanwhile, they are not going to be okay at all, running towards the players of Rippers. The first knock will be there for the side of Rippers, but jumping shots in tandem from the side of OR. Robin finding the trade for his team. The revive should be an easy one for them as well.
Yeah, and there you could see, right? OR are the wild hogs in the lobby. They don't care about things anymore. They want to spot somebody down, go in for that fight, and this is what they're doing. A fight against Rippers. You could see the kind of the cavalry coming back, maybe to help his teammate, but then they decided it's better to keep a little bit of a distance, to maintain that angle. You could see Hydrox a little aloof from his pack. Maybe they're waiting for the players of OR to come out in the open, and that is where they decide to take them down.
Let's see now. Rippers already one player lost. Hydroxy has the high ground advantage, but with all this information, what will Rippers do? They have the angles available to them. They have the numbers to deal with the pressure as well. The position on the flank from Hydrox is actually perfect.
They really have nothing to lose over there, Johnny. And this is something that really sets OR for a win.
What a blunder, what a whiff from Beast. The perfect opportunity to secure a knock, and he misses it. Trigger in the front lines. Robin is there as well alongside. And both the players, they have taken a lot of damage upon themselves, although Ripper still unable to find that first knock to regain control in this fight. And as I say, that is when it will happen. Robin taken out. Trigger pinned in a corner. Admino in the back lines can't really do much to help his teammates. Robin, he might just get finished off in this one. And the side of Rippers, they might regain this control.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about when I mentioned Rippers had a little bit of an angle, and this is where, they don't have any purpose there. Trigger also getting taken down, and they're running around like headless chickens over here. That's pretty evident. Admino, we know that man. He's got some individual skills of brilliance, and he delivers there with that drop shot from the DBS. But how much more can he salvage from this fight?
Man, you gotta watch where the opposition is. He was caught off guard, completely slacking. And Admino, he does not care. The movement was brilliant from Beast, but it's Admino who's the true beast in this one. 3 points secured, heading towards that 1v4. Hydrox, he's charging forward with the UMP, but the DBS is going to be the better weapon in this scenario. The jump shot, attempt number 1, the second opportunity, but Hydrox wiping the floor with Admino. Both the players, both of them were there for 3 eliminations. Admino looking for the 4th, but unfortunately fails.
Both the teams have not a lot to lose there. And yeah, both the teams had the avenue to go all out. That is exactly what they did. But Hydrox in those final moments knew that accuracy on that AMP is way too high, especially when you're jumping around. You've got that hip fire potential. One of those bullets connecting on the head.
Yeah.
But props to Admino. He did put up quite a valiant effort there. But yes, you could see, right? This is one of those games where OR, they've realized what fate awaits them. All they want to do
What was
is head
this?
out with head held side. This is purely playing on confidence and
No.
instincts.
Beast. What was Beast doing? He was running on that rooftop one side to the other.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the only reason a person might do that is if he was out of ammo, maybe.
I think, having that little bit of a slope to play around, what he was trying to do was just zigzag through it, maybe try and get a little bit of a cover, but Admino, he was one step ahead. But when you look at the circle, Johnny, you've got Nadex officials
Yeah.
having the center of the zone, and Gladiators, this is one of those teams that we're really looking out for, along with Big Brothers, two of those teams that have a lot of potentials. We did see them perform phenomenally well in the BGIS. Week 1 was decent for both these teams. Week 2, can't really say the same.
Nate Official, I mean, today has been overall, if you look at it, quite decent for their side.
Yeah.
And I expect a lot more from this team, considering in this game they have a brilliant position to work with. Abby, that cover is so big. You're going to have so much loot in the mid-game stages, in the early game stages itself, and absolutely nothing lacking. But we have Psych spotted out by the players of Nade Official. Shots were fired, but now it's time to back off because none of them connected, and now your position has been revealed.
See, this is so obvious, right, from Team Psych. Again, they drop down, take the center, and that is where they will be hunkered down for quite some time.
Yeah.
They will try to fend off any warding threats coming their way, and that has been something that has so far has worked out for them. And as the saying goes, you love to say that. If it's ain't broken, you need not fix it.
Yeah, if it's not broken, don't fix it. But at this point, I think Psych might need to fix their end game strategy. They are looking for that chicken dinner, another one in the bag, and I think if that happens, they would be in the perfect position to dream about the finals.
Yeah, we would love that, and
Yeah.
won't we? Because Team Psych, when you look at the players, we've seen them. They've played a couple of LANs. They are, well, an old team. And if you talk about Psych as an individual org, I think they go way back to even
Yes.
when I was in competitive. You talk about Sirvi and the boys, the ones
Yeah.
that went to Synergy.
1920s, right?
Yeah, the 1920s. And
That's when
we
you used to
love
play.
those days. And there were moments where we personally used to clash with them. And they're one of those other teams that used to play a lot of FPP lobbies as well, back in the days.
Yeah, back in the days, ladies and gentlemen. For the first time, I'm not the oldest guy on the panel, by the way.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, that's
Is
a
it?
good thing. I mean, it is good now. Now I can just... I don't know how that is going to be a good thing, but for now, I think Glitch Reborn, they are looking for a good position, moving towards the cement factory area, down from
Who are you,
Cosmo
Wesley?
Drone.
Are you a boomer or a zoomer?
I'm lost.
Lost. You're that one millennial still trying to find his way through, or what?
Yeah, I was born at a very awkward time frame.
All right, but still, what do you consider from your body and soul?
I mean, my
A
body...
boomer or a zoomer?
My soul is young, my body is getting way too old.
All right.
Yeah, I'm young at heart, Fixes.
Who isn't? We love to do that. We're all kids when it comes about, gaming and commentating on all these games. So what's that all happening? But God's Rain, I think we also need to touch upon this team also.
Yeah.
Because they played 3 games yesterday, barring just one. I think the remainder 2, they managed to get some top 3 finishes, top 3 positions. And that's really going well for this team.
Yeah, and we expect this to happen a little bit more often from the side, considering, I mean, as we did talk about it, and it has been the talk of the town. In fact, the entire community was talking about Oasis Edition in
Yeah.
God's Reign, and Robin moving over to another team. That was something that surprised every single person when they saw that change happen. And we were quite skeptical about things, how things might work out. But overall, it hasn't really changed a lot. They are still doing good. Of course, there is slight improvement expected to occur as the team sticks together throughout this tournament, but I hope they get everything together before the finals.
I think God's Train as a team, they've climbed the ladders. That's
Yeah, they
one thing
have.
I can say for certain because from week 1 to week 2, like you said, we did witness some improvement. Then, still debatable if it's Oves or Robin that you would prefer. I had the same discussion with Salty, and he was almost about to write a thesis on that, where I had to stop him, like, let's focus on what's at hand. But Team OG, now, this is one of those teams that haven't really seen the greener side of the grass and have been struggling quite a lot. But now the moment of truth is about to strike. Is it going to be a hard shift?
No, not yet. I don't think so. That is
Centric.
Yeah. I expect to be a central one. I mean, Weekendy doesn't do hard shifts in the early stages fixtures. What are you talking about? Let's see.
We have been thrown off. If I could see a Stalber circle, if
I
things
think
really
it
go
barely
right,
moved.
Beckham needs to come in. He needs to bend the circle. Let's see if he can do that. Gonna make some predictions. Does it? Does it maybe go towards somewhere like...
Did you notice what God's Reign were up to up north?
Yeah,
What is that? 4-man white split?
insurance policy. Get your meds in, go in for that healing battle. It has come down to that, hasn't it?
Yeah, this is not what we were talking about when we said the team was doing quite well for themselves. But to be fair, this is also Weekendy, right? This is where heel battles
Yeah.
began. This is the map that started that strat.
I don't know if I have to be proud of that because for the players, for the teams, it's good, right? But for a
Yeah.
viewer, that is where you kind of keep on wondering, what are these players doing? Give us some action, give us some carnage, give us some fights. But Gladiators, a team we really need to talk about once again. Outside, taking that damage of the blue, they will be fine. They will get inside the circle. But whom do they take that fight against? And are they going to end with a chicken dinner? That is a big question.
Well, it's always going to be a question when it is the Gladiators, because they also have a tendency of overheating inside of the match, running into one squad fight after another, and then getting picked off eventually. In the meanwhile, those Stellar Titans on our screens are playing from that eastern edge of the map and moving towards the western side. Hopefully, they manage to get there safely, but let's see how this game is going to turn out for them. One team fixtures that is there inside the center of the circle right now. No, it's not Great Esports. It is the squad from ORB, actually. I want to talk about them because ORB, again, you mentioned this a few days ago. In fact, you mentioned this yesterday. This team has history. That name has a lot of history.
A lot of history, but feels like not being carried forward properly at this point. It's a pressure.
Yeah,
that's
and we've
really
seen
hitting them.
Lynch and Skull for a long time as well.
Oh yeah, Lynch and Skull, they've been there in the scene. They've constantly been trying to, break through into the competitive tier 1 circuit,
Yeah.
which they have finally done. And as much as rewarding it feels for them, but still they understand getting into the big leagues, it's a whole different ball game. They need some time
Look at
to
this
adapt.
shot.
Yeah.
I love that aerial view right there. Hydrox, last survivor.
But what I also love
Yeah.
is Great's positioning. Around Volnova, I feel like this circle is going there.
Oh, I mean, Volnova shift is actually going to be exciting. It's a massive city, a lot of compounds to work with for a lot of these teams. But considering as of now there's absolutely no one there, it will be very difficult for that late game entry, whoever goes for it. In the meanwhile, though, Hydrox, as we talked about him, last man remaining from the side of Rippers, has secured 3 eliminations for his team. 4 is the total count for the entire squad, and I think it is quite clear because those 10 first aids in the backpack lead us to believe, and in fact he only has one option at this point: go for a heal battle.
Yeah, that's one of the options. Otherwise, you could pull off a shadow, maybe what he was doing yesterday at a wrangle. Hide in a central spot, kind of camouflage yourself.
Yeah.
You could do that, but here's the shift, like you anticipated, quite concentric. But when you go towards Volnova, we've seen those iterations going there. Back in the days, you had Team Megastars, if you remember,
Yeah.
the OG Megastars. They used to kind of drop down over there, have a lot of that circle, and you had a thought?
Yeah, I was looking at the players of Glitch. Look at that. That's a good insurance policy. They have Chris on the main island, and then 2 players towards the castle area, Ralph and Scuba. Now, after this shift, there's a very small chance of the circle moving towards the castle area, but in case it does, Glitch will be the only team to be able to control that eastern edge.
I like
Western
ASG's
edge, sorry.
position. I really like ASG's position, and I feel like Great might want to take that objective fight there. because we are yet to witness a hard shift.
Yes.
Usually comes around the 4th shift or that 5th shift, but there will be one. No way on earth that goes towards non. No way it kind of centrally gets down there. But for 5 Filter Esports, they have been one of the teams that play behind the shadows, right? Always invisible. They come out of nowhere, have one of the players surviving in the final circles, but seems like God's Reign finally decided to enter inside the zone.
Well, God's Reign, they are finally here towards the northern. They stopped 87 meters outside the edge. They're still not in the circle. We called it too soon, Fixes.
They found another first aid.
Oh. All right. So
How many do they have?
But wait, fight breaking out. Gladiators against the players of Glitch. Glitch Reborn losing Delta as soon as they kick things off. The trade was there though. Glitch Duke, he has been phenomenal throughout the 2 tournaments we've witnessed him in. And now looking to see if he can secure that elimination point for his team. The damage is going to be dished out, but the finish still not in the hands. Scuba in the backlines though. This is brilliant what the players of Glitch are doing. They have flanks covered. They still have the numbers equalized, and if Gladiators go for a revive, then Glitch will have a 3v2 option.
We can still have Great in the picture, but Duke, this is a beautiful grenade coming in. Delta has been finished off. Destro also taken down. This is the moment Team Glitch were waiting for. They know they've got the numbers advantage. They know they've already put in a spanner into the works of Team Gladiators, and this is where things go downhill for them.
The utility utilization from the side of Glitch Reborn is just spectacular. But now looking to push with the TBSs. Shogun and Destro destroyed. Gladiators down to the last Gladiator. Is willing to fight for his life. Justin holding on to the stairs. And here's the footsteps. Waiting for the players. The DBS is ready, and well, Justin, the reaction is going to be delayed though. Luckily, the damage was taken by Shogun, and now Justin goes for a push, realizes he is outnumbered. A preemptive nade being cooked, the damage still upon him. He's going to lob it towards the players of Glitch, but before he can do anything, he gets destroyed. The numbers advantage playing a huge hand in that fight.
There were 99 other things Justin could have done. He still had those smokes. He could have deployed one. Maybe got a few more time, but seems like the panic had settled in. And this is not Gladiators playing in their natural habitat. Look at them. They were trying to contest for the center, and this is exactly what I was talking about. The little bit shift, slightly towards the northern side. I think Team Megastars might benefit from that. God's Reign, they've got quite a lot of control. And where I was wrong was, they're still going to enjoy themselves.
Yeah, they have a brilliant compound to work with actually as well. So that Toar control in the early stage is definitely giving a lot of benefits for the players of NON. 5Filter Esports, let's just see one player towards their south. It's Aman, the other 3 players still towards that northwestern edge. But another team that's in a brilliant position is this one, Big Brothers, close to the center, and they have a decent compound to work with. I mean, the players are going to be forced to huddle up all together if a fight heads their way. But I think it is Big Brothers. They can make it work, and I think their fight might just break out against the players of Megastars Gaming, who seem like are moving towards the center from the northwestern edge of the circle.
What the right word will be is they need to make this work. They've got no other options. Because start of this day, they were around the 31st position, and they have to climb up. Considering they have to match their performance of week 1 or even do better, they need to get a chicken dinner. With Gladiators out of the picture right now, Big Brothers will be feeling quite happy for themselves, especially considering the position they are holding on to right now. But Team Megastars, they are one of those X factors, or you could say the variables. You do not know how they are going to react to a certain situation. So Big Brothers need to be careful for whatever that's coming their way.
Fixes. Rippers, they have been eliminated from the match as well. The last man, Hydrox, was on a run for his life, has been finished off, and Rippers, they're going to be forced to take an exit on that 14th position. But, now this is a very stressful situation. Your teammates are almost 1,000 meters away, and you're forced to hold on against an entire squad all by yourself. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll come back to that because it seems like there's chaos brewing in this map of Vacandy as ORB, they find themselves against the players of Stellar Titans.
Yeah, Stellar Titans forcing this fight out. Black needs to find some support, needs to find a knock. Indeed has done that. Zanis has already been taken down, and here comes the entire horde of Team ORB charging in. You've got a killer inside the little compound. He's got a little bit of an HP, but DG Bot can't say the same about him.
Yeah. DG Body has been revived, but Skull sees both of them right in their faces. The nade is going to be lobbed, and Lynch's second follow-up grenade is the one that secures the knock for the side of Team ORB. Stellar Titans getting absolutely destroyed, all thanks to the utility usage from the players of ORB. What a phenomenal fight.
Finally, this is the kind of a confidence that Team ORB needed, right? Especially when Stellar Titans decided to go for that push in. They went in for that ramp, did not work out. And this is where we stand corrected. They've sort of been erratic. There have been moments where defensively they play so well, but when it comes to down to forcing fights, that is where they fall short.
Let's see how the rest of the game is going to turn out for them, because the shift of the zone is not too far away from their position. They just have to move a few meters, and there's an isolated compound just south of where Big Brothers are that ORB can potentially take, but the OG is getting destroyed by the hands of God's Reign. Reckless looking to go for a push. Ninja Jord, the preemptive Molotov to stop them in their tracks. Still needs to be careful, waiting for the backup to arrive. Nade being cooked. This one connects, can change everything. The advantage swinging in the favor of God's Reign. That's what they are looking for. Obase from the flank is looking to see if he can help his teammate out, but that's going to be the second knock, and a blunder from the side of God's Reign as well. One player knocked out, Ninja Jord. He's going to be on his knees, but should be an easy revive for Obase. In the meanwhile, Sandhu on the ground floor looking to bring Reckless back into the fray.
And the big question is, how quickly can Godstrain get back into this fight? Because Equinox, he finally had, the cavalry has arrived, trying to provide some support. He's got a different angle, and I'm pretty sure Sandhu might be aware of that little intervention there. Godstrain in a rock and a hard place there.
What is going on?
To run and hide, and now they're just starting to dig their own graves, going down, courtesy to their own grenades, and I think that has to be a wipe.
Yeah, that is a wipe, and that's a free point in the hands of... Oh, wait, what? Oh, yeah, they don't get it, I think.
Yeah, just placed. He's been taken down.
But anyways, I mean, a massive blunder, and it could have happened to the players of God's Reign as well, because when Equinox was there lobbing a nade, it didn't go through. It hit the edge of the broken wall and just fell a few meters ahead of him. Luckily, wasn't enough damage. He was at the edge of the radius, so he did survive. Reckless. He wasn't lucky. Well, his name is Reckless, to be honest. Why are we surprised?
Living up to it. He should be proud. But yeah, the few moi moments, we've been having that meme trending along. But you've got the circle finally taking another shift. Again, Team Psych really being in a good position. They've control over that little hill, and not really on the precipice of it. But now ASG, a very good team. We've seen them perform incredibly well in Sandhawk yesterday. But how good they are against Great.
Oh, Body, this could be a mistake. He knows the opposition is there behind that rock, but still with Azima is looking to rotate, regroup with the rest of the team. Great Esports, Daljit, one of the most experienced players in this entire lobby, still holding his team together, still holding the flank all alone against the players of ASG. Needs to be careful though, no utility left on Daljit apart from the 3 smokes in the backpack. Oh, the M4, it's going to be aimed, but no, Pegasus survives.
Yeah, Daljit is going to take another shot at it this time. However, connects. Now, this is good stuff going on for Great. But where's the follow-up? Do they have the others also trying to push in? I believe they're trying to intend to do that. But where are they actually? They're outside the zone and they have to get in. And I'm pretty sure they want to force a fight here, Johnny.
They do want to force a fight, and this was the perfect opportunity to do that as well. 2 knocks secured, ASG under extreme pressure, and look at this. While one of the players tries to get away, Great Esports, they are just hunting them down, chasing them. And well, that would be the end of it. Pinned out in a corner, nowhere left to go. Whoa, it's ORB who end up getting those eliminations.
Yeah, ORB look to be in a really good form here. 7 finishes already, have a good spot. Finally will make them move inside the zone. But this is where things really start getting intensified. A lot of cleanups happening. It's still the 6th stage and 28 players are alive. Little bit of a space for all these teams to move here and there. But ORB in no man's land as they land right in front of Suryajot. He's managed to get one. Can he get a couple more? Nada is the answer.
Well, but still was able to dish out a lot of damage on the players of ORB. So great esports. They will have the opportunity to secure those elimination points later on. But considering they are also down to their last surviving player, which is Draco in the backlines, they will have to be extremely careful with how they make it happen. Black spotted out. Damage was there from the M4, but not enough for the knock.
Draco, this could connect. Just finding that right elevation. Has he? Draco already very low on HP. Did hit the mark, but Vision in the last nick of time just went a little ahead. And that's all she wrote for Team Great as they finally take the fall, bite the dust over there. But ORB, they have been phenomenal as we have another fight. It is going to be Team Megastars taking on God's Reign.
Well, look at this. God's Reign, high ground advantage. Blacks in the back lines taking damage from the nades. They are inside the edge of the blue zone, so they don't really have to worry about being electrocuted, but the nades constantly lobbed upon them. Blacks knocked out. Thunder is still standing, but with barely any HP left. God's Reign looking to push together. Ninja Jord leading the charge, is aware of where the player is. The jump shot with the DBS right on top of his head. A brilliant finish.
A harbinger of death and destruction, Ninja Jord strikes. And this is exactly the duo you want to have alive. Pushing in tandem with each other. They knew even if one fails, the other is there to clean up that mess over there. Certainly speaks in volumes of how good these two players are when they're playing in unison with each other. But now looking at the bigger picture, the grand scheme of things, Team Big Brothers are in a really good position.
Yeah.
Still around the edges of the western side, but having those numbers surely gives them an advantage.
The only way Big Brothers lose this game is if the circle actually moves towards the roadside and forces them outside the compound. Because everyone in a few short moments will be forced down the hills that they are holding, and they will be forced to take the fight against each other on the flat areas. But look at this. Psych up against the players of Nade. You have one of the players from the side of 5 Filter Esports. That's a point blank nade from Orzi, but the damage still not enough as the player just ran away from the damage radius. Pro did survive for a few extra seconds, but it was Striker from the flank who was able to secure that knock. Now Striker getting struck from the back lines is going to prone down to avoid the damage and manages to hold on to his dear life for a few more seconds.
God's Reign, they still have Ninja and Aquanox. Oves was there, but he's already outside the blue doing the deed. He's become Dr. Oves right now and has been interested in healing. But look at Criminal trying to commit a crime over here, pushing in on the players of Psych, but will fail as Striker deals with him and gets another finish.
Striker needs to put on a first aid now, because now the push is coming towards the players of Psych from both the directions. The side of NON still looking for that high ground push. They're looking to clear the back lines before they focus on Big Brother Esports in the distance. But no, Pain and Legit, this 2-2 split, I believe this is a setup to hold on to both the spots at the same time, dish out the damage to Big Brothers and try and take care of the players of Psych in tandem with Mork. Nade being cooked, needs to be perfect. Striker knocked out by Big Brothers. And this is the opening that NON were looking for. But I think this also helps them realize that there is a line of fire that Big Brothers have towards the top of that hill.
Psych, they're a patty in the sandwich. The last player surviving, Orzi over there, nowhere to run or hide. I think Clown, he's got to make the move and he will find him, showing his backs and no trouble whatsoever. God's Reign, now they have their work cut out. They know Big Brothers is on the sidelines. They will have to come out in the open. Their worst nightmares have turned true, Johnny.
This game itself was a nightmare for them from the start. They were a little off center, and I believe because of that they might have been worried, but let's see. NON still eyeing out for the players of Big Brother Esports, and they know exactly where the lads are. Look at Pain. He's positioned himself. The nade being cooked, but in the meanwhile, Aquanox looking to cause some nuisance. Lobbing utility towards the players of NON. Reveals his position. Has taken a lot of damage upon himself, but still is left standing. And as long as he is there, well, God's Reign, they are not going to be too upset.
one interesting insight. Look at Oasis. He's slowly but surely trying to come in to his teammates. He's done with his healing battle. He feels like he can add a lot of intensity into the roster. But the big question is he going to make it? As Aquanox has taken quite some damage. Ninja Jord with a beautiful cover fire takes down Legit as he opens the entire thing up.
What a brilliant move coming in from the side of God's Reign. Aquanox baiting the players of NON, and Ninja Jord capitalizing on the opportunity that was created for him. NON, they are down to that last man. Ninja Jord also in a fight for his life as Oasis is knocked out. Big Brothers looking to exit that compound, and as I said, the moment the circle forces them to step out in the open, they are going to be done. Seth is the last survivor from the side of Big Brothers, and I don't think he's going to be surviving for long. The wall of smoke, it can only protect him for a while. The blue zone is there to finish him off.
Ninja was parched. He needed that Vikings blood, and he's gone berserk right now inside the lobby. Look at him go. The way he's been gathering all those finishes. Aquanox still alive. I don't know how Godswin they're doing this, but somehow they converted, they flipped the tables, and they maybe could get the win here.
But still, the sandwich from either sides can definitely turn things around. In the meanwhile, though, Big Brothers, they get finished off. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, we are down to the top two teams of this match. And look at this. While the players of God's Reign got distracted, this is what I wanted to talk about. NON, they had the opportunity to get their numbers back up. It's a 2v3. The final two teams remaining, ladies and gentlemen. God's Reign with just a two-man squad, and NON with 3 players left.
Two Frosty Twin Giants against a horde that's coming their way. It's going to be God's Reign and Non fighting till the final battle. And now, as the silence ensues, who's going to be the one pushing? That's the big question. Somebody has to initiate. Somebody needs to get the knock there. And Legit, he's trying everything at his disposal to flush the players out. But is he going to be successful? That's the big question, Johnny.
Ninja Jord, he's taking damage from the blue zone. Not even well, he was putting on a first aid, but Aquanox, he's trying to delay the push from the players of NON. This could be the end of the game, ladies and gentlemen. Ninja Jord, last first aid utilized with the DBS. Long distance battle, shots connecting on Pain, but still, the damage was there from the opposition as well. And it will be the side of God's Reign who end up falling down first, and NON securing the chicken dinner for themselves with a decent number of eliminations as well. This wasn't a shabby game. They have 8 points finishes and 15 for placement.
Had he had that one extra shrapnel connected from that DBS shot, maybe Ninja could have changed things around, because Clown, he was barely surviving on a sliver of HP, but Non still having that numbers advantage. They were one step ahead.
I think at that distance, might as well use the AR and spray him down.
It just came down to his mere instincts, right? Whatever came up, he had no time to switch to the other weapon because he was already having his HP depleted really fast. But regardless, valiant effort from God's Reign. But kudos to Non. I think they were holding the center of the circle for quite some time and were quite opportunistic, hence the chicken dinner.
It was them and Big Brothers. Both these teams were favored by the circle the entire time around, but it was that final shift that moved and forced the players of Big Brothers outside their compound. They got sandwiched by both God's Reign and the players of NON. NON took full advantage of that distraction because at one point, NON, they were down to their last man. And just because God's Reign, they were so focused, just tunnel visioned on looking for the finishes and focused on the players of Big Brothers, NON, they got all 3 players back up.
And it's not just that. Oves also coming outside the circle. He managed to take one player down also from Big Brothers.
Yeah, but while this endgame was quite freaky, ladies and gentlemen, there's one more thing that's freaky. And it is the new Royal Pass that is coming out soon. Let's have a look at Freaky Fiesta.
they know. With a new Royal Pass, get epic skins, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default, wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
So here's the thing. If you're as lucky as this man, where if you go into the reward section and get all the rare drops, well, the fool's blessing is your place. But if you're like me, you want to collect skins the easy way, the Freaky Fiesta, ladies and gentlemen, is what you should go for. Do make sure you check out all the beautiful stuff that has been introduced inside of BGMI. But let's talk about that beautiful endgame fight. Initially, I mean, when we saw Always go for that heal battle, we might think, I think even they thought they might actually make it through, but I believe that delay that was there, the extended fight between God's Reign and NON, it just made sure he was out of first aids, and that was the reason he just bolted towards the circle.
And we also did witness that the players of God's Train were out of the circle for quite some time. We did touch upon it, where we knew that they were kind of looting and all. But when we take a look at the highlights of this game, right, this first fight, OR versus Rippers, Admino, beautiful efforts there, did manage to take down 3 of the players just to fall down from Hydrox. This is where he kind of jumps, he gets that first pixel and gets the finish.
Yeah, I mean, it was an incredible moment from their end, but then again, I mean, God's Reign, as you talk about them, they were outside the zone, but once they were finally entering the circle, they kicked things off quite nicely. This fight against OG was handled brilliantly, to be honest.
Oh yeah, I think OG at this point, they were kind of looking a little bit forgiving at moments. We expected much from their side, but this was another one of those moments where Surajor, all he could do was maybe get a single pick. He did not have enough cover fire. But God's Reign, this is where they started taking over this show. They started stealing things. This one push, look at how beautifully Ninja Jord, just relying on his pure instinct, goes in. And there, he's kind of busy in the midst of it all. This is where Non started taking things seriously. They realized this is one of those games that they could have won. And Big Brothers, you did talk about it, Johnny. The moment the circle shifts away from them, and that is what happened. That was their kryptonite, and hence they fell.
Yeah, it was their kryptonite, and again, that distraction in the very end, had it not been there, I think NON, they would have been destroyed, but in the last few moments, Aquanox, he tried his level best, secured 1 knock, and Ninja Jord was left to deal with the rest 2 players. He did take down Pain as well, and in the end, it was just the last 1v1. Look at this. Both of them tried to spray each other down. One man with the M4, the other one was trying to use a shotgun at a mid-range distance, but it was the M4 that came out on top, all because of the extra blue zone damage.
To be honest, I won't be a critic because we've seen knocks from DBS coming from that distance. Yeah, in other versions, yeah, there's been a certain nerf, but right now in BGMI, it still stands strong in that particular range. It was all about Ninja or maybe having that one extra shot, but that's okay.
Exactly, it is going to be okay, at least for now. I mean, the points were there, right? The finishes were there, the placement points were there, top 2 finish. What more could you ask for? Especially considering, I mean, even in the overall rankings, they are looking not too shabby, to be honest. But if they can deliver this level of consistency in the next few matches as well, I think at the end of things, they are, in terms of the cumulative rankings, they might be within a very good position in the top 16.
Well, it certainly will help them for sure once we have a more clear picture if we have the overall standings. But that's something we've kept for you guys for the end of the day, and that's where all of it will be revealed, right? We'll have that entire overall standings, including Group Blue as well, because after that, everybody would have played the same amount of games. But moving on ahead, there were a lot of other teams. I think we have to talk about Gladiators right now, because one after the other, they are messing things up.
Yeah, they are definitely. It's just been a blunder after the other as well. I completely agree with you on that. Even in this game, we expected a few big things from them, but that initial fight itself was extremely scrappy if you think about how the history has been for this team.
I think this is where Gladiators decided for once, let's try to contest for the center. And they went in and felt like, their opposition, they were prepared. You could see them, those grenades coming in, they could not get those quick trades. And for a moment, even in those final few end phases where Justin, he was the last man alive, trying to give Shogun that revive, kind failed in getting that one smoke down, because once you either stop somebody holding a Molotov there, or maybe a smoke, so that you can stop that push from happening. Because on this close situations, you could use that DBS to your advantage, but maybe that panic button had
Yeah.
set in, and that's all he could have done there.
I think in a team fight, at the moment you lose your mental composure is the moment you are actually finished off. The actual finish happens a few seconds later, but the moment you lose your cool is when you have already lost that fight. And I think that was definitely one of the key points, because after a certain point, the pressure just becomes intense and intense, especially when it is an extended team fight. We saw this happen to ASG when they were facing off against the players of Great Esports. Because initially, when they started things off, they thought that Daljit was the only man they had to deal with. His teammates were on the other side of the ridge. But as soon as Daljit took Hades down, it felt like ASD, they just panicked. They were thinking about too much stuff, thinking about the blue, thinking about closing inside the zone, thinking about Great Esports, and they just made a bad call of pushing towards the compound of ORB. And towards the ORB. ORB was closing in from the backline, sorry.
And that fight sort of erupted in a certain moment where the circle had just shifted,
Yeah.
and both these teams realized that they needed to get inside.
Yes.
And with Daljit getting that first knock, it sort of opened up avenues for Great. Maybe now we can either take the fight or get inside the zone. And that is where we could see a trifecta, with even Sai coming into the fray, Sai having few players, one of them getting surrounded, but still somebody just managed to see things through. Psych also had a pretty decent game, like we discussed, always holding the center of the circle. And if we have figured out, I think they will have to start changing things maybe in week number 3, because teams will be prepped up for Psych's style of play.
I mean, as long as Psych is within the top 40, I'm still going to give them that leeway. As long as you are in the top 40, you will have a one or two not even two, just one opportunity, one game you can experiment in. 4 matches, you have to make sure that you convert at least 2 of them in order to qualify within the top 16. Otherwise, it is going to be trouble in paradise for a lot of these teams. I mean, you're going to be close to the top 16, but we all know only 16 teams make it through. We won't make it 17 for anyone.
That's not happening. There's no wild cards, nothing. These are the officials. These are the tournaments that matter, because you have a good performance over here, your life is changing for the next couple of months. You've got a lot of invitations coming in. Even in the next officials, you will have that advantage where you get to, play in the higher rounds. So that's all there, and you have a career building up, basically.
You keep talking about career building up fixes, and I believe you can't be more right than it, right? Because think about it, what's the first dream you have when you start playing games seriously? When you start thinking about esports, you want to play in front of a massive audience in a stadium. And have you guys checked out Eka Arena, by the way? It's amazing. So do make sure you have the dates marked. And of course, as we say, Eka Arena in Ahmedabad is where we are coming, ladies and gentlemen, for the grand finals. It will be such an epic moment for a lot of these young players who do, in fact, get that opportunity to play in front of the crowd.
And hey, it's the holiday season. I hope you book your tickets early, at least till the venue, right? Because we're not going to charge anything for you on that matter. But yeah, the ticket prices, the travel tickets are in fact increasing. Make sure you do that right now.
I'll make things simple. Follow Crafton India Esports on their social media handle. You'll get all the information about where you need to go and what you have to do. But ladies and gentlemen, there's one thing we have to do, and that is we have to move forward and talk about the MVP of the game. And I wonder who it will be for this matchup. It is Pain from the side of NON. It's quite a rare sight to see one of their players actually push through in terms of these finish counters and these rankings. But finally, Pain, 4 eliminations on the board in the list of top 5 players. And I believe it is because of the clutch that he pulled in the end.
Towards the end, yeah, he was really good. But when you talk about Non as a whole, haven't really had the best of tournaments, still trying to make a mark. And I think this is one of those games that gives them that little bit of a confidence, that little bit of an extra edge. But, my takeaway from this game has to be about how good God's Reign really were.
Yeah, God's Reign, they were phenomenal as well. I mean, we keep talking about the late entry inside the circle and how they made it work even after the disadvantages that were there in their path. But along with them, we have more players. Seth from the side of Big Brothers, Ninja Jord from God's Reign, and of course Aquanox on that second, and of course OR Esports. Admino is going to be there on the list on the 5th position. Now, looking at this man, it is the first fight of the game, ladies and gentlemen, against Rippers. One of the most hilarious moments I've ever seen. Beast just running across that rooftop trying to protect himself. Did not work out, but let's have a look at the rankings of the match. 22 points for NON, and then we have God's Reign on the second with 21 points. A closely contested match within the top 3 teams.
The way things are going on, I feel like Godstrain might have taken the first spot, 21 points already, and by the start of the evening, we did see that they were not far behind, and this could have certainly helped them. Psych definitely climbing a lot of places. Previous game Chicken Dinner, this time 12 points, so they're kind of averaging around 15 to 18 points per game, certainly helping their cause.
Well, it has helped their cause for this week. They have been absolutely phenomenal. But 5Filter Esports, now this dip is something we did not expect. Hopefully they have time to recover and bring themselves back into the competition. But ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the second page of the ranking, we have Nate Official sitting on that 9th spot. Rippers with on the 10th position, all thanks to the early eliminations they were able to secure. ASG on 11th. OR Esports, this game not really working out for them. Team OG on the 13th. Megastars Gaming on the 14th, Gladiators on the 15th, and Stellar Titans on the 16th. The bottom 3 now. That is surprising.
And to make things worse, Gladiators do not have a lot of games remaining. And we were talking about them getting a chicken dinner.
Yeah.
And, well, the first game was kind of decent in terms of the positions. In fact, in terms of the points they accrued for themselves. But it's not going to be enough when you're talking about Gladiator standards. They've set it so high that if they're not getting chicken dinners, you're kind of feeling a little worried.
That is true. I mean, every time they jump into the game, we expect them to be in the top 3. But that is also bad on our part, Fixtures. I mean, we're all humans after
Are we
all.
wrong on thinking that? Because, hey, they've been winning a lot of recent tournaments. They've won one of the officials. They are currently the best team. You gotta expect bigger things from them.
Yeah, I mean, we can expect bigger things, but I think we can expect those things in the finals. Of course. I mean, they're
If
going to be
they
eyeing the
make
trophy.
it.
Yeah, opportunity is still there. Let's not forget. They still have an opportunity, ladies and gentlemen. For now, we have an opportunity to look at the teams playing the next matchup. And we're going to move forward. The map, by the way, is going to be the map of Erangel. And here are the groups that will be jumping into the battleground.
Group 10 versus Group 12. We've got a little bit of a change on the desk. Mr. Salty is going to come back in. And along with Salty, we've got Group 10 and 12 making their way. Like we discussed, Team Soul, 8-Bit CS, WSP, Mayur Gaming, FS, Clue, Invincibles, PR, Titans. And Group 12, I believe this is the first game of the evening. You've got Newman in action. One of those teams, right? Newman has to be discussed about. Salty coming in to play the first game, especially considering the fact that Godstrain, they've been looking really strong. Psych, they've really amped things up. How do you expect Newman to start off today?
With a bang? Because especially after the way they end their day yesterday, it does not seem like Newman have those problems that they were dealing with. And if they did not really have problems, did they ever have problems with their firepower, with their positioning, with everything else? I think all of those situations have sort of been sorted, and now Newman Gaming sort of is a new version. It is an updated version of this team right now, which can go berserk. So this is a team that I'm watching out for.
A lot of changes, but still not a lot, right? When you look at Newman, previously led by Avi, they changed the IGL. Now it's going to be Shadow, and he's been the talk of the town, right? He's been making those headlines. Yesterday, quite consistent. He's managed to get those clutches. If you remember in that game of Erangel against Rippers, that lad was phenomenal.
Absolutely. I think he always had that potential in him, and it seems like all of a sudden, that slump in form that he had, especially during the BGIS times when he was playing for Godlike, that has completely slided away. And now it is all about him coming back to his full potential. And it seems like he's sort of done that very well. And not just Shadow, right? Every single player, even Clutch God, as a matter of fact, he used to be one of the best fraggers in the country. And it seems like slowly and steadily, he's sort of getting there.
He's sort of getting there, and they have those options, right? You've got a filter in Clutch God. If Shadow needs a second opinion, he's always there. And then you've got the others also just banking along. But Newman, they've been having a stellar run so far. Yes, one chicken dinner yesterday. We saw them playing really well in Vikendi. And a little while, we're going to get into Erangel. But in the grand scheme of things, there are other teams also. Team Soul, they're kind of having a similar run to what happened in week number 1. Start off with a shebang, but then go ahead heading on, they struggle a little bit because the one game where we did see them, it was a very messy fight, something we did not want to see. It was kind of a scuffle going on over there,
Yeah.
and Team Seoul, they were not in the receiving side of things.
I think for Team Seoul, the only thing that they have to kind of focus on right now is consistency, because of the fact that they have been managing to get themselves those big victories, right? They have been managing to get themselves the winner chicken dinners, which actually matter. And majority of the times you would see that they start their day off with a bang itself. It's been the later half of the day when they kind of feel possibly the pressure or the fact that momentum has been taken away from them since they're not playing back-to-back matches. But with that out of the way, I think Team Seoul, if they just focus on putting themselves at the right spot at the right time, I think they have everything set. This is a perfect team, to be honest, and it shouldn't really be very hard for them to get themselves inside the top 16. But before we go, you haven't yet predicted this.
Do I really have to? Because it feels like at this junction, if we make those predictions, it kind of comes down as a curse for all these players. So let's just ignore on that. Let's just sit down and relax and watch this amazing game unfold as we take a look at the flight path trajectory headed all the way from Mansion towards Sosnovka military base. Now, this is one of those trajectories that kind of sets teams off because you have teams dropping around Georgia. You need teams like Seoul. They want to go towards Gatka. You have certain teams heading down all the way, towards the northern side. So they're going to have a lot of problems.
They certainly are going to have problems, and I think these are the flight paths which induce those early collisions, considering the fact that there will be multiple teams dropping in to get those vehicles for themselves. Those scramble fights is something my focus will be on, especially in the early stages. All of these players, they do tend to drop, and Team Seoul, all of a sudden, it seems like it's a very pleasant surprise. They're moving towards a military base, are they?
They just want the vehicles. That's what I
yeah,
believe.
got it.
Somewhere around the Sugar Cube Hills, you've got a few vehicle spawns. That's where they're headed at. I really am keen to see who they're playing for, who has been benched, because that has been an underlying problem carrying forward from BGIS. When there were speculations, we did talk about it. We knew that, yes, Team Seoul had a solid four, but then yesterday we also had Hector in the mix. But today he's not playing, apparently. We've seen Neo coming in, and Hector, usually in Sanox, we get to see more of him, but Seven Habit, this is a team that we've been discussing about a lot lately, especially with how few of their players have been playing. Maverick has been on fire, Kratos has been one to talk about.
Yeah, certainly. And I think Drago has sort of been the man who has been singing all the good jobs that he has done so far, but under the shadows, of course, of Maverick and Kratos, just like you pointed out. I think Drago has been fabulous, especially in those clutch situations. And for Seven Habit, this team has been consistent throughout. It's just that week 2, especially yesterday, was not a very pleasant outing for them. Possibly can turn it around today, but considering the fact that week 2 has sort of been crunched down into just a matter of 2 days, I think it's very hard for them to recover from that debacle yesterday.
The best memories from this team comes from that Miramar game, that fight against Newman. Vixky, of course, clutched it down towards the end, but Seven Habit, they showed signs of life. They put that fight, brought it on their face, but coming back, this is a similar circle that we have seen. And this is one of those circles that, again, is getting me a little riled up, Salty, because Stalber, there still might be possible chances.
No, Fixes.
Let me be a dreamer here for once.
We're not going back up there once again.
Come on.
It's not going to be.
I know you like it.
All right, fine, sure. Everyone has those desires, but it seems like this one might just be an overstatement because we just saw a similar circle in the first map, right? And it did end up on top of Yasnaya Polyana. So it'll be very surprising if it actually extends up on top of Stauber as well. The kind of fights that we got to see yesterday, the topography that was involved in battle, that definitely riles things up once again. But for now, it seems like it is going to be a standard circle, and nobody, apart from Genix FM on that military base island, everyone in the shorelines Fixes. This is such a nice looking circle.
This is one of those repetitive circles, a little this time towards the north, but you kind of expect it to go around Yasnaya. So Newman, considering the fact that I really feel that their lead must have been toppled off by the likes of maybe Psych or Team God's Reign, the way they've been playing. So they would be looking forward to be coming back with a vengeance to get back a chicken dinner and go back and take the top spot.
It's going to be tough, especially since they start off from Yasnaya Poliana. There is another team with them in that locality, and I'm sort of very excited to find out if there are some vendettas which will be come to fruition in this particular day, especially because we have kind of witnessed that there are certain teams who really do not have a lot of hopes in them. Why not just take a fight and go down with a bang?
Considering so many of these teams are kind of playing with each other for the first time, or maybe a handful number of times, we haven't seen any set lobbies, constantly the groups changing, and now after this we're also going to have a
Yeah.
massive shuffle. The thought of having a vendetta really goes back more to outside of the game.
Yeah.
Right? If you're not in good terms, heck yeah, we're gonna take that fight against you. But inside of which we have not seen a lot of fights. Yeah, there have been teams like OR who have been rampaging through. They don't care anymore
Yeah,
about what
yeah.
goes on. Yeah, they might just be taking fights against everybody. But I kind of believe that Newman, this is one of those games, right? Center spot already. Take the God building. Hold on, hunker down over there, and enjoy yourselves. Let the zone kind of shrink, and then think of what you're going to do next.
Yeah, speaking about the zone shrinking, the only team that sort of has to worry about the zone shrinking is going to be Gen XFM, because I think they're the only team currently. They're not the only team outside the circle, but they're the only team outside the mainland, which does mean that they will have to cross that Nova Rupnoy bridge. And in doing so, they might actually come in contention against 8-bit CS. There is always a tendency for teams inside of Milta to try and go and gatekeep that bridge territory. So it's going to be fun if a similar situation does occur. Of course, that will require the circle to take a drastic northern shift. Otherwise, I believe the Gen XFM, they're going to take their sweet time in the world to rotate.
One good thing, Ronak is still alive. If you remember the
At
first
least for
game.
now.
At least for
At
now.
lea-
Let's not jinx it though. But 8-bit CS, they need more of this. They
Yeah.
need to stay alive till the very end. They need to get a good game converted in this one, because the first one did not really go their way. There was one game in Sanhok where Juicy became the hero from a really treacherous position. He managed to pull off something miraculous, but you cannot always rely on Juicy. You need to step up as a team. 8-bit, they've also gone through a lot of changes, but we have really loved how Juicy has evolved as a player, haven't we?
I mean, definitely, right? He has now taken a lot more responsibility. He's not that blindsided fragger that he used to be, the ruthless fragger, and certainly not as reckless he used to be in the past. But 8-bit CS, I think in totality, their performance hasn't really been that bad, to be honest, because they've got decent numbers on board every step of the way. I mean, they definitely haven't top charts, but they haven't really stooped way too low outside the top 16 either. So it's just about maintaining that position and waiting for that big bang, which we're still waiting, of course. It's almost week 3, but the fans are waiting for that big chicken.
Yeah, the fans also need to understand that they have to be a little patient.
Yeah.
Because let's be honest, 8-bit, they've gone through a massive change. They lost out on Beast. Madman is not there anymore. 2 of their best fraggers leaving. You have new players joining in. You've got Ronak. I think once upon a time he was playing for Marcus. So much has happened. And for Juicy to kind of digest all that and to move ahead and still perform, I think he's still hitting above his belt.
It certainly is. And that is one of the reasons why he has been given that responsibility to lead his team right up front, build a team around him, and then carry forward that momentum. But for now, of course, it's going to be 8-bit who will be in front of us, who will be in the limelight, of course. But many other teams, WSB as a matter of fact, they've sort of skipped all of that queue for the limelight, isn't it? I mean, they once were one amongst the top gods, but now they've sort of struggled and reeling at the very bottom.
Now WSB are really confused, Salty. You know why? The last game, there was no Newman.
Yeah.
Yusnai was completely vacant. Now they're aware it's just not Newman, it's also Titan playing there. Had this been a game where we did not have those two teams, they would have instantly gone in, rammed onto it, the god building, and would have taken control. But now they have to think twice before making such a movement. But Team Clue, they've not had the best of days. They've been seeing being a little bit clueless, to be honest, and they have to change those things around. And this time, well, Salty,
Yeah.
I have a little bit of a heartbreak.
I mean, it was understandable to be honest, but this circle is still fine. I think it kind of allows at least Team Claw that opportunity to hold down on towards Lipovka, at least for a while right now. I think even the next circle will have the shoreline, so this team is comfortable, at least for teams in Yasnaya. They're also not going to move. I can see Gil inside his vehicle, so I think Team Newman might have plans to extend southward. And you can already see that cluster forming on the central part of the circle, the rice fields, the open grounds. Everyone wants to get the nooks and crannies because once that cover is out, I don't really think you can reclaim it later on in the game.
There's a striking contrast in comparison to the first game. The circle
Yes.
might look similar, but if you remember, the migration was completely from
Yes.
the southern side. Now look at, you've got a different lobby altogether, and majority of the teams are around the center, with a lot of them trying to rotate from the northwestern side.
The stark difference, I think, will be because of the flight path fixes, because the flight path allowed the teams to have a different spread over there and thus different have rotation paths. This time around, the flight path was too much skewed on towards that right-hand side, so you have majority of the teams already in contention as we have the first build-up of the fight, ladies and gentlemen. You've got Team Clue and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, well, even before I actually found out, we switch on to Team BR Titans.
Yeah, BR Titans, they've had their moments. You could kind of bring them into equation with somebody like Stellar Titans, but hold on, FS trouble seems to be there for them. Turbo still holding on. It is a squad fight as Lucknow Giants have brought the entire cavalry in. Dazzle has spotted a few players, will lob that grenade and it goes into perfection. Turbo getting those two beautiful knocks.
Once again, Team FS Esports, what did they have for breakfast? I have no clue, honestly. Turbo open firing through the door itself, finding that connection through the window. Dawn has been pushed back, but it seems like Lucknow Giants, they definitely are gonna struggle, but the only thing he has to do is to find that one knock on towards Turbo. Possibly things will be evened up, Fixes.
Dawn does not have a lot to play with. He's got a couple of
Nice
grenades
lead.
as Team FS, they're going to make that push. Dazzle way
Nice
out
one.
in the open, gets punished, but will instantly get traded off as FS. That was a clean squad wipe.
Oh my goodness. Team FS Esports, they certainly have taken aggression to a different level altogether.
Especially Turbo.
In that game it was Turbo, but in this one I think it was sort of a coherent effort from all four players.
Yeah.
And it seems like they just took inspiration. And it seems like even in sports this does happen. Fixes one player who just outshines the team, but then he outshines for that one single game, inspires every single player to come at that level and play in unison. And it seems like FS Esports, they've been hit with a similar thunderstrike.
I think they finally have that semblance of hope now.
Yes.
They feel like they can do it.
Yes.
They kind of are manifesting everything and they're thriving under how good of a start Turbo has given them. This time also, you know, he starts off the fight with 2 knocks. Makes things easier because Dazzle follows it up with another. And then it was a trade-off and Dazzle did get taken down, but the grenade that he had lobbed, that did hit its mark. But now this is the moment of truth, a little bit of a southern shift, and now it is going to favor the likes of Titan, who have been holding on to prison for quite some time.
All of a sudden things for Newman Gaming is also looking very dicey right now, because to find that entry point inside the circle I think is not going to be the real challenge. The challenge will be if Team Hub as well as 7 Habit follow up suit right behind them. I think that will be too much of a pressure, because they have multiple teams in their front lines already. They've got Clue, they've got Claw, they've got FS Esports on their flanks as well. So I wonder how will they deal with that much amount of attention that is going to come their way. But once again, we are at a shelter entrance, and it seems like Team Soul, possibly for the first time, they are finding a location here.
No, I think they did this in the previous game. If you remember, Goblin still managed to get a knockout of here. I
Yes.
think it was against 4 Horsemen. And Team Soul, they like to hold down onto this spot. This time, a little bit of a change in their approach, because Omega, I feel, he still believes that there's going to be a little bit of that curveball hitting in. And that is where Team Soul love to take that central spot. But when you talk about Team Titans, they're just around the edges of prison. And Genix FM, this is another team that we haven't had the chance to talk a lot about. But let's be honest, they haven't really given us the podium to discuss a lot about them.
Not in every game, Fixes.
Yeah.
In certain games, they definitely have shown us. And considering that I've been casting this team for a while right now, I've sort of understand how this team functions. It seems like it's all about finding those hit and miss. Jennings FM just hoping that they go all guns blazing. And majority of the times, I think this team has been successful when they find early success. In those drop collision battles, they need those early finishes to get the confidence in them. But let's just have a look at this fight once again. Team FS Esports having the confidence to charge up and invade against Lucknow Giants. Lucknow Giants did find a little bit of a rebuttal, but it did not really work out for them.
Yeah, the only time they could find a knock was when they were completely annihilated. So that was there. It was a clean fight from the players of FS who look really strong. But Newman, I like the position that they're holding on to. I think Shadow has a slight belief that it's going to go around the edges. His clutch cord, this is what I've been talking about. Look at that ADS without any sights. He is going through. He's starting to feel himself. And we were talking about that beautiful skin. This is right in front of you.
Right in front of you. It does look beautiful, but for Newman Gaming, I think the situation has to be a little better because they're still holding the sidelines. But just like I said, right, there will be attention from the backline, so their backs aren't cleared completely. 7 Habit, I think, will be an involvement. And look at that. There you go. Maverick is spotted. And, of course, Sprays will be there. But considering the fact that he is inside the blue, that is too much of an ask for 7 Habit. Seems like they will just prefer to take an exit from this fight. So now Newman Gaming, they're all by themselves.
And right now, you know, this shift that has enabled Team Soul to finally get inside the circle, hoping that a fight between them and Gen X FM ensues. But this is where Mayur Gaming can capitalize. 8-bit CS, they've also got to make it inside the circle. You've got the players of 40R, Narsen, he's already on the scouting, and so much of an open area, but you've got a lot of dips to play around. This is where all these teams will be tested on how well aware of the topography they are, how good they are at the geography of Wrangle.
It seems like the terrain will be a testing factor, just like you mentioned, and 7 Habits just holding the high ground for themselves. Nobody in their backlines, which means they will be the highest in the circle so far. But on the other side, you've got Jennings FM involved in a particular fight. 4 troublemakers bringing in the cavalry, bringing in the reinforcements as well. Vishnu FM has to work around the sniper tower, needs to have the DBS in its prime form if he wants to stop this team dead on their tracks. But very surprisingly, he was given so much space, but we thought it was space, but it was time when the nade was being cooked. Fixes.
Around the visit tower, Goku does not have a lot to bank upon with. Will get the first hit in time as finally the pandemonium breaks out. You've got chaos everywhere. Team Soul, they might also charge in any given moment, but instead of charging, what they're doing, Salty, is from the far off fray, pickling down, couple of shots peppered over there. But now Team Claw in real close proximity to Team Titan, as initially Titan want to make themselves feel a little settled, hence dropping off those smoke grenades and now just lobbing those frag grenades around that, hoping they find a knock.
Now, I'm really concerned about Titan and their positioning, to be honest, because right on top they have 7 Habit, right in their backlines there is Team Newman Gaming, and on their flank, just like you mentioned, Team Claw is there. That is 12 players that is surrounding you and your position, and you have been marked because of the smoke grenades that you've laid out, because of the artilleries which are coming in from your camp. It's going to be intense for them to try and make an exit, but we'll have to find out if Newman Gaming do manage to chime in with those finishes, because it seems like they are going to play in from the edges of the circle. But on the other side, FS Esports, there is a little split which is working in, but it seems like they have focused their eyesights on towards just one team, and that is Mayur Gaming.
For FS, they're happy as of now. They've gotten 4 finishes, looking really solid. They've got a couple of teams around them, Mayur Gaming being one of them. And at this point, you know, even Team Soul, they're searching, they're looking for spaces to inject themselves inside the circle. They've got 7 Habit right in front of them as Surya spotting out the players of Harm. does take a couple of bullets at his direction. Does not really connect, but look at Hub coming in like madman. Phoenix has been dealt with. Avatar goes falling down. Suddenly it's chaotic at this point. Surround them. But who is the victor? Who gets to have the spoils of the war?
I have no clue, to be honest. It's all red. All the markers. D2E from the backlines, of course, for Clue will try and finish off the entirety of Hub Esports, and the spray does connect. But will the revival come through? That is a question, because of course there are multiple vehicles which have been destroyed, which means you've got a natural piece of cover. But still, Fixes, they've got to traverse 100 meters. I'm not really sure if they're going to be safe. Mayur Gaming just waiting for them right along the edges. It is going to be very difficult for these two players.
But Mayur Gaming, they've got their attention elsewhere, right? They kind of focused on Team FS, 8-bit CS, finally biting the dust over here. But right now, the big question is, the circle is in no man's land. It comes down to how well versed you are with the topography, how much of a map that you know of right now, and how many vehicles that you own.
Speaking of vehicles, it seems like WSB, they had control of a lot of them, but it seems like they will be forced out of those covers. And speaking of being forced out of covers, it seems like 7 Habit have been pushed back. Not just the fact that they will have to sacrifice this position, they will be forced to move inside the circle, and that is just too much of a pressure, because now there is so much attention on top of them. Charan is going to go down. 7 Habit, all of a sudden, it seems like they've lost control.
Numan have their eyes set on 7 Habit also. And they really need to understand the gravity of the situation here. They have to get inside the circle ASAP. They need to get that revive on Charan. It's still some time remaining, but look at 7 Habit. They are deciding to cut on their losses, move ahead, or maybe not. Still trying to take the fight over here. Drago has come in. Somebody has rammed in on his face. Has they?
Exactly, it's Clutch God from Newman Gaming, and it seems like they just want to close out the pressure. But of course, there is no backup for Clutch God. I kind of am very, very scared for their safety. Speaking of safety, it's the entirety of Team Newman who converge upon 7 Habit, but the reply back in kind. It's been a fabulous effort from them, but 2 players have been brought down. Not ideal news for 7 Habit, is it?
Oh, it's all flaming right now. Genex FM also having been dealt with. Kratos is starting to feel himself, but now he needs to get inside the circle. Now it is going to be a race to the finish for all these teams. As Team Soul, they're also having a problem of their own, but 7 Habit falling from the mercy of the blue, and FS in a very good spot.
Unfortunate for 7 Habit, but on the other side, FS Esports, they know that they have a ridge. They have this little dip to actually work around with, but how long will they be able to hold on to this position is the question. But I think because if the circle do favor them at least for a couple of more circles, it seems like they will have a massive advantage in their grasp. 8 finishes on this team already, and they're looking for more. Their prime target has to be Mayur Gaming. They've been locking horns for a while right now, but still there is no conclusion to this fight.
No, there's no urge to really go in and take them down right now. They're kind of waiting it down. Quite patient, Team Soul. This looks to be a very formidable game for them. We've seen them, if they enter those final circles, their chances of getting the chicken dinner increases exponentially as Goblin taking a couple of shots onto Vitsanchit, hoping that something connects, hoping that he gets a knock, because Team Soul, they're itching for a fight. All they're hoping is for one man to fall down, and that is where they commit for the push.
Absolutely, I think their conversion rate has been brilliant so far, but Team Soul, they will have to close out the distance, because approximately in about 20 seconds, to move 120 meters when the circle is so small, it's a massive job in hand, especially in an open circle like this. And for Team Soul, they have to make sure that they do not lose bodies. Speaking of losing bodies, Team MG Mayur Gaming, they are constantly losing bodies right now, because Surya is the only one who is still alive.
This is the perfect time for Team Soul to strike. They need to understand that they won't get a better opportunity than this, but seems like they're getting shot at. Feels like somebody has spotted them out. Surya going in for the escape. FS, they are drizzling down all that bullets at his direction.
Absolutely, but Team Soul, have they found a little bit of a ground inside the circle? Heck, they have it. And it seems like slowly and steadily the rest of the players are also going to influx inside. But right next to them is 40R. They hear the engines rumble, and it seems like for Team Soul, that is not the ideal situation that they want. Of course, there will be the opportunity to get some finishes on board. But for Team Soul, I think they prioritize safety and positioning right now. Security of all 4 players is at stake, and they have a massive advantage inside the circle.
The duo of Goblin and Akshat is on fire. The way they've been playing, the cover fire they've been providing. Look at Goblin, 5
Oh,
finishes
no!
already, but that explosion sets him off. A huge bomber, a spanner in the works for Team Soul right now. How are they going to respond? Now Preet, he's at the mercy of a lot of teams, has been spotted out, and Omega seems to be in no mood to spare him over there. Takes him down, and Team Soul, they need to get that revive at least on Goblin.
Absolutely, they need that numbers advantage. It is a 3v4 already, and now with Goblin taking down on the picture, it's a massive advantage in FSE Sports' hands. But do they realize that Goblin has been knocked out in spite of this massive advantage? They're still holding back as there is a dead silence that engulfs this final circle of Erangel. There is no movement whatsoever. The players sticking to their position, not an inch of movement on these muscles. With FSE Sports, I think they have a game plan in action.
A 3v4 situation. FS know that they might have this in the bag, but considering Goblin is back up, it's very difficult to say.
Yes.
And Hitman, look at him. He's got his armor and helmet replenished. Level 3 in this situation, bring it on. Had he had a couple of boosters, that would have been different. Now the objective is to find those off angles. Whoever gets that first knock will have the momentum in this fight.
Look at Dazzle and Turbo already. Turbo, I know as a matter of fact, man has adrenaline coursing through his veins, of course. He wants to go for that wide flank, wants to take Team Soul off guard, wants to establish the advantage in this fight, but so far, not a single domino has crashed fixes.
You know, we've seen this happened earlier also. There was a team that pushed against Akshat and Goblin, and they managed to deal with them. They managed to get the first chicken dinner of this BMPS. Can Team Soul repeat this one? It is against Team FS though, who are recently having a really good run. At least today, they've been impeccable.
Legacy versus the Uprising. FSE Sports, they might have started a revolution. But for now, it seems like they have a final hurdle in the form of Team Soul. And so far, they have been very hesitant in charging right against them. But it seems like the deadlock has been broken. Dazzle wants to make that early move with the vehicle, but it might backfire. Spray happening. The magazine running out of bullets. But Goblin is still going to find that final knock. But it seems like Team Soul, they have equalized numbers. And for FSE Sports, it is a massive blunder as things come back to a stalemate fixes.
Beautiful cover fire from Neo, securing that knock, and now the numbers are even. Goblin knows what's going on. Turbo still lurking around, still prone down. Demon feels like he's been spotted. This one is certainly going to push Goblin off from his position, but the FS, they find nothing out of this.
I'm very surprised at FS and how they have been reacting to this fight so far. They kind of got themselves, they committed to that one player Dazzle, and now Turbo has been taken down as well. Hitman taking big shots as well. Team Soul, they've spread themselves out wide, and Goblin as well as Neo. They're coming in from all angles. It seems like it's done and dusted. FSE Sports, they took too much of a time. It's all about it. Team Soul getting themselves their winner chicken in a Team FS. What a blunder from this team.
Yeah, went a little ahead of themselves, got a little overwhelmed, and seems like Goblin and the pack was there to humble them down as Team Soul. Incredible chicken dinner, 11 finishes. You talk about how they entered to sort of a reminiscence of how they got that first chicken dinner in week number 1. Again, the odds were against them. They did not have the numbers, but FS sort of forcing that fight against them, growing a little impatient there. That sort of was the Achilles heels for them.
I felt like FSE Sports, they did not really have the comms working in for them in the final fight, because when that one player pushed up with his vehicle, where were the rest of the players? Did they not want to trade him out? They had the numbers advantage, but that was like gifting the numbers advantage to the opposition and not taking anything in return.
Yeah, and in that moment, like you said, I completely agree with you. There was no cover fire. There was no trade-offs. When you have those numbers, the entire purpose was to send one man, somebody to get the trade, whilst you have Goblin's attention distracted. But what changed in that moment was he also came into the crosshairs of Neo. If you could have seen that properly, it was Neo who managed to get that knock. And what Goblin did was he finished him off. And so many things were happening there. And then slowly but surely, Goblin started to pick up. And what a play by this man.
Absolutely. I mean, Team Soul, they have been brilliant throughout. And like I said, right, they prioritize their safety and prioritize their numbers advantage in the final circle. It seems like it has paid off once again. But ladies and gentlemen, Team Soul, they definitely get their winner chicken dinner because they never played default in this one. And you also should not play default in your games as well. We have a little bit of a Don't Be Default promo which is coming right across your way right about now. A small little teaser which will give us a glimpse of what is about to come, of course, but did we actually catch on what is about to come inside of the tournament? Yeah, for sure, the tattoo was there. That was the Easter egg, of course, but in terms of the tournament so far, Team Soul, do we have momentum in this team right about now?
Obviously, I don't think anybody would take no for an answer, but this is something I sort of anticipated
Yeah.
because I pointed it out twice or thrice in certain situations. You've got all four of your players alive, and what a run it was for Team Soul. Initially, they did drop down at Gatka. They went towards Shelter, if you remember. They were there for quite some time, and they were looking for avenues. The best part was a little bit of distraction here and there. I think there was Mayur Gaming that was
Yes.
posing a lot of trouble for them, but they were dealt with, and that is where Team Soul decided to enter, and they found a perfect spot for them.
Absolutely, it was Mayur Gaming on one side. They also had four troublemakers involved in the mix of things
Yes.
as well. But we've talked about a lot about Team Soul for sure. In their final fight, Team FS Esports did not have the best of outings. But in totality, this game was written all over them because 15 eliminations before the final fight. What did this team have for breakfast?
I think they were hungry, and
They
hence they
certainly
were going.
They certainly were very, very hungry.
And then they went for a lot of finishes. It started with that first fight where they were not phased at all. Every single thing came at their way. They did not get intimidated. They knew what they had to do till that last moment where they lost their calm.
Yeah, definitely. They lost their calm. But all of that action, ladies and gentlemen, let's just rewatch it once again because this wrangle was very beautiful. It was very technical. We'll watch it in the highlights once again. But for now, it does start off from this fight against Lucknow Giants. They started off slow. They started off clean. But from this particular fight, I think FS Esports, they never really looked back.
Yeah, and the previous one, the one push that Hub made, I could not understand what was happening. It was fights happening left, right, and center. But you know, Team FS did accrue a lot of finishes. But the best part was teams were coming towards them, and they were always in a position where they could capitalize. You know, every single situation you find them in, you know, they're not taking those frontal battles. It was just that one against Lucknow Giants, which was a clean 4v4 fight. But regardless, they were kind of taking a lot of finishes here and there. So it was all about positioning. Towards the end, they had that level 3 helmet and armor, but still did not help them a lot. You saw the vehicle came in, and Neo had clear vision. But where was the trade from FS? And that is where those miscoms, that panic set in, and Team Soul. What a beautiful play by these lads, especially Goblin.
Exactly, and to add insult to injury, I think that one point Goblin was knocked out. It was a 4v2, especially for FS Esports, and they made no moves whatsoever. And I was so surprised on why did this team all of a sudden stop on their aggression. They were dead, done in their tracks, and all of a sudden it felt like the aggression that they carried forward throughout the game itself had come to a standstill. They had that man advantage. They had Dazzle and Turbo, if I'm not mistaken, set out on that flank, but still no movements from there itself.
I think you're talking about that moment where Omega had really come in and Akshat and Goblin were
Yeah,
far behind. That was
yeah.
that fight with four troublemakers. They did really well there, and you're right. But again, it is those coulda, shouldas. They could. I mean, we know they were there, but FS did not want to take any chances. They did not want to risk things there. They wanted to play it safe. But had they not lost their calm in that final circle, this game certainly could have been theirs.
I mean, it could have been theirs, but they're not going to be that unhappy. But speaking about being unhappy, Lucknow Giants, you've got to talk about this team because they never really found a strong footing inside of this tournament so far. Once again, being absolutely demolished. Now I understand FS Esports were on a roll, but the first fight they took, two players getting knocked out in a flash. I'm expecting a little bit more fight back.
You're talking about that particular fight, it was FS holding that compound.
Yeah.
Lucknow Giants were the aggressors. And every single time you aggress a squad, you do not know the information of the other players.
Yeah.
And FS, they had the ball in their court. They had players having multiple angles, everybody just lobbing grenades. And for Lucknow Giants, it's like, guys, mayday, mayday, we just need to get inside the compound. And suddenly they see that two players have already been dealt with. One of the players, I think the last survivor, you remember, he was on the other compound. The three-story was behind that. But seemed like Dazzle had also spotted him out. All he could get was just one knock, but Dazzle had already done the deed. The grenade was thrown. So if you ideally wanted to approach the fight, you should have somebody scouting for that compound. Maybe know a player is there, get a knock from
Yes.
afar, and then make that push.
Absolutely. And I think since the stars are not lying for Lucknow Giants,
Yeah.
even after finding that knock, the nade from the knock player just completely destroys Dawn and their hopes. Of course, Lucknow Giants, for them, it's kind of safe to say that this team doesn't really have that much of an opportunity to go to the grand finals. I think so is the case for so many other teams. But I have to specifically come back to the conversation of Team Soul right now because on how they are positioning themselves, I think this team is starting to solidify their spot inside the top 16. Do you think so?
Of course, I believe they've made it into the top 16 already. Two chicken dinners in this week. Still a match to go. I think Team Soul are starting to feel good about themselves.
But also you've got to remember, right? Group Blue is waiting. Their matches are done already and the cumulative standing. So sometimes you think that you've done enough, especially when you play in these subgroups, right? Group Red or Group Blue. But when you look at the bigger picture, all of a sudden you're like, wait a second. I was having a ball when I was playing, but I just do not have enough points. And I think that is something which a lot of these teams are going to worry about, considering this particular group has been very dicey. Where was Team Newman Gaming in this one?
And this is the best thing we love about the format, right? Every week you come in, everybody has got an equal chance. You start off from scratch again.
Yeah.
Newman Gaming has been pretty phenomenal, but not in this game, actually. If you remember that one push they made atop the prison compound, and it felt like it was one of those forced fights where they were battling against the blue, and they had to commit in. There was an opening they found, but eventually they were clutched out, and they could not do much in this game.
Their entire move on top of the prism compound that you were talking about, right? Clutch got pushing up all by
Yes.
himself while the rest of the players just following up. It never really felt like it was a calm and collected decision. It felt like it was sort of a panic moment which had set in and
Indeed.
they had to do something about it. They kind of possibly thought that 7 Habit were low in numbers, but 7 Habit countered it perfectly. And speaking about 7 Habit, where does this team stand in the entire picture of things? Because if they do not make it to the grand final, it's going to be a massive upset, at least for me, because when you perform so well inside of week one and then you fall, it is the worst thing that can happen to a team, isn't it?
I think for 7 Habit, if you take a run at their week 2, it hasn't really been disappointing. It has been mediocre.
Yes.
But yes, I agree with you. From week 1, week 2, there has been that slight dip. And this is where, if I was 7 Habit, I would have used it in my favor. Not a lot of expectations from anybody, and that is where that pressure sort of gets away. But seems like they're fighting their own demons, because I've seen them in those 4v4 fights. They show class. They know what to do. I think one of the biggest examples was them taking on Newman yesterday, right? Especially after Newman being on a little bit of the advantage. They did not have the numbers. still managed to take down a couple of players of Newman. Of course, it was Wixky. He did clutch it out. But now, when you look at the bigger picture over here, you've got a couple of other players, other teams also trying to step up. Godswin having a really good run. Team Soul starting it off in a really good fashion. So let's see where things go ahead.
I mean, speaking of where things go ahead, I think we are going to be talking about the one player who sort of outshined everyone. And I'm not going to be surprised if it is going to be from FSE Sports once again.
Goblin.
Hopefully. Or possibly even Goblin. Let's just find out, ladies and gentlemen, the MVP of this game. Yes, you were right, Fixes. Goblin from Team Soul, 7 finishes and 63.6% finish contribution has been absolutely phenomenal. See, I wasn't far behind Fixes. Hitman also has 7.
Yeah, I think it was all about the damage numbers,
Yeah.
maybe. But Goblin, he was one mischievous wrecking ball, completely taking down his opposition. The way he was doing, it was so pure, right? You could feel that from his side. But yeah, I think we've got to talk about Hitman also. He's been phenomenal. Turbo in the previous game, he was amazing. And this time for 40, yeah, we do see Narsen also making an entry. And along with that, even Dazzle and Neo were quite good as well.
And for sure, but especially when you talk about Narsen, it does bring that smirk in my face because he's been one of those players I watched out for in the entirety of the BGIS. Just created so many problems from the backlines. I used to remember he used to stay in the blue but still just destroy hopes for other teams. But in this one, it was Goblin, just like you mentioned, and this was the fight in the final circle. Just so calm, so collected, and Team Soul having that experience, because of which they are going to acquire 26 points from this game, only 1 behind Team FS Esports.
How did Invincible and Claw get third and fourth? That's like beyond my understanding because I think so many fights happened in quick haste that we sort of missed them out. But
Yeah.
here they are, 16 and 13 points respectively. 4 troublemakers towards the end met their demise. It was Team Soul, but 27 points for FS, getting those 15 finish points. They're gonna feel happy about themselves.
Absolutely, but on the other side, you've got WSB, Mayur Gaming as well. For WSB, I think they're slowly getting back the groove. They are getting back in terms of securing those eliminations. I kind of remember once again when Zeref and Arman used to play together, they were absolutely ruthless. But duo that used to completely wreck teams and lobbies is not really working out. The same goes for Mayur Gaming as well, but on the other page, there will be disappointment. But not really for us, for all the neutral fans, to be honest, because this opens up the entire group. Fixes Newman and 8-Bit, who were performing really well in this match, did not really trouble the scorers much, and that just means there is so much opportunity to still get that #1 spot taken away from them.
Erangel hasn't been their playing ground, at least today. Newman and 8-Bit CS. I think Newman,
Interesting.
we can cut some slack. It's their first game. It's
Yeah.
all right. They're wanting to settle in. But 8-Bit CS, back-to-back Erangels, I was kind of a little bummed with their performance. And same goes with Gen X FM. Did not have enough of their presence being shown. 7 Titans also. We talked about 7 Habit. They were a little unlucky towards the end. Lucknow Giants, I think their dreams are getting shattered day by day. Every single time they come into play, they realize that maybe they might miss out on the grand BMPS Grand Finals.
You know, speaking of the Grand BMPS Grand Finals, there's just one thing which comes to my head right now. Of course, we have the lovely people at production who, of course, have all the insights of where the teams stand right now. But we're left blank, and you're left blank as well. And I'm pretty sure the players are also doing their calculations, because this is the fag end of week 2 right now. We are almost about to finish the day. We only have got 2 more games to go. And it's going to be so interesting, because right now we are in such an open state of things that those bonus points, the 25 bonus points, anybody can get that. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, this game of Erangel was interesting, but let's just move on forward to the map of Sandhawk, where it's going to be the tropical rainforest, and it's going to be beautiful. Of course, when there is a tropical rainforest, it means there's going to be a lot of action, and when there is action, we need the animal himself. Mr. I Super Johnny is going to be back on the desk with me. But of course, speaking of the groups we're going to be playing, it's going to be Group 7 and Group 12 duking it out. There are some very heavy hitters in this one. You've got Glitchix Reborn, you've got Team Big Brothers, Megastars, God's Reign, Great Esports, and of course Group 12, just great in terms of consistency. But Johnny,
Yep.
let's just address the elephant in the room. Sandhawk, this is going to be such an important map.
Yeah, this is going to be a very important map for sure. I mean, as you mentioned, the penultimate map of the penultimate week before we head into week 3 of the league stages. An exciting one for sure, but again, opportunities running out now for a lot of these names.
Absolutely, opportunities running out. And I think there is a very big opportunity for one of those teams, Big Brother Esports. We saw that on the overall standings inside of Group Red, they were struggling. They were on the same page as Gladiators. Things haven't really looked bright for them inside of week 2, did it?
Yeah, things really haven't looked good. But still, I mean, at least if you take a name like Gladiators into contention, you can be hopeful. Like, at least in week 3, we can expect a comeback. We know the experience the players have, and they are used to dealing with pressure. But for the newer names, that is where things get challenging. But considering, I mean, we, again, are going to be dropping one of the most interesting groups inside of this match. It is going to be quite intense. One team, again, who have been playing under the radar, but just like Gladiators, we expect big things from, is going to be Gen X FM, who for some reason have been quite filled with fear this entire time rather than being fearless, as their name says.
Exactly right. I mean, Gen X FM, we kind of thought that they're going to play the same ruthless, aggressive game that they played the entirety of BGIS.
Not the case.
And it was a hit and miss. It wasn't really a foolproof plan, to be honest, because when you try and take fights against every single team, you're never going to be successful.
That is
but
true.
Gen X FM, it seems like the rework or the restructure that they have done, it seems like it's backfired even further, because it's been those rare occasions when they have got good games. But apart from that, nothing really significant. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll find it out if this map of Sandhawk does come to fruition for them. Do they get the winner chicken dinner or not in this one? But let's just dive straight into the map itself. This is going to be a lovely one because we've got a nice flight path for us, Johnny.
Yeah, this one starts from the northeastern edge of the map, from Mong Na, and it's going to go towards the southwestern edge, towards Sami. It's going to be an exciting one for sure, but let's see how this game is going to turn out. We have the players from the side of God's Reign on our screen, and this is the team that I actually want to talk about. Just because we saw what happened on Weekendy a few moments ago, the chicken dinner, they almost missed out on it, but still they were looking so good, and that leads me to believe this is the match they will look well. They will be quite excited to see if they can convert this one as well.
I mean, every team will look to convert this one because so many teams right now, they're looking for that bonus points. And it seems like majority of the teams that we have in the lobby currently, right, they're still fighting for clearance. They're still fighting for reassurance on the overall leaderboard. And speak about the overall leaderboard, we have two teams who are going to be duking it out early on in this fight. It's going to be Sandhu from Team OG. And it feels like he's been taken down right off the get-go itself. One pump from the DBS and it's down and out.
OG is taking a hit yet again. In the early stages, Hub Esports finding that point for themselves. But we have seen this before. But look at the radar. The other players from the side of OG are nowhere close to that center building. In fact, they are playing on the periphery of this bootcamp compound. Reckless. Oh, hit and God, they still have opportunity to survive. But Big Brothers in the back lines. And even Big Brothers have lost one of the players. There are multiple drop clashes happening in this game, Salty. There's one just east of Bootcamp where you have Great Esports who have lost one of their players. In fact, one key player has been picked off. Red was shut down, but God hiding in a corner with the DBS, sees the players approaching his position, spots one out, tries to take him down, but is going to be dropped to the floor instead. The second one found by the side of Hub Esports. Wait, what? They just wiped out OG entirely. That was the last man.
Yeah, that exactly was the last man, to be honest. That was the amount of aggression that Hub Esports did. It was fabulous. Right from the get-go itself, I think it was the first couple of seconds when they got 2 knocks, and then, of course, in this final piece of hurdle, they just got down the rest of the 2 players. But for now, of course, we do have the circle which has popped up on towards another part of the map. Now, this is such an interesting circle because especially for all the drop clashes that is happening right now, I think they will be allowed the freedom to continue that at least for a while.
Well, let's see though. Another drop clash happening. It's Newman this time against the players of Megastars Gaming. Black's knocked out. Easy finish for the players of Newman to secure, but before they do that, they have another opportunity now. Newman, they will get quite excited thinking about that squad wipe for themselves. Let's see, Cypher knocked out, and things are looking so good for Newman, but Legit from the backlines, he's trying to stop the pressure.
Yeah, things are definitely looking bad for Newman Gaming, as a matter of fact. Wixky is still holding his position, but it seems like Thunder, he had that little bit of a visibility. Megastars Gaming, they're slowly closing the distance. I love what Legend is doing. He has no fear whatsoever.
Yeah, he's just putting pressure, passive pressure on Whiskey just with the footsteps alone because Whiskey is extremely low. But Whiskey has the DBS to work with, no ammo on that weapon though, and it's going to be a shot from Legend through the windows. Whiskey falls down. Newman in a world of hurt.
They certainly are in a world of hurt. We kind of thought that that game of Erangel would be their wake-up call, would be the fact that, all right, fine, that was just one game. Let's just come back stronger in the next one. This was the only opportunity they had. This was their last game in this group. But Newman Gaming, it seems like they certainly have been hurt very bad. And Team Megastars as well. They've sort of not remained unscathed from this fight either.
Exactly. They've just lost one player, but it is a nice recovery from there. And of course, last game for both the groups that are playing right now for week 2. Extremely important to secure as many points as possible. And I think that might be one of the reasons why we see a lot of early fights, a lot of drop clashes. The City of INR still in contention. Shadow, we've seen this before. I feel like they are moving along the backlines. They've switched positions. Earlier on, it was Megastars Gaming who was split on both parts of the river. Now Megastars on that southern side. And we have Newman towards the north. Shadow still looking for information about the opposition. Needs to be careful. Legit, he's on the flank.
I think he hears the footsteps. I think he has pinned down where exactly the player is. And Legit has to be very careful. But no throwables on Shadow might just be a problem. I hope that Gil, yes, he does have the nade itself to flush out Legit. They want to set it up for perfection because Legit has nowhere left to go, nowhere left to hide.
Oh, but Cypher from the flank, he's going to be spotted out. Legit! What a spray with that UMP. Shadow is going to be dropped as well. And Newman, they might have just dug their own grave. Thunder, he was there with the Molotov, but Gil turning his back does manage to escape. How does that happen? Thunder, that was a clear line of fire. That was such an easy knock.
For sure, but even for Gil, right, why would you show your back against the opposition in that fight? I have no clue what they're doing so far. But Shadow is still in the back lines being knocked out. Thunder, he had no visibility, and now it's even Stevens. Legit does have the DBS. The UMP is still not reloaded either. It seems like Team Megastars, they need to close down the distance and close this fight as soon as possible.
They might just get baited as Clutchbot from the flank finds the pick. Cypher, the last man left in the 1v2. And Newman from the verge of getting eliminated. They have brought themselves back into this match. Shadow wasn't even finished off, by the way.
Absolutely, he still survives. He's still bleeding out. And since, of course, it is the first circle, Newman wouldn't really care. All of a sudden, it seems like it's such a good fight because now they have 4 eliminations.
Yeah.
3 players still surviving. Of course, Wixky and his services will be missed, but it's still fine, isn't it?
I love the fact that this is the match I come back on. Because this is, again, this is what I love. Early game aggression. Before this, it felt like the teams were still thinking, oh, we can do well. We can bring ourselves back. But now I think they've realized, like, all right, this is the last-ditch effort.
This is the end game.
This is the end game now. We go all in or we go out.
Yeah, exactly. And it seems, and Newman, for sure, they have had the same plan for themselves. From a position where things could have gone wrong, all of a sudden, they have completely wiped off Team Megastars. This has been the case for them. But on the other side, it seems like Glitch X Reborn are in a pickle because Great Esports, what is happening to them? Draco in the middle of nowhere is trying to charge down against Glitch X Reborn. Of course, is gonna get punished because of it.
What a move from Glitch X. I mean, now that is impressive. The nade utilized by Scuba to flush out Draco in the open. Ralph doing a phenomenal job securing that opening. And then the last man. That was the easiest finish. He had nowhere left to run. And Glitch, they had him surrounded from every single direction. But now, look at this. The first stage isn't even done. We have already lost 3 teams in this game.
Exactly. It feels weird because we have sub 50 players left inside of the competition right now. I mean, we had an obnoxious circle to actually start off with, which does take down to Paradise Resort. It does take us to Paradise Resort, which means there is so much late game action which can potentially happen. But now since the player base is empty, where is the action going to come from?
I think not in the late game we can still expect this action to continue, Salt, because in a few moments, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a look at the map. And there's a massive cluster of teams already building up on the center. And the reason there were 3 eliminations on the players of Glitch Reborn was because 5 Filter Esports caught one of the players from the side of Great off guard, so they have that one solo point for themselves. But ladies and gentlemen, now this was a 200 IQ play made by the players of Newman Gaming. All the attention from the players of Megastars was focused on Gil. They were just tunnel visioned on that one man hiding behind that shack. They completely forgot about Clutch God.
Exactly, and I think a lot of responsibility was on Clutch God's shoulder, and that is one of the reasons why I said, right, one of the best fraggers, one of the best assaulters in the community is coming back to his prime, and it feels so good to witness that he now can have that responsibility on his shoulder, and he does deliver on that promise once again. But speaking of promise, Big Brothers, yes, you mentioned it correctly. I think there is a lot of promise which needs to be answered by this team, especially 2 players, Sarvit and his crewmate, still alive, but I'm not really sure. Where did they lose out the rest of the 2 players?
It was an early drop clash against the players of God's Rain, I believe, towards the Camp Alpha Hill, but I think what were the players of Big Brothers swimming up north?
I think they want to play in from the edges. Like we said, right, of course, as soon as the map does pop out in front of our screens, you will sort of understand and realize that there is a massive, massive territory which is covered by the waterways, which encompasses the waterways. So for majority of the teams, it is a safe bet to actually go towards the shorelines.
Yeah, but Newman, they are having a pretty fun time in this matchup. It seems like their fate has just turned. They are extremely lucky now because as soon as they were done with Megastars Gaming, now it's Lucknow Giants who were looking to cross towards that boot camp area through the city of Painan. Few shots were fired towards them by the players of Newman, but luckily Rage God, he did manage to survive, wasn't really knocked out. But Lucknow Giants, they need to be extremely careful because now the only option that's left, if they are still worried about Newman, the alternative is rotating from that Camp Alpha Island, which will be an even bigger risk because we know this. They don't. 7 Habit, they're still on that Temple Hill.
Yeah, they still are. I think there is no reason for Lucknow Giants to go to the Northwest Island. They still have that small little bridge, and I think they will make that crossover, especially because the boot camp fight is already done and dusted. But the problem still remains the same, right? Newman Gaming, I think they will be able to neutralize the pressure once they spot these vehicles out. So it'll be interesting. But for now, I think 5 Filter Esports, they have a little bit of some neighborly battles. Well, we have some player leaderboard over there. It's still Godbot holding that #1 spot. Of course, for growing strong, their matches are done.
Oh, but this is quite interesting now. We have new faces in the list of top players leaderboard. Godbot followed by Omega. Then we have Psycut there with 27 eliminations as well. And then Goblin, of course, the man that still holds the title for the previous MVP.
Yeah, and for Goblin, I think the opportunity will be there to outlast and out-survive and out-frag Godbot over there. I'm not really sure if games for Team Soul still remain, but if it does, I think it's going to be an interesting affair.
There's a whole entire week left, Salty.
Oh yeah, for sure. I was just talking about week 2, by the way. But speaking of week 2, we have another fight. It's the Fearless Marathas right now. Jennings FM, all of a sudden, they just start charging bolts against Team Hub Esports. It seems like one player was just caught off guard, but in the backline, there is another team very close by. It's very awkward.
Yeah, it is quite awkward indeed, because even a few moments ago, GenXFM and CDS was knocked out. Luckily for them, they did not lose him. They did bring him back into the game. The revive was successful. But at this point, there is the risk of getting sandwiched between the two squads if the zone moves away from these players. There's Hub Esports towards the south, Claw towards the north, and even the flanks are occupied by the players of God's Reign.
Speaking of God's Reign so far, I think their involvement in fights has sort of been minimal, but Hub Esports, especially Bijlu, as a matter of fact, the entirety of Lucknow Giants just being right behind them, and from the back lines, he's being shot down. It's a worst possible position where Bijlu has been caught off guard.
Yeah, shot in the back as he tries to
Rage
avoid the damage.
what?
He's going to
Ra-
be faced by the players of
What?
Lucknow Giants. Rage God gets
What?
too close for comfort. He's going to be knocked out. Bizlu still surviving for a few more seconds, but now he might have just baited the players of Lucknow Giants into the line of fire of Gen X FM, and they will be so grateful for this. Look at that, Rage God. He has been finished off. Flock was knocked out as well. Hub, they're going to try and recover a few points from this crappy position as Ghosty is there. A run for his life. Dawn spotted out the DBS in the hands of Phoenix as he goes for the push. Needs to be careful. There's a shotgun on the other side as well. But this time around, Hub Esports looking to convert. They fail before they make a move. But the fearless Marathas, they show up for the cleanup, and it will be a quick one indeed.
Absolutely a drive-by for sure, but for Hub Esports, you've got a feel for them. They made a mountain out of a molehill over there. They shouldn't really have gone in for the spray. Shouldn't really have gone in for the DBS shot, of course, but Jennings FM slowly and steadily, it seems like their position has sort of been marked, and it's the long-range shots coming in from God's Rain from the distance. Look at the map itself.
Yeah.
Majority of the teams are starting to huddle right across, right around the Paradise Resort region, and the circle will allow that even further.
Well, let's see. Glitch Reborn again in the prime spot, looking for the win. Still, in fact, looking for a win for themselves. And this time around, there will be a slight competition that they might face in the mid-game stages in the form of Titan, who are just a little bit south of center. Claw, they hold the prime spot in this game. That is that Paradise Resort. And if they can manage to hold on to that compound, they will be able to walk away with a lot of eliminations on the board. But look at their stage 3 already down to 41 players, 11 teams surviving. And the way the circle has shifted, you can expect a cluster forming towards that western edge, resulting in a few more teams getting taken out before we hit the mid-game stages of this match.
Exactly, and I think the cluster, of course, will slowly and steadily get eased up as well, because multiple teams, majority of them who are rotating, they are falling down. We just witnessed 2 teams getting eliminated. So we're just inside of stage 3 and 5 teams have been wiped off. I think this is one of the reasons why fights here on Sandhawk are merciless, ladies and gentlemen. But look at 7 Habit. They're looking to make a very ballsy rotation for themselves, which kind of seems unnecessary, to be honest, because they are moving along the shorelines so much so that even Big Brothers could not come in contact with them on top of Cow.
They just kept moving. They just bolted along their merry way.
They're having a fun time in the vehicle. Why are you stopping them?
I'm not stopping them.
Look at that.
Especially, I mean, if you have a Lamborghini, why would you not enjoy the ride?
Hey, this is not the road for a Lamborghini, to be honest. Your ground clearance is going to be of some trouble.
If you can afford a Lamborghini, you can afford to get it raised a little bit, I guess.
Absolutely. I think that is the best part about it. But on the other side, there's been some sort of a collision happening. Team Titan Esports, what all of a sudden happened to them? Newman Gaming all of a sudden are trying to approach up, and Gil has crossed in the distance. It's a 1v1 against Nanobay. And it seems like the DBS versus the M4, the action is here for us to unfold.
Nanobay whiffing that spray. He's going to regret that, as it is his last day, or might be. Newman still looking for a few extra points. Gil getting a little too overeager to run in towards that individual from the side of Titan. Baits him out with a nade, steps in front, hoping to secure the finish with the DBS, but the MG3 proving to be a demon. Not worth going up against.
David read him like an open book in that situation. He was like, all right, fine. You think I want to come back from that entrance? No, I will re-enter from the same entrance as well. Good patience play from there. I mean, Gil did try to kind of lob in that sneaky grenade right at the entrance, but it did not really work out, did it?
And Nanobay lives to fight another day.
Yeah. I mean, good job for him. At least up until the very end. Yeah, for sure. That is the worst rhyming that you can think of, Johnny.
Yeah,
we have done our freestyle sessions and you're not good at it.
Yeah, I'm not a good writer.
That is one of the reasons why you're feeling so proud by rhyming day with bay. That is...
You gotta enjoy the little things, Salty, in life.
For
I mean,
sure.
at this point, what do you think the players of Titan are thinking? It's just 2 players left. They're smack into the center of the circle, and now they'll be forced towards that southeastern edge. They have to enjoy this match with the first stage now.
Yes.
If they can.
I I think getting those position points, it's still going to help them on the overall rankings because Titans, they're not really far behind. They've done good for themselves so far.
Though.
I mean, this is trivial glitch. This is what they do every single time. They have no fear whatsoever, and they always strive to get that extra bit of information. And Duke, I think, currently has those balls of steel to kind of venture so close to Paradise Resort because it's already been occupied by Claw Esports.
Oh, it's going to be a troublesome position for Glitch if Duke gets taken out. But Claw, we've seen them be quite hesitant about those team fights. ORB Lynch does not even realize there's another man crossing the road towards his right in the form of Big Brothers. And Sarwat in the back lines, I believe, has a little bit of information to work with. 2 players from the side of Big Brothers remaining. ORB still in a position to just dominate the fight if it breaks out. It will be a 2v4 in the favor of ORB.
This is where the map of Sanhok sort of helps Big Brothers a little bit because the fact that they are unaware, they've been anonymous so much, and now they're trying to be one with the nature. It seems like Sarvit and others will lead Team ORB to believe that they are not present. And look at this. This is the advantage that I'm talking about. This is one way Big Brothers will be able to stop Team ORB dead on their tracks. And Black still has no information and he's least bothered. He is least bothered to check those angles.
No.
And look at this fight.
Watch this, Salty. Watch this. This is
my God.
This is just stealth maxed out, ladies and gentlemen. Sarwith, he's not even one with the nature. He is the nature himself. And now the players of ORB are going to feel his wrath. One player knocked down, but Sarwith needs to be careful. There's another man moving in from the back, and a blunder has been made by the Big Brothers themselves. An opportunity that was handed out to them. Just failing to capitalize, getting too over-eager, too overheated.
Could have gotten the knock quicker over there.
Yeah.
Should have actually had Kyoya with him as well, possibly in a trade position, possibly in a trade angle, because he's such in a one-and-done position.
Yes.
As soon as he presses that trigger, his position will be marked, and there are 4 players who are staring back at him. But the fact that Kyoya was not present just always results in that demise. Big Brothers did not play it out to perfection.
I mean, they still have an opportunity to salvage 2 more points. Kyoya, his position, I believe, is not compromised yet. He is still hiding behind that shack. But it's going to be shots from the flank, where it's going to be 4 troublemakers looking to cause some trouble like always. And this time, ORB are their target. Black in the back line, 7 first aids to work with. Can hold himself inside of that blue zone for a little while longer. But as soon as he is forced to step out, Kyoya, he's waiting for him.
He certainly is waiting for him, but the circle is not, because it has gone a massive away. It has gone a massive distance away, not just from Kyoya, but also from Paradise Resort, completely out in the open. And now look at that, the advantage that GlitchX Reborn have for themselves. It's massive. And 40R, as a matter of fact, I think they are going to be a massive thorn for everyone trying to enter the circle right now, because for them, the entry point is set.
But things are going to get interesting outside of Paradise Resort in a few moments, Salty, because we saw Claw hold on to this compound for so long, and as soon as they start to move out, God's Reign, they're moving in from the exact opposite end. Claw might not see this assault heading their way, but finally, the players from God's Reign have been spotted out. So Claw, they're going to be prepared for this squad.
They certainly are going to be prepared, but God's Reign, I think they have enough firepower to outshine the competition, at least for now, though. And look at how these 2 teams are spaced out in Paradise Resort, right? God's Reign, while they inflate the compound, the main compound of Paradise Resort, it seems like they're progressing towards the circle, but Claw Esports have sort of been forced out of the compound itself. And when they move out completely, I think the team they are going to come across will be 40R. Meanwhile, Big Brothers, they just get eliminated. We did not catch that knock and finish on towards Kyoya, but right in the back line, somewhere down the line, he has been buried 6 feet under. And finally, it's time to launch, or rather, blow the war horns, because God's Reign, they are duking things out against Team Claw Esports.
Oh, the nade, it was lined up perfectly. If that connects, it is going to cause a lot of pain and misery for the players of Claw. One more man down on the floor, but Saga looking to recover. Lines up the spray. Owace knocked out. Claw, they still have a player disadvantage. The players from 5Filter Esports proving to be a massive distraction, and that will be a disaster for the side of Claw. Zeref, he's going to be the last man left. 10 first aids on him, but God's Reign, their match coming to an end as 5Filter Esports. They're looking to steal all of these points for themselves. Arsh barely with any HP. A final first aid if he recovers. They will be able to take the next fight head on, but 5Filter Esports, they need to be extremely careful. Not enough healing utility on these players, not enough throwables for the endgame, Salty.
Absolutely, and I don't really think they will have enough time to celebrate as well, because look at that.
Yeah.
Genix Fem right in the clotheslines. And 5Filter Esports, they must have recovered from this fight, but look at how low Aman is in terms of HP. Genix Fem, they just had other plans. It seems like they're not converging upon this warehouse, which is very surprising.
True.
Because if they do manage to leapfrog this team, it's just added troubles in your backlines. Why would you do that? Genix FM just embarking on their vehicle and ignoring 5Filter Esports in that one.
Oh, but they make it inside that smoke. But I do agree, this is going to be a disaster, and we are going to watch as it happens, Salty. One player already knocked out. 5Filter Esports kicking things off in a brilliant manner, but they still have to deal with the other three lads from the side of Gen X FM. And again, as we mentioned, 5Filter Esports, no utility on these players. Crawling out in the open, Arshgod makes a massive mistake. He's going to get picked off, but Gen X FM, they find themselves as the center of attention right now in this endgame. Moksh still figuring out how to stay alive with Insidious, but in the meanwhile, 5Filter Esports, they are falling down. Nikki getting knocked out.
The only thing which has helped Genix FM so far has been the blue circle, because
Yeah.
the blue zone has pushed 5Filter Esports out of their cover, and it seems like Genix FM are riding on that tide. 3 players still surviving, 10 eliminations on board already, and I think they have information now where Charan is. Of course, the vehicle is going to give his position out. Claw is going to bow out of the competition with 3 eliminations, and now it's all about Charan and 7 Habit.
And this is going to be such an interesting endgame, because we have Gen X FM looking to make a comeback in the last match of the day, in their last match of today. And of course, there's another team sitting there with a man advantage. There's 4 troublemakers, but let's see what this man can pull off. Charan, still one with an H's, still prone out on the floor. And he's taking full advantage of the fact that Gen X FM, they're distracted by 4 troublemakers. They're too eager for those finish points on the board. 12 eliminations already secured, by the way.
Yeah, 12 eliminations secured. Genix FM, this is the team that I was missing. This is the team that I've always loved. Moksh, Insidious, Crypto, and Vishnu, of course, they are marching. 3 teams and 6 players left right from behind. 5Filter Esports will be dug 6 feet under. It's just Charan who is left, who is one with the nature. He does find that connection on the first nade. Now, is it a 1v1? It seems
is.
like it is a 1v1. In the backlines, of course, he does have one of his teammates. But now Moksh, he has that one boulder, and Charan, it seems like he's going to throw everything that he has in his backpack.
Oh, but the utility falls a bit short. The Molotovs, they will buy Charan enough time to go for a push, but can he clutch this 1v2? Charan dropping Crypto out of the match. And he does! An incredible 1v3! The ultimate snake striking the Venom. 2 poisonous for the players to survive. This is not the first time we are seeing this, Salty.
This is not the first time we're seeing this, and this is one of the reasons why I love Sandhawk every single time.
Oh boy.
I mean, Charan just picked up a page out of Mania's playbook in that one once again. This time, of course, he could not actually rely with his utility. He had to actually use his gun power. But how beautifully he did that. It was fabulous. And it kind of takes a lot of balls to survive in that one as well. We've seen some brilliant examples of trigger discipline in this game.
It does. I mean, you think about it, right? 4 players running in front of you with them being completely distracted. You have a teammate in the backlines who was trying to go for a heal battle. But Charan, he just stayed patient. He made sure that he wasn't making a single noise, just stayed absolutely still, waited for the perfect time. And since he had the information as well as to where the players of Gen X FM had positioned themselves, the last endgame fight just became easy for him.
Absolutely, but finding that first knock was so important,
So important,
for him
yeah.
with that nade, of course. And I think he has shut everyone down. He has definitely shut Team Genix FM down as well. But ladies and gentlemen, there is something else which might actually shut you down, which might actually shut us down as well. It is a new web series which has been prepared by Crafton India Esports. It looks very interesting, to be honest. It does have a very nice storyline, but we're not going to talk about it. Let's just have a look at the promo for ourselves.
BGMI. It's not an easy game.
Hi guys.
मम्मी हट गाड़ी लेकर आ गया और वो भी बाइक हाँ इधर क्या भेलपूरी चाटपूरी खाने को जा रहे क्या रे वैसे तूने गेम तो प्रैक्टिस किया है ना
वो ना स्टोरेज फुल हो गया है
BGMI. It's not just a game. It's an emotion.
Help!
तुम लोग गिट गुड कर करके चैंप्स बन गए और मैं नुबड़ा का नुबड़ा ही रह गया ना
See, I don't want to spill the beans, to be honest, but it seems like it's a very fun story
Yeah.
of four friends who build a squad for themselves. But I think before I say any further, let me just shut myself up because it is known as Bolti Bun. So hopefully all the spoilers are going to remain. And when it actually does come out, you guys will be notified if you are following us on our socials as well. Crafton India Esports on Instagram and YouTube. And also do not forget to follow Battlegrounds Mobile India on Instagram. But with that being said, Johnny, let's just talk about this game for a second because this game was sort of like a clipping moment. You had to clip highlights every single time. You constantly had to spam that button.
This was one of the best games yet today.
Yeah.
I mean, it was so exciting. Fight starting off right off the
Action-packed.
bat. Action-packed to the brim, in fact. We started off with boot camp, and boot camp, again, these days especially, is expected to have a lot of drop clashes. But this time around, it was an awkward one. But this was... I don't know what to call it, a comedy of errors or just a blunder from the side of megastars.
That was Team Megastars being Megastars, to be honest. They don't really care about anything else in the world. They just want to press their trigger. And that is exactly what they did, but it kind of backfired, especially Thunder and Legit making really bad decisions. But this was one of those moments, Sarvit just taking too much time in finding the knock and Kyoya not being present to find his trade for him.
I just realized he just misjudged the position of the second player. So
Yes.
he just got one knock off of that. Had he just pushed further, you know what would have happened? He would have been able to avoid damage from the backlines and would have been able to take down the player in the front lines as well.
He did not have information that there was somebody else
That
waiting
too.
in the back
Yeah.
lines, right? And I think the player was stationed in the back lines for this purpose only. I mean, if it was coincidence, then good luck to
I
the
think it
other
was
team.
coincidence.
I also think it was coincidence because nobody anticipates a snake in that position itself. But let's just talk about this final fight. Charan finding that connection with the nade, and then in the final fight, it was so good to watch the DBS at this range to actually have faith that your DBS is going to listen to you, that much control. It was fabulous.
You know what was even more interesting was the fact that for some reason the player who just got revived decided that, all right, I'll be the one who'll be the distraction, and it wasn't even like both of them peaked at the same time. They just gave him isolated 1v1s. One man, he just pushes with 10 HP. The other man, I understand, still had the HP bar almost full. But what will he do? It's 1v1. It's 50-50 odds. And Charan, he had, well, 50% odds of winning. He won.
Absolutely, and the fact that it was those micro errors once again, right? We've been talking about it. Isolated peaks has sort of been like 60-70% of all the micro errors that these teams have made throughout the competition itself. We've been talking about it every single day, and still it seems like in pressure situations, these basic things, it seems like that never really comes true, to be honest. But will that kind of affect 7 Habit on their overall rankings is going to be the question, because right now I think 7 Habit are in a very interesting spot. Their run further will kind of define how many bonus points that they get. 2 more games to go. How many games do they have left for the day?
0.
Okay. That
is the sad story of 7 Habit, I guess, for the end of the day.
Well, I was actually being a little positive. I was thinking that they have an optimistic future.
No, they don't. I just double checked. Their matches are done. Just making sure.
And that just means only one thing, right? Seven Habit might lack on those bonus points because
Yeah.
it has been just one good game throughout the week. I was expecting a lot more performance coming in from
True.
them. The same goes for Genix FM as well, because this was the only game where I see those high finish numbers. No other game I've seen Genix FM kind of pull something out of the playbook.
Exactly, and this, to be honest, this Gen X FM, the one we saw in this match, is the one we expected to show up from day
Yeah.
one itself, because this is how this team likes to play. This is their comfort zone. Whenever they are scared, whenever they are holding on to positions, they don't tend to do well, because I've realized this. Their defense is not that great.
Yeah.
Their best defense is just being more offensive. So I think Gen X FM, if coming into week 3, they rely on the fact that, all right, we don't have a lot of opportunities left. And if we have 5 games in this week, we will try to mow everyone down in those 5 games. I think there is a possibility that they will be able to secure a lot of points.
Exactly, and I think especially when you talk about teams like Genix FM, when you talk about teams like Blood Rose Esports, that is their forte, that is their playing style. If you ask the megastars to play passively, does it really work? It never
No,
really
it
does.
doesn't, yeah.
So, especially for teams like Genix FM and Blood Rose Esports, or anyone in particular who love that aggressive play style, I would love to see them sticking to their natural play style, because when they try and do different things, when they try and make those longer rotation, it never really works out, and so does for Genix FM in majority of the games that they've played. This one affair where on the map of Sanhok, they were like, all right, fine, let's just focus on gunfights. They did fairly well.
Yeah, they did brilliantly for themselves. I believe they have a lot of eliminations to work with. But you know what? I think missing out on the chicken dinner might actually sting them quite a lot as well.
Absolutely. I mean, everybody wants to get those big chicken. Everyone
True.
wants to get that big golden turkey up their belt as well. But for now, I think for Genix FM, their games definitely have sort of helped them get somewhat of points on the leaderboard. But what about Newman Gaming? I mean, Newman Gaming, they were having that #1 spot on the overall rankings yesterday. But today has sort of been a disaster, I would say, because the first game that they played,
True.
they acquired about 0 or 1 point. This one, not really much. I think they had about 6 or 7 eliminations. That's it.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it was just the elimination numbers. Placement points are definitely going to be lacking on the side of Newman Gaming, because they were looking to take those fights, be as aggressive as they can be, but unfortunately, while they were looking for the other players, they also were losing players in the process. So
It was a very weird fight on Painan, to be honest. It
True,
reminds
true.
when I actually go back the marinade, I'm like, what exactly happened on Painan over there?
because Clutchgod was the one who secured the knock and
Yeah.
brought the fight to a 2v2. Had he
Yes.
not been there, it would have just been Gil around the corner. So they should have known that Clutchgod was there. Plus, especially to the window, they saw him hide behind that very truck.
Exactly, and even after that particular fight, right, Newman Gaming, they were caught in some weird engagements. We saw that 40R was rotating,
True.
Newman Gaming were involved in them. There was Five-Fielder Esports as well. So for Newman Gaming, the problems of consistency is still coming back, is it?
That is true. I mean, inconsistency is definitely there for this team. And I hope that they are close enough that at least in week 3, we can hope to see them qualify if they play well. I mean, this statement will hold true for any team that is outside the top 16,
Yeah.
but still within the top 50 teams of the overall ranking. Out of the 5 games, you win at least 2, and that should push you through.
I mean, out of 5 games, winning 2 is almost about like asking for 33% win record for yourself. It's a very hard task, but
That's 40%, Salt.
for it's fine. My math is not that great. That is one of the reasons why I don't have the entirety of my overall leaderboard in my head. Otherwise, I would have just been reading out score lines, isn't it?
Yeah, that is
But
also true.
that is one of the reasons why we have the lovely boys over at production as well, who constantly cue us with those numbers. But once again, the same thing happens, right? Newman Gaming right now, I don't really think they are anywhere close to the very top. I think that has been snatched. But something else which has sort of been snatched is also going to be the MVP tag. Who comes out on top? It's going to be Charan. I mean, based on
yeah.
impact, it should be
Yes.
Charan. But I think if we go statistically, there might be someone else.
I mean, I don't know now that you say that, I mean, but I want it to be Charan for sure.
Yes, it is Charan.
It is
Finally.
Charan. 4 eliminations, finish contribution is 80%, and why would you not give the man who clutched out what was basically a 1v4 against an entire squad for the win, the MVP?
I mean,
He deserves it.
he certainly does, right? And it's sort of 4 all across the board. I mean, you've got Mox from Genix FM, Insidious from Genix FM, Clutch God from Newman Gaming as well. All four of these players, they share those 4 finishes with themselves. But Crypto from Genix Fem with 3 finishes has been absolutely brilliant. But one important pointer, which is always I was talking about, is the fact that Clutch God coming back in form has sort of helped Newman Gaming massively. It's just the rest of the 3 players. They sort of have to do something about it.
Yeah, I mean, definitely they will have to step up as well. But just notice in that replay, Clutch God was the man responsible for picking off 3 players from the side of Megastars. That is very impressive. And yet again, we mentioned, why would you forget where he was? But ladies and gentlemen, we also have the point rankings on our screens. And Gen XFM, oh, they might have missed out on the chicken, but I think I'll take my statement back about it being a cause of disconcern to them.
Yeah.
They still have 24 points to work with, 12 eliminations. Brilliant game.
I mean, for sure they have those 24 points, but who doesn't really want that extra 3, right? 7 Habits, they will be happy with those 15 position points. They have 5 eliminations to work with, so 20 points overall, not really far behind from Genix FM. But the point that I was trying to make remains the same, right? 7 Habit and Genix FM, they've sort of been very inconsistent. So that just goes to show that they definitely are not going to be very much higher up in terms of the overall standings. But there is problems on this particular page. You've got God's Reign, you've got Big Brothers, you've got Megastars, and
there's a lot of problems on this page. You have ORB, you have Titan, you have Team Big Brothers, as you mentioned, Lucknow Giants again and again, things not working out for them. Within the top 8, we just had one big name, Salty, and that was Newman, and even they were extremely low. This game was just dominated by the young players of the lobby.
Exactly, and this is one of the reasons why we always talk about Sanhok as one map being... This is one being a very off map, right? It kind of gives the opportunity for every single team out there to sort of make a comeback, to sort of not have to focus a lot more on their rotations and actually focus on their gunpowder. Because if you look at the circle in this one, right, we did not really have a very massive or a very awkward circle. The players were not really involved in the pickle. They only had to focus on finding good positions, and once they had it, they could just open fire.
That is true, but as you said, this was one of the off maps. Guess what? The next one is also going to be an off map because, ladies and gentlemen, after Sanhok, we are going to move forward to the Icy Tundras of Wakendi, and this one will be a fight between Group 10 and Group 11. And as we said, I mean, teams running out of matches. This time, Group 10 will be the group playing their last game of Week 2. We have Team Soul 8-Bit, CS, WSB, Mayur Gaming, FS, Clue Esports, Invincible, and of course, BR Titans. As I said, playing their last match. But Group 11, they still have one more game after this one. But ladies and gentlemen, joining me for the matchup this time around, it will be, well, none other than Fixtures, because there's only 3 of us here.
Well, I come bearing some spicy news, Johnny.
Oh.
And of course, Group 11 finally make their entry in today's matches. But there has been a little bit of a tussle going on for the top spot.
Really?
It is between Team Soul and God's Reign. And I must say you, the difference is not huge. It's single-digit numbers.
Oh, wow. Now this will definitely make things a little bit more interesting as we step into this game. But what do you think is the end result of this collision? Because Team Soul, well, they're just about to take the match.
Now we've got other bigger players also in motion. Team Insane, they come in. OST, you know, these two teams are playing their first games. And let's not forget, they've had quite an amazing run yesterday.
Yes.
Now, the big question is that they're coming in after a long hiatus. And the big question over here will be, of course, how are they going to deliver, considering the fact they've got the final 2 games to play.
Exactly. And I think considering it is the last 2 matches, there is a certain sense of freedom that you can feel after this Week 2 is coming to an end. So just go all in. Go berserk, pick up as many points as you can. Do you think that strategy can work out for teams like OST and Insane? Insane definitely have the firepower to force it.
Well, that depends upon the maps, right? We are talking about Weekendy. Now, this is one of those maps where anything can happen. Not a lot of the professional BGMI players are well versed with the topography. And it comes down to the zones eventually. Yesterday, you remember, Newman managed to get a chicken dinner out of nowhere. So, we have to expect the unexpected.
You've been in the backlines. You have experienced esports from the perspective of being a talent and also being a player yourself. How much do players practice Weekendy fixes?
Not much till it was recently announced by the officials that we're going to have Weekendy. If you compare it with the likes of Erangel and Miramar, where I really feel there's scope for improvement. And then again, if you talk about the psyche of the players, we just have Weekendy thrown off once in a day.
True.
In comparison with Erangel or Miramar, that's not much.
Well, guess what? This is also our last vacant fixes for the day. And the Big Bird, again, ladies and gentlemen, is in the sky. This time, though, starting from the southern side of the map, all the way from Winery. And it is going to go towards Dobromesto. This flight path is extremely weird. It's leaning heavily towards the southwestern half of the circle.
You know, in contrast to the previous weekendy, it's a little bit different and quite odd, to be honest. Teams going towards Cosmodrome, Port Vosto, they will have to struggle a little bit. But then you talk about Group 10, they're playing their final game. So if they have to make anything out of this, if Team Seoul needs that first spot, because let's remind our viewers what's on the line. That 25 bonus points.
Yes.
And right now, God's Train have a slight advantage. So, few numbers in their favor should do the trick.
And if there are new viewers tuning in who are wondering, what is the team who's sitting at the top of the leaderboard going to do with 25 extra points? Well, there's the cumulative leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen, which we will have a look at the end of the day, of course, where we will have the 96 teams that are a part of the BGMI Pro Series 2023 all present, and from that leaderboard, only the top 16 will make it through. But now, again, heading towards an interesting circle, the center between Podvosto and Vela.
Yeah, a circle that we did see yesterday. One of those games where Team X Park were in a really dominant position. Eventually, Newman managed to win that one out.
So, Fixtures, I'm so sorry I have to mention this now.
Yeah.
Look at the cluster towards the northwestern edge.
Let's not forget about the southern side either. And we do have a fight amidst us. It is going to be V9 and TMZ. Both these teams this week have been rather underwhelming. So this is their time in those final few games. Just go all out.
But I guess while there is the first fight, or in fact shots were fired in Krichas for the first time in this map, it will be towards Dobromesto, where the first pick of the game will be secured, and it is secured by none other than the players of 8-Bit CS. But version 9, let's talk about them for a minute. The journey so far has been quite shaky, struggling for points every single game they played.
Yeah, and it has just gotten worse from around here. Finally, coming into the day and playing their couple of matches, they just have 2. But Adil Jod, he's got his eyes pointed at Popeye, takes a pot shots, a couple of them, and there you go, Popeye. Still trying his level best as Adil, he would want to reposition himself.
Oh, he would definitely want to move around and move away from that spot, as Sidhu will be there to cut his feed off. But TMZ, they also had a trade knock secured before their teammate was picked off. They will have an opportunity to capitalize, but Adil, he had to connect that spray in the first try itself. Had he done that, it would have been 2 knocks instead of 1 that would have been there for the players of Troublemakers. But with this nade, what is TMZ looking to accomplish now? I think it is the right time to make an escape, try and see if they can put some distance between them and V9.
Now TMZ, they want to force this fight. They know this means a lot to them. At this point, Guri, he's just taking his sweet time. And the worst that could happen to V9, they're all hunkered down to that one spot. Now this is where, you know, they need to reorient themselves. But the big problem is, how do they do so?
Let's see, as of now, both the teams scrambling for position, scrambling for control. V9, they have brought their knocked comrade back. Still TMZ, that one man on the flank can change everything. If the players of version 9 step out into the open, Guri, the last grenade in his hands, needs to connect, but there was no one there, so no damage dished out on anyone from the side of V9.
And both these teams need to understand that these are the crucial phases, right? You need to get your loot done. You need to start avoiding fights. You need to amass as much points as possible. But V9, we were talking about them trying to reorient themselves. Now, this is a good maneuver from Alien side. He's got a little bit of a different angle. But does he know that he's got a neighbor right beside him who's got his eyes on him?
Optimus knows the opposition is on the rooftop, trying to be the savior for the side of Troublemakers. But version 9, I think they have complete control of the situation now. Seems like they're aware of where the opposition exactly is. An Alien looking to turn into the Predator against Optimus. For Troublemakers, if they gain this flank advantage and take Alien down, then you can smell trouble for the players of version 9. They need to regroup and build upon this pressure that's there from Alien. Nades lobbed upon him. Troublemakers, they're wasting more utility at this point.
Indeed, they are. And Alien, of course, his position has been compromised, but gives his teammates the time to rotate around, form different angles. And V9, they might be walking into a trap. They have poked the bears, and let's see how TMZ responds over here. Of course, Alien, his pixel is visible.
Oh,
there goes
nice.
that grenade, and he gets knocked out.
Perfectly placed by Guri. Easy knock secured. With this, the numbers can be equalized, but he needs to be careful as well. He gets baited. TMZ, they'll be down to 2 players, and it's going to become extremely easy for version 9 to wrap things up. But at least for a little while, they will have to deal the pressure in this 3v3. Good flank. Sidhu clearly sees where Optimus is. Nade cooked perfectly.
Oh.
Well, not as much as we thought. Now he's going to be forced to take a fight with the weapons instead. Sidhu, jump shots, and well, if the opposition Optimus is going to miss, Sidhu goes for the brilliant punish. Switching over to the Bison, trying to land the spray on towards Guri, but he brilliantly just falls back inside the cover. TMZ down to the last 2 players as we talked about it.
Yeah, dealt with a little bit of casualty. Still doing good for themselves, but maybe we spoke too early. But as the cavalry arrives, the backup is there, but Guri gets taken down. Pop Eye will be the one who annihilates him and maybe get one more knock.
Well, he's looking for that last player, shows the back, has the cover up, but what a clutch! Karan Jot jump shotting both the players in their faces, TMZ. Well, if the name says troublemakers, they are definitely going to make a lot of trouble. But guess what? Not the only squad wipe of the match. Even Grind 1 Esports take a massive hit at the hands of BR Titans. And even they will be eliminated from the game.
Yeah, early fights happening left, right and center. But what a play that was from Karanjot and V9. They must be cussing themselves coming in their first game. Maybe had a little bit of those cold hands, but hold on, we've got yet another fight. It is against the Colossal Titans, Team Soul against Team GWL, and seems like GWL are in a little bit of a pickle.
Well, GWL, they made the mistake of thinking they could hold the center, but wait a minute, what is that? Neo with a sliver of HP, Team Soul, 3 players knocked out, it's down to a 1v1 fixtures. This could be the unfortunate exit, the ending for Team Soul journey in this week. Neo, he has recovered his HP bar. Surya has the opportunity to go for a revive, but Neo, does he have a nade to work with? And yes, he does. It's going to fall behind Surya, a little bit off. The second one might do the trick, but Neo, as he goes for the push with the DBS, there's going to be 2 players waiting for him on the other side. The shots whiffing.
Wow!
Finally connect. The aim reset was just perfect, but before he can do anything, the third team, the third party is here. WSB showing up.
WSB finally coming in to share the spoils of war as Team Soul. They have been obliterated into thin smoke. And that is how WSB capitalizes. Could not have that wry smile on their face. As Neo, that clutch was amazing. And you talk about how that fight really began, Johnny. I need to understand what really happened, because at a point, GWL, they had their backs against the wall.
Yeah.
Suddenly, one player goes down, takes down 3 of them. Neo, that was a good call from Omega to go in, play on confidence, take that fight, which he did. But unfortunately, WSB came in at the right time, and a beautiful wipe from their side.
I mean, it was beautiful, but I have another question.
Uh-huh.
How do they have 4 points?
Well, I think they might have gotten another finish elsewhere, or they might have finished off.
I think they just stole the points.
One player was knocked out, I think, while the fight ended.
Yeah,
Soul
yeah.
had 3 players surviving. So
Yeah.
1 player taken down maybe would have stole that finish off. But yeah, now this thing, this sort of makes
Yeah.
things a lot more interesting. Let me remind our viewer once again that God's Reign in the previous game had accumulated 4 points. And Team
True.
Soul, I think this time they had 4. Is this going to sort of end maybe in a tie?
I mean, now that I think about it, I think it can.
We'll have to wait
There's
for
a
the overall
very high
standings.
probability it can. But yeah, we'll be patient, fixers. We're not going to speculate anything, because what's the point? At the end of the day, it's just 2 matches remaining. We will have an opportunity to look at the overall ranking, but this was one of the best plays you could have asked for. Karanjot bringing his team back from the verge of an early demise. And then it was Esports. Oh my goodness, this was just brutal. They ran into a meat grinder. And well, they were just grinded to dust.
look at this. This is how the fight begins, and suddenly you have the players of GWL falling off, and Surya, out of nowhere, he manages to take down 3. And then from the backlines, you could see on the finish feed, right? It was Zeref that confirmed that finish on Goblin. But hold on, we've got another fight. It is 8-bit CS against FS.
Oh, the nade from Leo Whitey does secure the trade. Demon robbed out, but still 8-bit CS. They sit in this fight with a massive disadvantage. Last 2 players remaining. They need to be a little bit more careful with how they prep the opposition. Leo Whitey and Ronak, it's up on their shoulders to secure the points. 2 elimination points already secured in this match. Also, what a game of Vacandy fixes. Stage 1, we're down to 12 teams, 37 players. Hello.
Teams are just going all out, and
Oh my.
how on earth is he still alive? I have no idea. But 8-bit CS on the back foot. FS, they have been on the climb. Especially if you consider their matches today, they have been phenomenal.
Well, Ronak, since he was so eager to be down on his knees, the players from the side of FS, they make sure that he's going to be knocked out. Leo Whitey out in the open. What a mistake. And FS, they will not let the players of 8-bit CS leave scot-free. A brilliant elimination, a brilliant squad fight. 4 points secured at the cost of 1.
You know, we are so much fixated on this entire Soul and Godsrain narrative that we forgot that Team Insane wasn't far behind. Even the likes of OST, and considering the fact that Insane and OST have 2 consecutive matches, I think we might have new players maybe contesting for the throne. Now, imagine out of nowhere if OST go on to win Group Red. Imagine the kind of a confidence booster that would be.
I mean, it can be, but then growing strong, they won week 1 and then they weren't that strong in week 2.
Still, let's give them the benefit of doubt. We, we'll be dreamers. We want that underdog story going on. And
That is
for
true.
OST, nothing better than having those delicious 25 points under the belt.
Of course. I mean, it's bonus points.
Who
They
would
are
not want
free.
that?
They are free. You don't have to play any extra games for that. And as you said, who would not want that for themselves? But let's see, Troublemakers still looking to cause some trouble. Karanjot, he did manage to save one of his teammates, Optimus, from that awkward team fight earlier on in the game. But with just 2 players, it will be extremely difficult to survive. But look at this. The second stage of the map, we're down to 10 teams in Vacandy.
But look at the confidence as we take a look at the replay, right? It was Team FS hitting, trying to infiltrate, breach into the compounds of 8-bit CS, and they still managed to get away with murder.
All right, I was just about to ask who else got wiped out. Turns out it was BR Titans.
Oh my god. What are we witnessing? Now, let's talk about what happens next, because right now we still have Team Insane alive. We still have Team OST alive.
Yeah.
Now, if you take into picture of how OST performed in the first week, they were somewhere around 35, 38 ranked team. And now, given the fact that if they somehow manage to secure the first spot, get those bonus 25 points, they might break into the top 16.
Yeah, I think they'll be there in the top 16 with a nice little safety cushion to work with as well, within the top 8 in fact. But then, third week, there's going to be a lot of pressure because they're going to be forced to hold on to that position throughout the week. It will be such an intense week.
That is how diamonds are forged, aren't they? Put them under extreme pressure, a lot of duress, and you get something brilliant, that perfect cut. That is something we would expect out of a team like OST. But for WSP, stars haven't really aligned for them the way they played. Yeah, the first game of Erangel had a really good spot, but moving ahead, not really the best of the week they've had.
I do agree with that. I mean, this has been a week filled with a lot of challenges, but let's see. TMZ are about to run into a very challenging team fight against the players of Mayur Gaming, and I think the good decision right now will be to not do that. They have no incentive to take that fight. Smack center of the zone, you have cover to work with, and unless Mayur Gaming forcefully push on the players of TMZ, there's absolutely nothing TMZ need to do from here on out, at least for the next 5 minutes.
Is that a circle shift, Johnny? Because
hey, it's still better fixes. I mean, there have been moments where the circle just barely moves and we're just left wondering, like, did it even move? Are we still seeing the same zone? It had happened, bro.
But now, when we talk about the striking contrast of how OST or Insane are positioned, Insane playing a little around the center, they have that pot wars to compound, but hold on, we've got to fight amidst this. it is Mayur Gaming taking on the Invincibles.
And this is what I was talking about. Mayur Gaming pushing towards the players of TMZ. The nade, it was, I believe, Molotov that was lobbed to flush the players out, but they have a crossfire setup waiting for the players of Mayur Gaming to come towards them. Kunal, nail lobbed out. Does not really connect, looking and hoping to secure a knock with the second nade. Just in the same direction, but while he's lining up the utility, the opposition, they are doing the same thing. Still no knock secured. MG, they need to be careful as well, because if they run into those close constricted spaces, these shotguns are definitely enough to wipe out the entire team.
He's holding that choke angle. TMZ in a little bit of a predicament here. The push might come in any given moment. And all that Mayur Gaming are waiting for is that one player to get knocked out. Optimus just hugging himself to the corner. Does not want to make a move there, but there you find it. Sanchit gets that opening on Karanjot, and he knows exactly where the last player is. Optimus still putting up a fight, as Mayur Gaming, they will overwhelm with the numbers that they have and get this squad wiped.
But still a valiant effort from the side of Troublemakers. They still take an exit with 4 points rather than going out and... Wait, they get 5 points, because it's down to top 9 teams in stage 3.
All right. I mean, we take that. And, you know, nobody's able to figure out what on earth is going on at this point.
The streets of Vacant are running red at this point.
Everybody's just gone rampant.
Hey, but second last game of the week. Why not just go all in? As I said, you have a certain level of freedom. Because what do you have to lose after this, right? Nothing. This is it. It's all or nothing. And teams, I think certain teams have decided to go all in this matchup. But look at this, even Clue facing off against the players of OST, and it's going to be Devotee who finds that pick for his team.
Now we're starting to count the finishes on OST. They've already mustered up 1 point. And they would be looking for a few more. Like we were discussing about it, OST, they're loving to play from the edges. They want to have that little shroud of mystery around them. They want to strike. I think what they're trying to do now, Johnny, is wait for that hardship. Because so far, we've not witnessed one.
Yeah, so far we haven't actually seen the circle moving that much. Everyone was pretty much already towards the western side, so it did not trouble anyone at all. This was quite interesting. What was that?
I don't know if they need to make a change in their name. Just have to add a little less behind the clue. But
It was like their teammate got knocked out and they were like, the other players, oops, sorry.
And we've been having quite a lot of those moments. And now a little bit of a more vivid picture of what really waits for us. WSB, they'll be really happy with how the circle has panned out for them. And at this point, Johnny, I'm starting to get worried where this circle goes. You've got any predictions that you want to make? Is it going to go towards the eastern side, or do you still think it is going to come down to the center?
Right down the center, that bridge where WSB is. That is going to be hilarious if the game ends there.
We'd love that if that were to happen, but FS. Now, this has been the team to talk about, right? They've been making the headlines. In one game, we saw Turbo playing so well, and then in the other, it was Hitman. Of course, they barely missed out of the chicken dinner, but those 15 points that they managed to garner for themselves would have certainly helped them in trying to be in a more close position to contest for those bonus points.
You know what? This has been the scenario for FS Esports, wherein they have just completely been in the competition, all thanks to the individual players popping off. We haven't really seen them pop off as a team, and I think that is something that we are waiting for. But still, it's a new squad. Hitman was the only man that was retained, and everyone else on the lineup is quite fresh. So I believe, given the time to get things synergized, they should be okay. But someone who's not okay is Team Clue. Still looking for a few clues as to where they need to go, where the treasure of the chicken dinner is hiding on this map of Erangel. But now with the vehicle, tires blown off, there's smoke coming out of the engine. Ujjwal in the corner. Oh, he makes it inside cover. Barely though.
But at the cost of what? Losing out on yet another comrade. And just moving around like headless chickens at this point. Team Clue, they have no idea of what's really going on. The read is not there. And in situations as such, you're supposed to send one player. But I feel like what's happened is they've lost control of their vehicles. They did not have enough of them. And he's just the last player surviving.
No, Fixus, you're wrong there.
What happened? Tell me.
They've lost control, period. That's it.
Let's not get away with anything else, right? That's for Clue up to. But, when you talk about Clue as a team and as a week, this is one of those weeks that they want to forget. Hasn't really turned out well for them. And in the grand scheme of things,
Yeah.
Johnny, if you look at the overall standing, which will happen after the matches end.
I was looking at the map to see what was happening, and I just saw Ujjwal just bolt towards the players of WSB, sacrifices himself, and gets taken out.
He's had enough.
He's had enough. Just spare me from this brutal world. It's too cruel for me to live in.
Now I'm kind of thinking about the prospects of week number 3 for Team Clue. How are they going to show up?
Oh, 5 wins.
5 wins?
Yeah, that's what they need.
All right. I mean, I hope your words turn true because they need to pull out a rabbit out of their magic hat if they have to qualify. But talking about the circle, I think, Johnny, you were right on that. WSP, they will be the ones benefiting from this zone the most.
No, I wasn't right yet. I wanted to be on the actual bridge fixes.
All right.
Yeah.
You're a sadist, aren't you?
I am.
We laughed at. I mean, at least the viewers would have laughed if that were to happen. But Team Invincibles, they've not had the best week so far.
That is true.
Have looked a little lackluster. What do you feel went wrong with them?
I mean, even week 1 wasn't that great. Never really being able to control momentum. Invincibles, I mean, we see them do well in 4v4s quite often, in fact. So that team fighting aspect, the gunpowder that we always hope to see in newer teams is definitely present. But the rotations are so lackluster. They lack information while moving around the map. And even if they do get information, their first instinct is to just charge forward without looking towards their surroundings, and that is something that they need to work upon. Even in this game, you see where they are positioned right now, right? Towards the northwestern edge, but we'll talk about them in a bit, because Insane, well, they've drawn the attention of the players of WSB, apparently.
Yeah, and are in quite a precarious spot, to be honest. I'm starting to get a little worried about them because they've got 2 more matches to play.
Yeah.
They have that slight cushion, but of course, Team Insane, they would love that first spot for themselves.
Don't worry about Insane in this game, Fixes. I mean, we know the circle is going to move towards the bridge.
I mean, if you're saying so, there are slight chances, but hold on. We finally have OST trying to breach in a compound.
But thank God that was a smoke. I see that trajectory and I was like, all right, maybe a massive blunder from the side of OST, but no, it is Team Execute who have made the blunder. They do find the trade, so there is a slight recovery. Execute, they need to be extremely careful with how they move forward. But Team OST2 over eager for the hunt. Look at Devotee. He's running in the corner, catches the man off guard, runs up, catches one more, going for the revive. What was that? A 1v4 from Devotee.
An absolute madman by all means. The way he pushed in through, he knew the moment he had the knock, took down the entirety of the squad.
I actually want this to be confirmed. Was that a 1v4 or was that a 1v3? We'll have the replay, I hope, in a bit. Because I believe it was 1v3. I believe he had one elimination already.
He had an early elimination, but
still brilliant, man.
Brilliant job, nonetheless. But Team Insane at this point, now they're in a spot. They want to take this fight, and they are climbing the hills. These are the wolves trying to take down WSP.
My prediction was incorrect. It's not on the bridge. Well, at least it's on the shorelines. It's still going to be a fun end game. And as you were talking about Insane, they will definitely have to play like madmen right now if they want to bring themselves back. It is a uphill fight in which WSB is just completely focused right now on stopping the backlines, picking off Entity and Insane. And guess what? Entity moving in means Insane. They are about to get sandwiched very badly.
Yeah, we might have a few more suspects. Somraj, I think that engine has made a lot of sound, and Harsh is aware. He's aware of that little intervention, and now Insane, they have to pick a fight. They need to stop Team Entity from trying to get in close, because if you look at the mini-map, Entity aren't yet inside the circle.
Yeah, Entity is right on the edge. And they can't even move up north, because as soon as they do, they'll be in the line of fire of WSB. which actually is going to be much worse. At least if they try to take the fight against Insane, they still have these massive boulders to work with. But from the backlines, the players try to close. The spray from Harsh helps secures the opening and Entity. This is looking like a very bad spot for them to be in. Somraj, look at him fall back, trying to see if he can help his teammates back on their feet and help them inside the zone.
Considering it's Entity, I think they have a plan B, right? They might go for a heal battle, and Gamla Boy might be the one. But for now, Harsh, he's kept them at bay. But Team Insane, they've got bigger problems to deal with. But look at Team Entity. They want to take another route.
Well, they're moving up north, going out wide, in fact, and find the players of FS. Completely distracted FS. They were tunnel visioned on the players of WSB. But for now, Hitman is the only man who has been knocked out. Turbo is there along with Dazzle in the backlines. But Entity, can they pull this off? It's 3v2 that they're heading towards. The wall of smokes acting like a cover for the players of FS. But Entity, they are here. And Turbo is left all alone to deal with the pressure. The jump shot's not working out. Somraj swatting the fly mid-air. And along with that, even FS, the entirety of the squad is going to fall.
Completely unfazed, Somraj. That push was amazing, but his smile did not last for long as Troy just surviving on a sliver of HP. Mayur Gaming have all 4 players of them alive as FS Esports, they've finally been eliminated. But look at Mayur Gaming. They want to take this fight against Team Entity.
There's something I want to say, but I'm not going to say it unless it happens, Fixtures. Because look at the zone and look at who is in the zone. There's only one team there. There's WSB. I'm going to leave it at that. As Mayur Gaming, they are trying to take them out of not just the zone, but the game itself. Spray from Kunal, not really connecting.
MG at this point, Johnny, it's kind of a little difficult to say how they're going to make that movement. And WSB, they have to be very careful.
The same thing, yeah. I mean, because MG, no matter where they go towards the west, they go towards the north, you run into Invincibles, you move directly towards the circle, you run towards WSB, there's nowhere left to go, and not enough cover to work with for the side of Mayur Gaming.
Indeed, Insane. I think they're going to take this opportunity with open arms, as Jazzy's already started lobbing a couple of nades. And at this point, Team Insane, how do they work this around? I think they would be hoping for the fact that somebody needs to push against WSB, and that is how they capitalize. A similar repetition of their heroics yesterday in the game of Erangel, where they got a chicken dinner, but elsewhere, Jazzy finds a knock on 3.
It feels like teams think there's a rule not allowing third parties, but that's not the case. Third parties are open for everyone, and this time Insane, they capitalize, picking off the players from the side of Invincible, who were just completely, again, tunnel vision on just one team, but that 2-pointer from Spider equalizes everything, and even Adi is going to fall down to the utilities lobbed upon them by Team Invincible, and living up to the name that they have for themselves. Invincibles looking to wipe out the side of Team Insane from this game. The push from Rango looks good. Harsh, the last man in the backlines, brings it down to 1v1. But that final nade, I believe, has done the job. Insane, they are wiped out from this lobby. And WSB, it looks like they might just be heading towards a free win in this map of Vacandy.
Are in a little bit of 2 minds at this point, because they've caught up Mayur Gaming, poking them from a long time as Team Invincible start falling down, and to the mercy of the blue, they fall prey. But look at Mayur Gaming, slowly but surely they're gaining a lot of ground. They're getting a lot of control over this area, dropping all those smokes. Now we'll just destroy these vehicles and create some concrete cover for them, as now the ball is in their court. But Sanchit, this should not have happened.
Yeah, this should not have happened, but they got too overeager, taking those shots meant giving away your sound cues. And well, smokes aren't solid covers, so shots definitely coming through. The vehicle blows up, and WSB, they have the opening that they were looking for. But look at this, at WSB, as they get distracted, Invincibles, they are still in this match. The utility was good, Sanchit is back, but Mudit has taken a lot of damage. Kunal is going to be the first person to fall in this fight.
Whatever could have gone wrong has gotten wrong for Mayur Gaming, as WSP will take this opportunity with open arms. Sanchit, that was a big disaster, and look at WSP trying to mop the floor down, as there you go, the final finishes might come up any given moment, but look at Zap.
Oh, the nade, Surya. Could have been picked off, but Mudit and Sanchit still managing to survive. WSB still with all 4 players. The man who can change everything. We see him on the radar. The last surviving player from the side of Invincibles. Nade after nade. Zap just going at it. Surya on his knees again. Mudit down to 50 HP, but I believe WSB, they will run out of throwable soon. They have to wrap this fight up before they do. Mudit almost getting wiped out. Sanchit taking a lot of damage. Could be the end of Mayur Gaming in this matchup. Mudit still there with half his HP. WSB, they have all 4 players remaining. Absolutely know that this is their match. This is their chicken dinner. Look at the confidence in Raiden. Shot in the back, but his teammate capitalizes there, finding that finish, and 11 eliminations on the board for WSB. They can make it 12 if Spider allows them to do so. If he goes down to the blue, I think the finish point denied can definitely be wonderful, and he will try his level best to do that. Alright, looking for that last match. Raiden picks him off. 12 eliminations in the end for WSB. A brilliant win, but also quite fortunate considering the circle was on top of them since the start till the very end.
And that is exactly how WSB thrive, right? That's the way they roll. And similarly, in this case, a chicken dinner that they missed out on in the map of Erangel, that Yasnaya circle that we had, went a little away from them.
Yeah.
But this time, they ensured that they had everything working out for them. But let's not forget that Mayur Gaming, they were the ones who dug their own graves. It was Sanchit. He was trying to create that cover around his vehicle. And look what he did. He exploded himself. And everything just fell apart from Mayur Gaming from there, because they all had to, get pincer down to that one spot.
We can't blame Sanchit alone fixes, because his teammates were also taking shots on that vehicle, and I wonder whose damage knocked him out.
It was him himself.
It was him himself.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, right. I mean, and one of the reasons for that was because half the car was inside the smoke. They were blindly spraying towards the front tire, and I believe few of the shots definitely hit the engine.
Yeah, it did, and seemed like it just burst apart. And but WSP, I really liked the confidence on how they played over here, being very careful. They were kind of poised and took those fights when it was needed. And I love that, especially how they capitalized on Team Soul after just that clutch.
I mean, it was an interesting set of affairs in this game of Vacandy. We were on the edge of our seats the entire match because, I mean, we kept saying that by the time we reached stage 3, we were down to like 9 or 10 teams.
Yeah.
That hardly ever happens in this map. And that was so exciting. But as WSB, they were blessed in this map. I hope to see them perform like this in week 3 as well, because this is what we expected from them. And it was a performance that was desired for a long time. But finally, this team has delivered. And as we talk about the blessing that was there for WSB, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys received the blessing as well. The Foo's blessing in BGMI. Let's check it out. Everything about this new drops is it's just amazing this time.
What is not great over here? Nothing is the fact that, the way the teams are playing out, we're loving how they've shown up, especially in the final days. FS has been really amazing.
Yeah.
They've made quite the climb. This game not going the way they wanted, but Team Insane has amassed quite some points. I think a top 4 finish with decent amount of points on their finish board will set them in chartering course to kind of tussle it down for the first spot.
I mean, they still have one more match left. At least in this one, they gained the edge against the players of OST. I think that is something they can be happy about. They outlasted them.
Yeah.
They had more eliminations on the board. But ladies and gentlemen, this game of Vacandy, as we keep saying, it was something else. And you guys, if you don't believe us, let's have a look at the recap. You will see what happened. And while we have a look at the fights, also keep an eye on what stage and what the time says towards the top right-hand corner, because we started things off with Clue losing out a few players to the players of 8-bit CS, but even before that was version 9 kicking things off against the players of TMC.
These early fights were beyond my understanding, to be honest, Johnny. Teams were forcing it out. Ideally, we witnessed the very opposite of what just happened in Vikendi. It's all about that stalling game. It's all about holding on for as long as you want. We did see some amazing moments, one of which was this Karan Jot's clutch, but then even the likes of Team Clue, they were out of their minds. They did not know what to do. But Neo, this beautiful clutch, but he could not have a smile on his face because WSP knocked on the doors
Is
right
it a new
after.
strat to rotate together in the same car? Because we've seen a lot of teams do that. I mean, none of them survive eventually.
I think they only do that if they do not have multiple vehicles. And this again comes down to not having the best knowledge about the vehicle spawn points. I think teams need to put a little bit more work to that. But I think as time progresses, they'll just get better at it.
I don't understand, and I can't even begin to fathom how that fight took place. Devotee just catching everyone in that entire team fight off guard. I mean, at this point, we can say they literally did not see him coming.
Yeah, I mean, the moment you get the first two knocks, something just gets you. You get possessed and you know that you want blood. And in that moment, you cannot stop that player. He's got that confidence going along. But Team Insane, considering how situations went against them, they still did quite a decent job. But that one nade, I think that came in from Saipa, I believe, who also had a really good game this one.
Yeah, it was incredible. And I think he was the one man who kept the hopes and dreams for Invincibles alive literally till the very end, and Spider was just phenomenal. Insane could have done so much more in that last moment, but Spider, I like the fact he tried to deny his point to the best of his abilities, but got eager when one of the players from WSB started pushing, when he was like, alright, let's see who gets this point. Either you get my point or I take off your player and we walk away with one extra finish point on the board.
And, it just came down to the fact that he was helpless. He had no other choice and just went out in the open there. But Mayur Gaming, boy, oh boy, you got to feel for themselves, Johnny, because I felt like they had it in the bag. Because there was a moment, if you had noticed, WSP went down for the finishes of on Invincible. And then they realized, no, we need to rally our forces together, get back. And that was the point where Mayur Gaming, they were spreading out. And then having yourself knocked out, that is where the entire cookie started crumbling for them, and things really went out of their hands quite too soon.
It did, but I mean, there's still hope for a better future, because at least in this game, Mayur Gaming, they played very well for themselves. And again, this team, they are quite incredible. They have a lot of potential in them. We've seen them in the past, and they were just phenomenal. This time, I think the slow start or the unfortunate start from week one, they're still recovering from the shock and the shocker that was there for them. In this game, at least, the top 3 finish should be there to help them with a few extra points. But again, considering that this was their last game, they will have to put all of their hopes and dreams into week 3 when they have their matches.
Now the narrative has changed a little bit. We were talking about the top spot. We had 2 major contenders. It was Team Soul and we had God's Train.
Yeah.
Now in when Group 11 came in, we had to include Insane and OST. OST did have a couple of finishes to their names, but I don't know where they really finished. Might get a couple more, but Insane, they finished 4. And with decent amount of finishes.
Yeah.
Now they're also in contention for the top spot. So we've got 4 teams contending for that extra 25 points.
It's going to be fun going into the last game, considering both Insane and OST are going to be playing. And while these 2 teams are playing, the other 2 teams that you mentioned, they're going to be sitting in the sidelines at the edge of their seats. And well, they're going to be praying that both these squads get wiped out as soon as possible, because you want those 25 points for yourselves. We keep talking about this bonus points, ladies and gentlemen. Hand it out after the next match will be over.
There could be another participant, could be Psych as well. Psych has been having a really good run, and this is also where they come into play once again.
I think today was just not great for Psych. I think today they might have actually taken a tumble in the overall
Still in
rankings.
the race.
But let's see. All right, we'll have a discussion. In fact, we'll look at the rankings, what they are at the end of the day. Let's have a look at the MVP of the game right now. It is going to be Anuj, who was way too OP in this game. 4 finishes, 33.3% contribution.
playing by the book, and Anuj did not overextend even in a single moment. He knew when the moments arise, he has to step up. Those end knocks, that was really beautiful. But when you look at the other big players, has to be Devotee. Those 4 finishes, he had been possessed, and Neo, that was a beautiful clutch. But I wish if Karan Jot were also there.
Yeah, I wish that too, Fixes. I mean, because that play was incredible, but unfortunately for him, that was only 2 eliminations. He was able to clutch for his team. In the meanwhile, WSB, there are 3 players on the list. Zaref and Raiden follow up on the 4th and the 5th spot with 3 eliminations to their name as well. But ladies and gentlemen, it's more than finishes that this game is about. Let's have a look at the rankings of the match. We have WSB leading the charge with 25 points, 10 more than Invincibles, who are there on the 2nd position. And Insane, they only had 2 finishes. Fixes. They're tied with OST.
Exactly. And this is something even I did not see coming. OST getting 10 points, Insane getting 10 points. So we've got now 5 teams, or everybody eyeing on that top spot. And let me remind the viewers, the difference is of single digits.
Yeah, it's single digits separating the squads apart. But considering now OST and Insane are going to be quite close to each other, both of these teams have an opportunity to finish 1st and 2nd respectively if they can, with a lot of eliminations on the board, and just completely dominate the overall ranking. Take it back to where it was at the start of this week.
Or maybe somebody just drops on them, eliminates them, and it could be the likes of Soul or Godson, somebody from one of them who gets the first spot. We could come up with multiple possibilities, but in this reality, what's going to happen? That one match, it's more exciting than ever. It could boil down to anything at all.
I'm just looking and trying to find out which squads in that last game can actually drop Clash and try to take on Insane on OST. You have to look for aggressive teams, like teams that love the early game aggression, and I don't think it's going to be easy. I mean, because Gladiators, they were also struggling, so they're going to try to play for points. Psych is going to try to play for points. There's too much speculation. Can't really get more clarity, Fixes. But I guess, you know what's easier than trying to assume what is going to happen in the next game? Just moving on to the last game of week 2, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. We have the teams that will be dropping into this last game of Erangel.
Indeed, and as Group 9 take on Group 11, this is going to be the final game of Group Red, as Johnny, he's going to watch the games from the sidelines. We've got a handsome talent over here, Mr. Salty. He's come in to cast the final game. But now, Johnny left with an open question. Which is that one team that will contest maybe the likes of Team Insane or OST? And Salty, I feel I know exactly who that is going to be. It's going to be Team OR.
I think so, to be honest, because OR, they definitely haven't shown up to their true potential throughout this tournament. So right now, there is a massive question mark on top of what their plan of action is going to be. And to be honest, they can only go upwards. They can either go upwards or they can bring other teams down.
That's the only way they can go right now.
I mean, exactly right. Or, like I said, they can bring other teams down with them. And why not if they have some vengeance in their mind? We were speaking about vendetta, isn't it? And possibly.
I think they share good relations, but you never know, because OR, we have seen a different face of them this time around. Because if you remember that game of Miramar, and even in the weekendi that they played, they were just running around trying to pick fights with anybody they saw. They see a body, they're like, we're going to take this one. Admino, we need to applaud his heroics, but wasn't really enough. He did get clutched out towards the end. But now, considering 5 teams in contention, who do you think will have the final laugh?
Hey, man, don't ask me that question because I've been very bad with my predictions, to be honest. And like you said, I don't want to curse any team right now.
All right.
Let's just witness the game. Let's just watch all the action unfold. And I'm going to take the backseat, put myself along the safe lines, because why do you want to be the person to initiate the contact? It's just about 30 seconds before we actually go into the game, so should not really be a long wait for you, Fixes. But if you ask me for predictions, I think should be Team Insane.
Wow, so much to eventually curse somebody. But I think we can take this opportunity to ask our viewers what they think, because the contestant has been very tough. It has been uptight over there, right for the top spot. FS, however, they've had an amazing day so far.
Yes.
They were languishing down the bottom, and from the ashes they rose. But here it is, ladies and gentlemen, the final game of this week, and off we set to Erangel. The big bird is up the skies, and it is a flight path trajectory from shooting range towards Milter Power.
I love this flight path already because right off the get-go, it seems like the flight path has sort of thrown a massive curveball at the face of so many teams right now. It does start off from shooting range, ends towards Milder Power, and cuts off majority of that southwestern quadrant of the map. How do these teams go there? Well, the answer is they don't. They just drop down and fight, do they?
Yeah, and Gladiators, they've gone for their plan B.
Yeah.
We've seen that going down towards Sosnovka military base hasn't really helped their cause. I think one of the major reasons could be OST also planning to drop Clash on them. We've seen OST given the games where Gladiators don't drop, aren't playing. I think they take that opportunity to go down there. But coming down to Insane, the big question is where they usually drop, because they have 2 drop spots, and this time they're opting for the Mansion Shelter Spirit. Otherwise, they kind of tend to go off towards the Western Georgies.
Exactly right, and considering the fact that this flight path is like directly on top of them, should not really put them at a massive discomfort. The only discomfort they might actually face is the fact that the stack is still going to be on top of them. But again, talking about the stack, it seems like every team in that vicinity, they know their regions. But I'm actually surprised by Stellar Titans and the kind of split that they have, because usually they go for Yasnaya, but now they have a longer split. But Optimus, what are you doing over there?
He's trying to take the Hitman challenge. Are you aware of what a Hitman challenge is, Salty?
Nope.
So, well, this is basically what he's doing. You take the revolver, and if you manage to take somebody down, which is apparently done, you win that Hitman challenge. So, Hitman challenge is about fighting against each other with just revolvers, because it's very difficult to connect, especially when you're on your mobile devices. And with the revolver, without any armor, if you hit a headshot, that's the cleanest Hitman challenge you can win.
And it seems like Trigger, he was caught mid-air, but on the other side, Team Psych as well. It seems like the action is palpable, ladies and gentlemen. Everywhere there are teams duking it out. This time around, this is right next to Nova Upnoy, and Team Psych, they are under pressure. It seems like Pegasus has found that early weapon, and he's constantly trying to pin down Orva, not letting him move about this little piece of cover that he has.
At this point, I'm starting to get a little worried about how are ASG going to approach this, because if you look, all that PSY want to do is try and buy some time, because on the minimap I could see one of their players, indeed it is Striker, he's got that off angle, and it could also be Orzi, and if Pegasus does not have his attention over there, then he might be in a whole world of trouble.
I mean, speaking of trouble, this last game, of course, it's the definition of trouble, ladies and gentlemen. Every team just duking for that #1 spot. And you've set the stage perfectly, Fixes. It seems like there are 5 to 6 teams contending for that much coveted bonus points that we were talking about. Will be a life changer, will be a game changer considering the tournament perspective. But Team Psych trying to go on a wide flank Striker. Like you said, the off angle is there, but he's still trying to find an opening.
Yeah, sort of has given his position away, and hence maybe the retreat would want to rally the forces and maybe push in together. Kind of really sketchy what Sai are trying to execute over there, because that could have gone wrong on variable ways. But for now, Pegasus realizes that Psych, they want to just unify their forces.
And this entire fight, if I'm not mistaken, Fixes, you the one with this stat book right now. And I think this fight is a very high stakes one, especially for Team Psych. For ASG, not so much. They can afford to lose these bodies. But on the other side, it seems like Team OST, they've sort of been hit really hard. Hitler is still down on his knees, and version 9, they are in the greatest of positions. But look at their shot. How is that possible, Devotee? What is that athleticism?
I don't know how he pulled that one off, but he's finally opened the floodgates to this fight. As OST, they do have a man down, but they need to recuperate. But look at V9. They're kind of spreading their wings apart, trying to form different angles, and maybe Spicer might succeed over here.
But here's a long distance to cover, Fixes, and I think Team OST, they've got that covered. They've got that angle checked. I think it's Sidhu as well as Popeye who can actually create a difference, but Popeye is going to head straight towards Hitler. He's going to secure that one finish point for himself. They've also got to find the revive on towards Alien to resurrect this team back into action, but it seems like OST from the backlines, even Outcast Noob is going to be under heavy fire. Even Adi is going to be forced inside this compound. It's enormous pressure that V9 is putting up.
Yeah, has to just hug on to the wall that he has, but OST, they need to understand they will have to wait for V9 before they commit any mistake. Popeye in the right compound. I really feel that Hitler, he's beyond saving, but Devotee, he cannot afford to get knocked out. And Popeye, if he can manage to somehow get onto the rooftop, which he has, this is going to put V9 in a really good spot.
Does not really have those throwables fixes. Popeye, the angle could have been devastating, but with the guns that he has, it will be a little difficult for him to flush out the players out of their cover. And it seems like even OST sort of realized that the lack of utility will make them hold their angles even further, and that just makes the job so much more difficult for V9. I think Spicer needs to close up. He has those 2 grenades, which can be the differentiator maker.
I think at this situation, Popeye, they will have to rely on him. And for him, as an individual, he will have to thread the needle. But I feel like OST are aware of how he's just gotten on the roof, so they're not giving him that angle. But for Spicer, he has to be the one, like you said. He needs to strike one down.
Even Sidhu is just waiting patiently in the backlines. And this is one of the reasons why I feel like these early fights, right, there is that
nice
sense of hesitation. This was actually nice. Drigger was unfortunate. While he was on his parachute, completely defenseless, the zoom in is there, the shots just connecting and slowly and steadily just chiming in the HP. Oh, Drigger couldn't really do anything much over there, but this fight, it was kind of unnecessary from OST, wasn't it?
Devotee, those were some inhuman reflexes, right?
I'm not even sure how he connected the shots. He was mid-air.
Pure instincts is all I can say, but for now, seems like there is going to be that scuffle there. Popeye knows exactly where Adi was. The barrel being barely visible, and how on earth is he still alive?
What? Majority of those bullets hitting the wall. Popeye, he missed a golden opportunity, and now OST. Of course, Spicer is going to help him resurrect some sort of action back in this fight. Another nade being tossed in as well. It seems like V9 have finally found that influx inside the compound. Through the smoke, they're going to clean up Devotee, and that's it. It was a good recovery from them, but one big dog, OST, being wiped out from the competition early on in the game. Did we anticipate this?
And without any points.
Without any
That's
points.
something that the viewers have to take note of. But yeah, V9, they realize they've got nothing else that they can do. Let's just play all out. And they have been one of those teams. And OR Esports, I think they've managed to get that revive on Rigger. Of course, TMZ did not commit it for the push, but Gladiators' eyes will be on this team because this has been one of those weeks they would want to forget and not remember. Did not go their way, but Team Insane, they're really happy about the spot that they have. But I really hope they get some little bit of cover because this part, I call it the dip of death. And you sort of are exposed from various angles and seems like Adi has heard me.
Exactly. Team Insane, they also realize the risk potential. Speak of risk potential, what just happened? Team Stellar Titans as well as Team Insane, they just ignore each other. It is that love story which did not come to fruition. The two partners coming in close contact, but as I say close contact, it was so close yet so far.
Oh my god. This could have gone either ways. Imagine Stellar Titans just duking it out and Insane getting picked off over here. Certainly would have pleased the likes of Soul and Godlike. In fact, God's Rain. But at this point, as the circle starts closing in. However, I'm a little disappointed, Salty, because, no, let's be honest, the BGMI gods have been giving us this exact circle for almost all the Wrangle games we've had.
Yes, to be honest, on towards that eastern side of the map, we've seen a lot of action happen, and I'm not really sure why, but at least one positive to take out of this particular circle is the fact that the players are accustomed. They kind of are aware of the shifts, and they've played this time and time again, especially Team Insane, so they should be happy. But speaking of being happy, look at that. Team EXC They have Team Entity rotating right underneath their noses, but they cannot do anything about it. I still remember how well Sneaks performed in the last day, and seems like today he's yet to open his firing arms.
Yeah, I think TEXE might be making a little bit of a mistake there. I think they had that little window they should have capitalized, but for now, Gabba, Team Entity, they're sort of aware. But when you look at Team Entity's performance as a whole, I think barring just a couple of few games, they have been too shabby this time.
Yeah, they definitely have been more consistent than in the past. And seems like Team Entity, they've got a proper structure on how they plan to play. We've got to give proper credits to Gamla Boy as well, because yesterday we saw how good of a save he is for his team. Not just in clutch situations, but also when his team requires him to survive for those placement points. He is absolutely phenomenal. I think you're the one who always likes to talk about careers and the broader aspects of life, and it seems like Gamla Boy has sort of resurrected his career once again back up.
I think he was really never out of the picture. It was all about finding that little synergy. I felt like the previous entity looked more oiled as a unit, right? Recently, they've been having very good performances, and could understand. I really can't understand why they've had to change teams now.
Exactly. I mean, with Secret being involved in the mix of things as well, their firepower was definitely up there, and they also had
Try.
Yeah. And it definitely was working, especially in the early seasons, but later on, especially in the official tournaments, we witnessed that Team Entity were struggling. And then this was the shot. His barrel was kind of too close to the wall that he could not really shoot his opposition over there. But TMZ seems like even they are in some massive world of trouble, because OR Esports,
Yeah.
they've sort of found their revenge, the little revenge that we were talking about.
And Trigger will have that smirk on his face. You know, dare you do that once more to me? And you know, as a viewer, as somebody who's been playing this game for quite a long time, you know, finally seeing somebody take a knock through that revolver, you know, just pleases my heart, makes me happy. But OR Esports, they are definitely not happy with how they've performed in week number 1, followed by how things just went worse in week 2.
It was too much to ask for, wasn't it? I think that OR Esports, I kind of feel like they were... The fact that the lineup just formed right before BMPS, right? And they were expected to perform brilliantly, considering they have such amazing players in their lineup. They never really had the opportunity of build that synergy, of building that rapport amongst the players, and and very evidently showed in their games where all 4 players were playing individually.
When you talk about OR, right, they're all 4 great players individually, but as a team, this did not work out, right? This was something that the management also could not, foresee into it.
Yeah.
But it's all right. That being said, a slight change in the circles, and now the gods of BGMI have pleased me. It's an hybrid circle, Salty. It could go towards north, or maybe it could come down towards the central part. But Gladiators thrust around the junction. It's going to be interesting to see what can they do from around here.
But look at this. What has happened in this location? Team Rippers have actually found an opening against Team Insane. The rest of the players are in proper position to shoo them away, which buys them some time to get that revival back up. But it seems like Team Rippers, they're going to give up on this fight completely. They're not really positive to actually find that confirmation. But from the distance, the vehicle, I think the rear tire has been blown off, if I'm not mistaken.
It has. But look at V9. Where were they all this time? Why were they so silent? And seems like, you know, the baggage, the pressure has been lifted. And once that has happened, you could see them spreading their wings. Look at them, 5 finishes already, still 15 teams alive. I mean, that's really nice.
That certainly is nice, but the position on Rozok, I think this is where I'm a little dicey about, because Rozok attracts so much attention.
It's a good spot.
This is possibly the best spot in Rozok that you can hold. The warehouses possibly.
I'd still argue about, V9 holding to the best spot, because this is one spot usually these days all these players do check that out or might want to just take it under their control. But when you have that little bit of a high ground, now it's not so easy for the other teams to try and push V9 for the area that they are located at. But again, something in my heart says it's going to turn away from them.
Yeah, I mean, the circle, of course, you cannot trust it. And there are some crazy rotations happening in the backlines, of course. Team Insane have made a massive rotation on towards the northern hemisphere of the map.
Whoa.
Team Psych have finally made their way inside the circle for the first time, dropping down towards Nova Rupnoi. We saw the kind of scuffle they were involved in early on, and now finally they are back up as well. But here, look at this. Team Insane just hugging the blue zone, trying to play as safe
I
as
like
they
it.
possibly can. This was my question. Do you like it?
Oh, I
It
love
seems
it.
like they're playing a safer game, trying to ensure the placement points.
Yeah, being on the edges, it still gives them the avenue if the circle goes away from
Oh
them.
my-
But they might be thanking their stars, especially in such an important game, Salty. Having such a nice position, all they need to be careful about is that team right on their right side. It's Gladiators.
Absolutely, and Gladiators will be looking to find these players. They've got 3 in their arsenal. I'm pretty sure that 3 players, it's enough to wipe off an entire army. But if Team Insane do decide to engage, it's going to be a very exciting battle because 2 top dogs locking horns. But let's just switch focus on towards Rozhok because Nade officials have finally made an entry. And even Entity, as a matter of fact, they're losing bodies. But everywhere, it's an explosion madness that we are witnessing right now.
Indeed, teams have finally opened the Pandora's box, and it is going to be chaos and mayhem across the lands, across the greener pastures, as they will be turning red. The city of Rozhok is under heavy fire as teams are duking it out, everybody against each other, as Criminal trying to thread the needle, maybe find a knock, but seems like hasn't found any.
I mean, Team ASG, they've sort of been struck down. You can see Poddy can't really do anything much. Even his teammate as well cannot cover the distance. It seems like Team Entity, they've made a good comeback in this fight, but they've also lost bodies. They've lost Gamla Boy as well as Gabbar, and now too much responsibility on top of Somraj and Troy's shoulders. Does try to make that opening with the nade itself, but it does not connect. Ombi is still surviving from Team ASG.
At this point, I'm starting to get a little worried about Team Entity. They really need to convert this into a good game, at least have something to fight for it week number 3. As Zombie present over there against ASG. He knows where his spot is. Somraj, he's been phenomenal individually as a player. I've been loving what he's been doing so far.
But the problem for Entity right now, Fixes, is going to be how do they find that exit and make their way towards the northern turfs, because look at that, they are being surrounded from all directions. They've got OR Esports in their backlines, who, if they were not present, possibly could have taken an exit from Rozhok, but now all the exit strategies have been blocked.
And now Psych are truly being tested because they have not been acclimatized to these situations. They usually love playing around the center. Now they have to get in through the edges. Well, of course, they've lost a player, but somehow they've managed to get inside the zone.
I mean, a lot of teams have actually managed to get inside the zone. Team Psych, again, just like you mentioned, the long rotation, but this cluster in Rozhok, I think this is going to be the graveyard for so many teams because crossing and exiting Rozhok, finding their way inside that circle is not going to be easy. You've got that massive river to cover as well. But Stellar Titans, they're not actually afraid from backing up. Team Insane is right there, but Xanis is up close and personal. He wants to take this fight against the opposition. Nades and smokes being lobbed in as well.
Thing is that they do not have anywhere else to go. Stellar Titans, they will have to pick this fight, and Insane seems like they are ready for it. Adi just scouring through the land, searching for any opening, searching for anybody, as he will relay all that information, and seems like Harsh has a clue of where Xanis is at.
Oh no, oh my god, the only smoke, the only cover that he has, I think has sort of been discovered, and now he is being charged upon Xanis. Multiple players just trying to tumble him down. It's the final buggy which is going to run him over. It's easy pickings for Team Insane, and here they go off the mark, Fixes.
Indeed, and Shadow, he's got to make a run for his life. Could just go dashing onto his own grave as he stands out in the open. And Gladiators with open arms say thank you, dear sire.
They certainly do, but Team Insane, have a look at that. They are approaching the compound held by Gladiators. And there's not a lot of compounds inside the circle, Fixes, which means that if Team Insane have to charge against one team, it will be Gladiators. But that is going to be such an interesting fight.
They will have to pick a bone against them. For sure, they will have to. And Team Insane just hoping that somebody rams in on Gladiators. And I feel like Nade officials could be on the path of doing something that might really help out Team Insane. But not look at that. He's gotten a couple of finishes over there. But Criminal out in the open again. Gladiators really glad about what's happening.
Absolutely, to be honest, but right underneath the vehicle's ground clearance, it's Criminal whose body has been found, and Team Nade officials, they've been dug 6 feet under. In fact, Gunmaster is still alive from this team. It's going to be interesting on how he makes that entry inside the circle. I felt like Nade official made that leapfrog successful, and now they're going to charge up against Gladiators. But the fact that they disembarked from the vehicle and destroyed in the middle of nowhere, I did not anticipate that.
I'm loving how the circle is playing with the hearts of the players. Kind of reminiscence of yesterday's Erangel, just taking everything down to absolute sheer madness. Are they having spotted Sidhu out in the far off fray? Who's gotten that finish? That is the big question. But Team Gladiators really thankful of where they are, enjoying the rewards of the rotation. But Team Insane not really far behind, contesting for the top spot. Everything depends on the performance of this one match.
Absolutely. On the other side, you've got Team EXE as well trying to make the cross, but it seems like they've sort of found the fishes in the waters, and Team NON, they're not punishing the bodies, they're not punishing the heads. What are you doing, Pin? You can just spot those players right over there. Just try and shoot against them.
I don't know what's going on in his mind, but certainly Mock, he wants to take those fights. Spotted not just one, but I think a couple of players, and could be a fishing run for him if that grenade connects, and Sneaks barely survives that one.
But I don't think he's going to survive for long. Team Executors, they are going to get taken down as soon as they pop their heads out. Of course, these fishes, they do not have gills fixes. They are going to run out of breath. They are going to run out of oxygen, and they will have to peek out. And Team NON in a prime spot, of course, to gatekeep majority of these teams coming in from the side of Rozok. Even Team OR have made the climb. They've made the cross. But will they be able to survive for long? This is the question.
You know, NON, they have had a certainly rather good day, to be honest, the way they've been playing. Now looking even more confident. OR, I think this is the best run they've had so far. But the big question is Team Insane. Can they win this one? Can they amass at least 7-8 points? As now, NON, they've decided to rally their forces. As the new circle forms, not even a single team is inside the zone. And this is where the flush comes in.
Exactly right. For Team Insane, I think they have been able to stall the inevitable for a while right now. They've been trying to evade multiple fights. They've been trying to evade the likes of Gladiators in the mix of things as well. But now I think they will be forced down to take a fight against Team Rippers. Because the circle, like you said, is in the middle of nowhere, and the only team that is right in front of them will be Rippers, challenging them in a gatekeeping scenario. But on the other side, Team OR, I think they've done a fabulous job in at least surviving on towards the 6 teams stage. Of course, they've got 7 finishes to their name. This is one good game that OR have found to manage.
You know, Gladiators, they have got the high ground, but I don't know if it's really going to help them out. But Trigger, beautiful knock over there on Jazzy, will instantly get the elimination. And we were talking about OR being the wild dogs out there, and they are striking, and they are not discriminating against anybody, but there you go, Trigger falls down.
Absolutely, the firing lines are open, ladies and gentlemen. This is the end game. Right now, Team NON, they have got the numbers advantage. They've got the topography to help them as well. And slowly and steadily, they're sneaking right underneath everyone's nose to enter this 6th stage, of course. And even Gladiators, I think they've managed to do that. But Team Psych out of nowhere, it seems like Striker is under so much pressure. Look at all those lines, look at all those trajectories. It seems like it is an explosion, it is a warfare happening on the northern front of Erangel.
I'm loving the confidence that Non are executing right now. You know, there you go, Team Psych. One of their players getting picked off. So many grenades dropping down, and the final 4 survive. Psych, they've been eliminated, but Gladiators having that high ground advantage, have a couple of smokes to play around with. Destro needs to find a knock, needs to put brakes on how Non have been really playing this one out.
Exactly, and this is so high stakes for both Gladiators and Team Insane. One is fighting for survival, one is fighting for supremacy. And it seems like either of them, they're not letting each other get an inch of space away from others' grasp. Destro, like you said, does have so much clearance, and he knows exactly where Team NON are. But the only problem is he does not have a lot of cover to work with. That one vehicle and that one tree. But from right behind Team Rippers, I think this team can actually cause so much problems.
Look at Harsh. This one with the nature going along with the blue as the fight breaks out. It is going to be Delta who finally finds that opening on none. At this point, Destro wants to follow it up with yet another grenade on Legit. Does that connect? Yes, it does.
I mean, this man is as lucky as he potentially can be, just finding the right trajectory, and has spotted Clown as well. He has spotted the movement, he has spotted the pixels. Information is going to be relayed, and seems like Team NON, for them, the story is about to come down to a crashing end. Even though they had the right end of the circle, all these teams coming in from the higher grounds, they are putting them so much pressure.
Of course, Clown, he's been marked. Destro knows exactly where he is. He's calling in for some backup over there. And certainly has that Midas touch. Everything Destro has touched so far has turned to gold. But right now, Gladiators, they will have to look at the win in this one. And I love their spread. But look at the atrocities. The circle has gone against them at this point.
Exactly, and out of nowhere, Team Rippers, like I said, right, they can cause so much troubles. They found that influx and they have dominated the circle. And I think the only problem which they are going to face right now is that one sole play of Harsh from Team Insane. I think Team RPS have not noticed his position. What?
He's done it! He's managed to secure a finish on an AWM. This is as wild as it gets, ladies and gentlemen. A stun grenade being thrown there. Gladiators, let's see what the three players can pull off as just a beautiful knock with that grenade.
Absolutely. I would have loved to see that Arctic Warfare Magnum roar even further, but it seems like Gladiators, they're going to put an end to that. But it seems like on the other side, RPS have similar plans because Justin has been taken down, and out of nowhere, Harsh is still lying in the backgrounds with RPS, completely unaware. This is insane. How come have they not spotted him yet?
Clawing and scratching his way inside the circle. He's wanting to
How?
put a spanner into the works of RPS, and nobody's bothering to check the backlines. This could be disastrous if Harsh could pull off even a 1 or a 2 finish, and he's waiting for the right opportunistic moment, and seems like this is it. No, he's still holding on. What's going on?
I have no clue. Fixes, do not ask me the question. Team RPS just hiding right inside the smoke, but this one nade might actually finish everything off. And Team Insane, it seems like they've done the unthinkable. They've got themselves a second position, but now it is going to be an uphill battle. 3 players from Gladiators. They're not going to give him the space and the time to survive and to secure the winner chicken dinner. What a game we have had. What a monumental victory for Gladiator Esports.
Such a wild ride, and this is something that we did predict about, that Gladiators, they need that one chicken dinner, but maybe a little too sooner would have been better. But in the grand scheme of things, I don't know where this chicken dinner places them in the overall standings. But addressing the elephant in the room, like you love to say, Team Insane, they managed to secure a second position with, I guess, decent amount of finishes.
11 finishes to be exact, Fixes. And it seems like Team Insane, they've done a fabulous job so far, especially Harsh with the amount of placement points that he secured with that play itself. Let's just have a look at the highlights, ladies and gentlemen, because this game was action-packed right from the get-go. I mean, we've seen knocks from the revolver. What else can you expect?
Felt like we were in Texas for a single moment, where the way, the revolvers were drawn around, the good old days, as they like to call it, but, trying to joust it against each other. But this time, Trigger, it was just a duck hunt, right?
Yeah.
But for a moment, at this point, Team Insane, words fall short to describe how good they played. Considering the circumstances that they were put onto, their rotations, they went on a wild ride.
Hey, I think Fixes, you and I, we also learned a very important lesson that never really blame the BGMI god, because we were complaining about the circle, and all of a sudden that shift on towards another territory, I think, got all of us off guard. And it's not just us, the players as well. We witnessed the commotion that happened inside of Rozhok, and so many teams had to scramble to try and get inside the circle itself. But it was Gladiators and Insane. The long rotation which they had made miles ago, it seems like that just paid them dividends. It was amazing.
Indeed, it was. I mean, from here onwards, my mind is in another place. I'm just trying
I
to do
know.
all the calculations there. Who's gonna get that top spot? Who's gonna come second? Because even for second, let's not scoff at things. You have bonus of 20 points.
Exactly. I think those 20 points are going to be massive. But speaking about massive, I think a very healthy addition to your inventory, ladies and
Yeah.
gentlemen, is going to be this Fool's Blessing Scarel. And I'm sure you are going to enjoy it when you experience it in game. So do make sure that you check your reward section and equip one for yourself. Of course, we'll try and equip one ourselves. But before we actually go there, we have a lot of math to do, Fixes. Bring my pen because I don't know what is happening over here. Who is getting that number one spot and who is getting those bonus points? Because let's not forget this, because bonus points for sure will be there. It is still a major aspect of this tournament, but we know, as a matter of fact, only 16 teams are progressing towards that grand finals. And out of 96 teams, I think competition has riled up to a crazy extent.
Indeed, and I think I have the maths in my mind, but I do not want to spill the beans just yet, right? We need to have that little bit of a suspense. We need to have a little bit longer because this time it's going to be close. Now, you can have somebody you can make your speculations, right, who the first number team is going to be, but for second, third, I think the competition is still out in the open.
Absolutely. And in terms of coming back into the tournament, majority of the teams who are currently in that first page from Group Red, of course, some of these teams had their struggles inside of week one. So the bonus points criteria is extremely important for them.
Indeed.
Sure, they had a good week. That is the one of the reasons why they are in that first page. But if they do not get that bonus points, I think it's going to be very hard for them to catch up on the overall cumulative standings. And that's one of the reasons why I am so excited, because who comes number one and who comes number two, that aspect, I think there's a very big question mark, and it is a very high stakes at this point because it decides qualification to Ahmedabad, of course, to Eka Arena.
Now let's look at the bigger picture of how teams have performed in week number 2, right? I think Team Insane
Yeah.
carrying forward from week 1 to week 2, they have been phenomenal. But there have been Team Soul, they've been amazing as well. God's Train, they've had a better week. Same can be said for Godlike.
Yeah.
But there were a few teams that sort of disappointed me, one of which is Gen X FM. Then even GlitchX Reborn, you could have expected a little bit more from them. And even the likes of Team Entity, you also have to bring in Medal into the picture. Teams that performed well in week number 1 could not have the transition into week 2.
Exactly, and that reminds me of two teams, to be very specific. You mentioned one of them, GlitchX Reborn. They look to be very confident and consistent inside of week 1. And I feel personally GlitchX Reborn is one of those very technical teams who play almost the perfect gameplay, if you ask me. Their rotations are so precise. But inside of week 2, I think that did not really work out. They were lacking in the confidence department, I believe. GlitchX, of course, will be one team that you mentioned. The other team will be Big Brothers. And I'm a huge fan of this team because out of nowhere they came in. They performed so brilliantly inside of the BGIS. They almost won the competition. But somehow this week has not been for them. Inside of week 1, they still were doing decent. They had that fragging game right. Because I think it was Saf who was performing consistently. Now there is not one beacon of hope, the flag bearer for the team, and kind of feels sad that this team kind of had to take the tumble.
Now the big question arises is their hunger satiated already? Because
Nah.
getting Kyoya into the roster, it was a big move. But, he's not been having the best of times
Yeah.
really synergizing with the squad, right? He hasn't been the best fragger, considering how good Kyoya was recently. I mean, for Team Metal, such a beautiful addition he was. But now entering into Big Brothers. And when you look at how Big Brothers used to play in BGIS and now that transition into BMPS, there's a stark contrast in that. You know, in BGIS, you could see them hunting out for teams, but now they're on the fear of being hunted. Of course, if a team forces that 4v4 fight against them, like yesterday, a team like ORB, they duke it out against them in the apartments.
Yeah.
They managed to win that. But apart from that, I haven't seen any more moments coming in from the players of Big Brothers.
Exactly, and at this point, it kind of feels like too much responsibility on Uzumaki.
Too much
and his-
pressure.
Too much pressure on Uzumaki's shoulders. A lot to expect from him because I think inside of week 2, he has been the only performer. You mentioned rightly the point of Kyoya, right? Kyoya was such a massive addition in this particular lineup because not the fact that he's performed for Metal, he played for a very short span for Team X Park on loan as well, and he was brilliant. So
Yeah.
I kind of felt like when Big Brothers got in this huge addition, not only there would be the influx of experience, but also some amazing firepower. But Kyoya hasn't really performed.
Yeah, indeed. And we've been seeing Uzumaki do a few couple of things here and there. But overall, I think maybe, entering into BGIS, they were the underdogs, right? Did
Yeah.
not expect a lot from them. And they knew they had a huge climb. And they were up for the task. But entering into the BMPS, they were one of the favorites to win this entire thing because if you talk about the grand finals in BGIS, they merely missed by a few points, right? And at this point, it goes on to say what's next for Big Brothers because this was a disappointing week number two, a very important week number two where they should have capitalized.
Hey, I mean, to be honest, for sure, for Big Brothers, I'm sure they are aware of what their problems is,
Yeah,
and I'm sure with the change of the week itself, Big Brothers will try and come back with solved answers. But let's not end the week on a negative note. Let's just talk about the positive.
the
Let's just
positives,
talk
yeah.
about the teams who've sort of competing for that number one spot because I was not there in the competition. You and Johnny were very engrossed into it. I still want to know from you which teams are in contention. But before we actually go there, let's just finish the formalities. Let's just talk about the MVP of the last game of week two, ladies and gentlemen. It has to be Justin from Gladiators. And what a performance it has been from this lad overall today. Justin has been phenomenal on Miramar, on Erangel. Every single time when his team needed the most, he stepped up.
Finally, he delivers, is all I can
Yes.
say, because I expect much more from Justin. Admino, he's been there, right, in terms of fragging. If you look at the top fraggers, you would find his name somewhere. But Adi, being an IGL, delivering Jazzy, all these players. But if you talk about the hero, has to be Harsh, giving them those extra position points because Team Insane had lost out on 3 of their members quite early. Now, if Adi and Jazzy already have 10 finishes over here, I'm speculating that Team Insane has had quite a huge game.
Absolutely huge game in particular. They are going to cross 20 points. Why are we even speculating? Let's just have a look at the point standings, ladies and gentlemen. Team Gladiators at the very top, 22nd points with the chicken dinner. But in the second spot, you've got Team Insane, 11 finishes fixes, 12 position points, 23 points in total. And Team Rippers out of nowhere, 17 points for this team.
And even Psych has had a really good week, to be honest. Getting
Yeah.
2 chicken dinners. They have been sticking by the book and have been executing. Team Entity, they've had a little bit of a fall there. But OR Esports, this is something good, at least something to latch upon. Because considering the recent performances where they always were getting those single-digit numbers, coming down to 14 points in this one match, I think this is something better than nothing.
Absolute. But on the other page, of course, you've got some big names. You've got GWL, TMZ. You've got need officials whom we expected so much from. And I think the biggest out of them, the biggest upset has to be Team OST.
Yes.
Taken down in a null situation. I'm not really sure what actually makes them on the overall standings right now.
Still at a decent spot, but this is a match which could have costed them extra 5-6 points, those extra
Yeah.
5-6 bonus points, which could have come in really handy. Now, when you look at even Team OST, let's talk about them a little bit because this was one of those teams that was placed 38th, if I'm not wrong,
Yeah.
by the end of the first week. And this week, I think it was an improvement in the performance. Now, I kind of speculate them to kind of jump up places, maybe somewhere around 23rd or 24th position. But that is a good thing because
Exactly.
they have a fighting chance to make it to the grand finals in week 3.
Exactly. I think inside of week 3, there will be a criteria, let's say from the 17th position onwards till the 40th position onwards. That is my gut
Still
feeling, of
open,
course, that the lines will be still open because we've seen the points table and the difference has been very less. It is almost like within a span of like 10 points, there are 20, 30 rankings which are being included. So the grand finalist situation right now, especially for the team that's going to end on that 17th spot, it's going to hurt the most because I'm so sure that the points difference, it is going to be so minimal.
Oh, it is. And I think it would just be some single-digit differences at least for 5-6 positioned teams. But then again, We will have our questions answered in just a wee while. I'm still kind of, pondering over what is going to happen, really.
I want to get into your mind right now,
All right.
specifically understanding what is the situation. So you've got Team Seoul, who has performed massively today, right? Two great games, of course. Team Godlike, out of nowhere, they were also in contention when we started the day. They were in that first page. Where are they according to you right now? Because today has not been a day that they can flex about.
I think somewhere around the top 10 is where I would like to keep Godlike, because this, did not get a chicken dinner, but still a decent game, right?
Yeah.
For Godlike, I would still consider this as an improvement from week 1,
Got it.
getting into week 2. This is one of those weeks where we sort of got to see more out of Z God personally, because
Yes.
that one chicken dinner, I think it came because of him, how he's played, and Z God finally stepping up. Jonathan just doing Jonathan's things.
Yeah.
Jelly has worked on his rotation. I think you could see that flavors, a little bit of merging over there, getting those OR style of plays into Godlike. And it will take time, but they're in the right direction.
They certainly are in the right direction, but on the overall standing, so according to you, they are outside the first page. Team X Park, let's just talk about them for a second. I remember they started out on that 9th position. They had that great game, because of which I said they might actually make it inside the top 8. X Park, it seems like after that game, it hasn't really been very positive for them, has it?
They started the day with a shebang, but did not have a lot of matches. And again, this is one of those teams that has been very moody, if I have to describe, because you talk about them getting a lot of finishes. They've got players who've done that. Pukarin is in a very good form. Spray God has also been firing on all cylinders, but they still leave us wanting a couple more from them. At least a chicken dinner. Consistency, well, you cannot really expect that from any team, to be honest. But by Team X Park's standards, the way they finished off in BGIS, you would have that ceiling quite high.
Absolutely. It is very evident, ladies and gentlemen, that Fix is still Mrs. TX Aditya. But
Yeah.
do you actually miss TX Aditya?
I miss OR Aditya more, because at when he was at Team X Park, I felt like his role was quite restricted.
Yeah.
Because with OR, I remember having this chat with Aditya a couple of months ago, and he used to say, I used to get that freedom to play. And if you remember, when Team X Park had newly formed, it was an all-stars roster again, and they were not really delivering till BGIS really came into play. So there was certain change in the power dynamics of Team X Park, and as a result of which, I think Aditya really flourished. But heading on into the recent tournaments, his performance hasn't really been there.
Yeah.
But the officials, he's performed well, and if you talk about the official stats, let me tell you, I think adding on every single official event we've had, Aditya is one of the highest fraggers overall.
I mean, for sure, right? And
All the
he's-
official tournaments combined.
That is a very interesting stat. We'll have to actually figure out an official standings and find out who is at the very
If I
top.
say it, I say it.
If he says it, he says it.
Yeah.
Fix is never really is
You can
wrong.
check.
I mean, you certainly can. But again, right, this is one of the reasons why I will come straight at you, hitting you with questions once again. We started off with Newman at the very top with the Insane and OST in the picture of things. Newman, for them, the day hasn't really been what they had planned. One decent game and one below average for them. They definitely have lost that spot at the number 1 spot, right?
I think Newman, the sort of consistency they showed yesterday, I think same goes with Forest Apes, right?
Yeah.
Both of these teams really started off well, but today you could see there were those problems again, and you sort of are forced into thinking what's gone wrong. And I think it's all about how teams are constantly changing. We've got new teams in the lobby. Something different is happening all the time. But you would want to have their fraggers delivering a little bit more, because for Newman, yesterday it was all about Shadow, him trying to play with Rippers and all. So yeah, overall, it was a really good and fun week.
I mean, it was a fun week, and like I said, right, it is so much. The anticipation, ladies and gentlemen, it is palpable right now. Who is going to get those 25 bonus points, and who is going to lead Red Group overall, ladies and gentlemen? Let's just find out the overall standings of Group Red. It is going to come in front of our screens right about now. The team at the very top is going to be Team Insane with 2 chicken dinners and 113 points in total. It seems like they've done a massive job, but for Team Newman, How did they actually make this work? They retain their second position. It is brilliant.
It is indeed. Even I'm shocked. But on the third spot, Team Soul, 2 chicken dinners. Newman, the first day's amazing play somehow kept them in contention. But God's Reign, not too shabby either. 77 points out of this 1 week. But looking at Godlike, it's a good thing that they're at the 7th. But newsflash, Gladiators aren't far behind.
Exactly. I think Team God's Reign and Gladiators will be the biggest positives to take, especially from this
And OST.
And OST and Newman as well. I think Newman did not really have that great of a week in week 1, but the comeback has been brilliant. And I think this opens the floodgates like we talked about, right? Newman certainly can make it inside the top 16 if a similar performance ensures in week number 3, of course. But ladies and gentlemen, let's just move on forward as we witnessed a couple of teams drop down. It's Forest Apes and 8-Bit CS who have dropped massively from that first page. FAs, on the other hand, have made a massive climb fixes.
Yeah, they have propelled up a lot of places today. Forest Ape not really where they should be, but WSP and NON, look at that, right? They managed to get a chicken dinner each. You talk about the position points, 15 individually there, but in the remainder of the 4 games, they could barely garner at least 10 or 11. So moving on ahead, you've got Gen X FM, another disappointment this week, along with Team Glitch.
Absolutely. I think for Glitchix Reborn and Big Brothers, especially in this page, it wasn't really the ideal week for them, but they will have to find their peak once again. Week
Even
3
7 habits.
I think 7 habits for them. They found that one chicken dinner. Consistency was not there, but it seems like brilliances, the signs of brilliances that we talk about, it's still lacking. But have a look at this. This is bad news because this is the danger zone, ladies and gentlemen. 25th rank onwards. You've got Medal Esports. At the very top, you've got Team Entity, OR, ASG. ASG, in spite of that one chicken dinner, they only have secured those 30 points.
Entity and Medal in that list, that is something which is really hard for me to digest. But ORB, I think this sort of continues from week number 1.
Yeah.
They weren't splendid there. This time, it's the same old story. Team Silly, however, you sort of expect a little bit more from them. You have the likes of Ace Black, quite an experienced IGL, having a decent team there, still could not perform.
Absolutely. And then one big name in the last page of the rankings has to be Team Megastars. Even Lucknow Giants, as a matter of fact, you expect a lot more from this experienced outfit, but it seems like week 1 problems have just transitioned into week 2 problems, and it doesn't really have a silver lining at the end of it, honestly. I cannot see the end of the tunnel for both of these two teams because Megastars, they were fabulous when they were under the banner of Team Mayavi inside of BGIs. They were so ruthless, so aggressive, and they were successful. Their hit rate was so high. But coming under the banner of Megastars Gaming, it seems like that all of that shine has turned into rust.
I think they had a little bit of a reality check. I'll tell you how. Team Blind, I think even coming into BGIS, they were one of the top contenders to win the entire thing. And if you remember, the first day of Grand Finals, they decided to go all out. And that is where they could not fare off well.
Yeah.
But heading on into day number 2 and 3, you could see them getting a lot of points. Why did they do that? They were playing a little defensive, right? Objective to objective. Whereas you kind of see that same thing instilled inside of the players of Team Megastars, right? It's more of a raw Team Blind, to be honest. Still, at one time they were actually trained by the same coach, and now they've also realized that just going after finishes, having those blindfolds on your eyes, that is not going to happen. And you could also see them trying to get a little technical this time around, and felt like it was a little too late.
Absolutely, but with that being said, I think for Team Megastars, for teams like Lucknow Giants, and for everyone who was on the bottom page of group rate standings, it kind of seemed like this is almost the ending stages of BMPS right now, might just be the end of the road for them, because in 1 week, do we realistically say that they have a chance of a comeback?
I mean, it's not impossible, but when you add that extra word, realistically, that is where, I'm in two minds, but I would really want them to perform. But, I think let's talk about Team Insane a little bit, because when I said I carry a lot of stories with me, and recently, I think Team Insane as an org, they've been going through a tough time. And you have seen that massive slump in their performance in the recent events, in all those recent tournaments. They haven't really fared off well. But what a comeback from these lads. Week number 1, they were around that 11-12 spot. Suddenly into week number 2, they take that top spot, which is just getting better, and they're aging like fine wine.
Absolutely. They age like fine wine. And I mentioned it, right? Team Insane, they started the tournament with 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. And when they had it, I said that this team, inside of BGIs, they were always about getting those 100 points, hitting that 100 mark every single round itself. And I felt like they were going to carry on that same momentum. But you mentioned that slump in form. And I kind of felt that possibly those two chicken dinners were a fluke. But trust me, I was massively wrong, Fixes, because the problems that we were talking about, the hit rate that we were talking about, it seems like Team Insane have an extra set of mind that is controlling them right now. They are doing everything right. Every single decision that they are taking turns out to be gold, and it seems like all of a sudden they are contenders for that big BMPS 2023 title. Do you think so, though?
They can be. If you talk about guidance, I think RPs has been their coach, and
Yeah.
he's been doing a phenomenal job. I think to come up from such tough situation and to deliver like this, it takes a lot. Not just as a player, but also as an individual. They're evolving, and you have to feel bad for Adi sometimes. There have been numerous occasions, right? When you talk about Team Insane as an org, they've always been a gold mine. They've produced such great players. You talk about Goblin, you talk about Neo, and the list just keeps going on. And every single time Adi has to form a new team, and they somehow tend to play well till the recent couple of months where they've had that little bit of a dip. But seems like they've fitted all the cogs together at the right places. The jigsaw, the puzzle, it has been fixed, and I'm hoping we finally get to see Team Insane in the grand finals.
Absolutely. Now, Team Insane, their journey we've seen inside of Group Red so far, but Fixes, now since it's also the end of the entire week,
Yeah.
we've got to take Group Blue in contention as well. Of course, you weren't there, but Group Blue matches, I'm pretty sure you were watching them from the back lines, and I'm pretty sure you were enjoying them. Who do you draw parallels with? Who do you think from Group Blue could actually match up to Team Insane right now? Possibly maybe growing strong, if you ask me.
No brainer. It's going to be Team Blind for me. Any day, any time, and take my words this time. I have a strong feeling that this tournament is Team Blind's.
This
An early
tournament,
prediction.
this is a very early
Take a
prediction.
clip.
This is a very early prediction, by the way. We ask Fixes who's going to win the game. He sometimes gives us a diplomatic answer, but man is prepared to say who is going to win the tournament. But I like the courageousness, and I'm hoping that the players, especially the ones who are at the second half of the 96 team leaderboard, they are courageous as well to kind of muster up all that braveness and come back with a bang, of course. Any team in particular who you think can actually make that happen, who you think hasn't performed in week 1 and week 2, but certainly can make that huge jump from maybe sub 40 to inside the top 16?
I think I'll always keep Godlike in the picture. Still 7th, 8th position. It's
Yeah.
an improvement, like we
Yeah.
discussed from the last week. I think they were around 24th or 25th week number 1, but this has been an improvement. OST, I'm going to expect more from them this time around. But Big Brothers, Gladiators, they have their backs against the wall, certainly, because they want to. See, they're at the positions where I still consider they slightly might be out of top 16. So week 3 is going to be crucial for all these teams. But if you talk about teams that have to come in like a battering ram and hit, has to be Big Brothers.
Absolutely. I mean, with 5 games left to go, I hope that they actually get themselves adequate rest and research as well to come back stronger.
Yes.
But we are forgetting one aspect as well, the groups reshuffle.
Yes.
And that makes things so much more difficult because you cannot predict which teams you are going to play. How do you actually, make things happen? But overall, Fixes, Group Red has been a blockbuster, to be honest. We only had 2 broadcast days, but we had so much fun. And speak about fun, why not just revisit those moments once again, ladies and gentlemen, the best moments from Group Red. And we start off with Global Esports. Fixes, I want to know your opinion on this lineup so far.
I think you talk about the entire week. I think we have Blue also in the mix.
Oh.
Global Esports, I think this is one of those teams that has really raised the bars. I think they sort of bring in that heat there, Salty. I think
Yeah.
you will also have to accept that in comparison to week 1, week 2 was much better for them.
Yeah, they certainly were. And here you've got Blind Esports, right? And while you expect a lot more from S-Power, while you expect a lot more from Ronnie, I think this was Nakul who sort of finished that ending stage. I still remember that one fight where he had to destroy his own Baki, make it a permanent piece of cover, and then finally convert that 1v1. But we just saw a very interesting team, Team CK. I could not commentate on this team with you, but I want to know your opinion on them so far.
You know, they've been really nice. By the, if you look at pen and paper, they're really good friends. But Sangwan, I would love to see you on the desk sometime soon, buddy. And yeah, I think he's one of my great friends out there. But this now that you mentioned about Team Blind and their players, right? Knuckle, Ronnie. So there was this one tournament I was recently casting. You get that paper sheet where you have everybody's roles defined, right? So you have Manya, IGL/Assaulter. You've got S-Power, Assaulter. You've got Ronnie, Assaulter. Look at Knuckle, Assaulter. And then there's Joker as a substitute. It's written, he's a support. I'm like, when you get your top 4 players coming in, usually the playing four has always been the top 4, Blind, S-Power, Ronnie, Knuckle and Manya, right? Yeah. And everybody's an Assaulter.
Everybody's an assaulter and everybody's a top tier assaulter. They will get their place in any team in particular, but when they join forces, this is what they do, right? This was one of the fights where we felt a reckoning, especially, I believe it was Punk in the ending stages, who almost brought it home. But you're going to witness how S-Power is going to turn things around. This jump shot, look at what HP this man survives, but still that booster helps him save another day.
I remember this clutch. I think these were the days when finally Blind changed gears. They suddenly had something else going on. You feel like they were also possessed, but I think overall for teams from Group Blue, growing strong also impressed us. You talk about Godbot there, you talk about Sparky, they've been on the finish boards, and if you talk about others, when we had also together esports, they're also performing really well. But heading on, we finally have Group Red. Yesterday was all about Shadow and his heroics, and getting that second spot for his team. I think Newman, they're going to be pretty happy with their performance.
Absolutely. I think Newman did one thing right yesterday, was getting those many position points for themselves, and they were absolutely phenomenal with it. We witnessed a comeback from Genix FM today.
This game
but
you remember, right?
I still remember this one, right? He will outlast everyone else, just lying in that little bit of truck situation, but it did not really work out to actually find himself the chicken dinner. But this one was all 8-bit CS up until the very end, isn't it?
Yeah, but today has been one of those days where we saw Soul really taking a very good chicken dinner. Our Team Psych, I think they've been a pretty decent team this time around. They've changed things. They've turned up gears, have really shown up. She, as a matter of fact, for a few moments they had my hearts pounding, right? They were giving me those moments, especially that chicken dinner they managed to secure in the map of Sandhawk. But in that particular map of Sandhawk, it was Juicy, if you remember. He was also hiding in the shadows and he just emerged out of nowhere.
Yeah.
But even in the map of Vikendi, I really loved how Ninja and Equinox played out together.
Absolutely. I mean, God's Reign, they've had massive comebacks, and we were talking about it. I think if God's Reign had to find their way back inside the tournament, Ninja Jod has to be the first one to step up, and it seems like he's done it massively. But on the other side, for Forest Apes, WizGod, who was their last line of defense, it seems like he definitely was taken down the earliest. And then this one clutch from Turbo, from Team FS. It was a 1v4 all by himself.
And Medal, you can understand things aren't really going well.
Yeah.
Especially how they came into week 1. I think there was a little bit of confidence there, but week 2 has been pretty terrible, even worse than mediocre for Team Medal, if you consider by their standards. Now, this is where they would be hoping that had we had Kyoya with us, things could have been different, because I really felt when Kyoya was with Medal, he was performing better than what he is at Big Brothers.
Absolutely. I think I 100% agree with that one. And then this moment, the Hitman challenge that I got to learn today, of course, was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
The last shot with that arm, it's been a long time we actually see that weapon. I think it was right there in the loot drop in front of him. He just switched it, thought it would be a nice, fancy idea to shoot one bullet.
Yeah, so the idea behind picking up the AWM in the final circles is usually most of the players have their armors depleted. And if you do not have armor, even if it's level 1, one single shot, even on the chest, earns you that knock. And he got a couple of finishes also. also helps in that way. Or maybe could another possibility could have been the fact that he might not have enough bullets on his secondary weapon,
Yeah.
and certainly, that echo through that greener pasture
Yeah.
does kind of instill that little bit of a fear inside of you. Like,
Mhm.
where on earth did this come from?
Exactly, and it's not just fear. I think the sense of nostalgia around this weapon also is massive. It sets waves all around the map of Erangel. But we've seen the entire week in front of us, and all that we're waiting for is that overall standings. I think the teams will sort of refer to it. I think we will have an idea of where the cutoff lies, especially for the teams at the top 16. But I want to know from you, what do you think shall be the cutoff, not just at the end of 2 weeks, but at the end of 3 weeks? Because for every single team, the journey from now, right now is set, right? They've got only 5 games left to play, and we've seen every single week the top teams, they get about 100 points along with the bonus ones.
I think somewhere around 250 plus is where my predictions will be at. It could exceed that number, maybe a little less, but considering how temperatures are soaring right now, and look at teams do not have time to reset, and they don't even know if they have their matches tomorrow, because if they do, then it's
All the
not
best to
all
them.
the best is all we can say, because now they have to again go back, look at the other teams performing.
Yeah.
They will have a handful amount of matches, but yeah, cutoff is something really, that is one of those areas I do not want to touch upon. I just want to let the game speak for itself, because in week number 3, what are we expecting? A lot of those teams that are beyond 60 to 96, they will be just going all out as if they have nothing to lose.
Absolutely. There will be multiple teams who have nothing to lose, but so many who have so much to gain from this particular tournament. Just like Fixes likes to call it, careers are on the line, because this is Battlegrounds Mobile India Pro Series 2023. We are here at the end of week 2, but we do have the cumulative overall standings ready. And I just heard that sweet voice in my ears that the overall standings is going to come in front of our screens right about now. It is going to be massive. The team at the very top with week 1 and week 2 standings combined is going to be Team Blind with 200 total points. And then you've got closely following them behind is going to be Team Together Esports with 194 fixes.
But this is where you could say that Group Blue has performed better this time. Team Blind doing really well.
Yeah.
And insane, 190 points. I think quite a jump from 13th position to the 3rd. Even Soul maintaining that 7th spot around. Hydra has been a revelation. We haven't gotten the chance to talk about them enough. But Revenant also, they've been quite consistent.
You've got Autobots as well, who has had 4 chicken dinners to their name.
Yeah.
Insane and Autobots are the only 2 teams with 4 chicken dinners, which has been massive. While on the contrast, you've got Revenant Esports, right? They could not really convert that chicken so far as much as they would like, but they were massively consistent throughout. And look at that, I mean, Team Blind with 40 bonus points, they've done massively. But let's just have a look at the second page so far. Gladiator Esports, they are inside the top 16 already, in contention for the grand finals.
But this is where I'm starting to get a little worried, because even if you talk about the 16th position team, Lifecraft, you're looking at them being at 127 points there. Not a lot of difference there, so they have to be a little bit careful. But Newman, a beautiful jump for these lads. Team X-Park still just at the precipice of being thrown off from the top 16.
Exactly, but out of nowhere, we've got Genix FM as well, who has massively improved so far. They are right at the edge, just like you mentioned, 17th position, 124 points, and then right behind you've got Godlike. Godlike will be required to make that jump, and I think so will be the case for not just Godlike, but also for Global Esports, for Galaxy, for Genesis, and for 7 Habit.
I think still an improvement for Godlike. Genix FM haven't taken a fall. A beautiful up. If you talk about OST, they have jump places. Even God's Reign, as a matter of fact, have gone up. But look at Team Big Brothers, right? They've taken a slump. But still, when you look at the top 16, if you remember,
Exactly.
how many points were differentiating? 20 or 30 points at the very max?
Yes, 20 points, right?
Just one good game.
You've got 108 points over here. The 16 team, they had somewhere about high 120s. So it's not really a massive difference. 20 points, just like you mentioned. This page, I think this is where the trouble really starts, because now you've got a massive climb to make for Enigma, for Forest Apes, for Midwave in particular. This was one team who was at the very top fixes inside of week 1, but all of a sudden, it's heartbreaking to see this team make this massive slump.
Yeah, week number 2 did not really go the way they anticipated. But still, if they can have a really amazing week 3, I think that's really nice for them. But UP50, I'm kind of surprised to see them over here, considering how they've been playing lately. But again, you talk about a team like, I think it's Wingod on the 47th spot.
Yeah.
I think you expect them to be in a higher position. Same goes for the team of Reckoning.
I mean, as we keep on flipping pages fixes, it just gets worse and worse, because now you've got ORB, who did not really have the best of weeks this time around. They are reeling on that 56 spot, 66 points overall. You've got I'm Officials as well, Burnix Official and Hyper Legends. Road to Glory was phenomenal in week 1, but once again, that slump has been massive, and they have been very seasonal when it comes to their performances so far.
And this is where the buck stops at, right? When you are somewhere around the 60 points, you just have 5 games to go, and it's a monumental task that you have to either convert all 30 points, 30 pointers chicken dinners in every single game you come in to at least be in the contention to qualify. So we're gonna see all these teams just play with their hearts, just go all out, cause chaos, and that's something I would really love. But what I'm not loving is where Team Megastars are.
Team Megastars, OR Esports, as well as TWM. Now, TWM, we were very hopeful that this team is going to mount that comeback. And it seems like the comeback was still there, but 50 points is all that they acquired from that week itself. So, nothing really major for them. I think qualification for the finals is really out of the picture, but hopefully that they make that climb. But here, of course, you've got Hyderabad Hydras, CK. This is kind of sad, to be honest, Fixes.
Yeah, indeed. When you have a player like Believe, who's at his prime going on right now, and recent departure from Orangutan, I really thought he would find a home elsewhere, but seems like he's still been scouting around. Maybe after BMPS we might get to see some potential changes, but once we move ahead, a few other names coming up. BR Titans, I expected them to be slightly higher, but it is what it is.
It is what it is, and of course you've got the end of the pack with DOD and Downhill Esports. Even Great Esports, as a matter of fact, they were sort of okay when it actually came to consistency, but all of a sudden it seems like they never really showed up to this tournament. And then, of course, the final page, one big name will be Lucknow Giants. Another big one will be the World of Battle. Stellar Titans involved in the picture of things as well. They were inside BGIS doing really good, but right now, not the best of performances so far.
I think one of these teams will be playing really well in week number 3. Because today even we saw when the leashes were off, certain teams that weren't doing that well. I think one of which was version 9. I think they went all out. Even you could see the players of TMC, Karanjo, that beautiful clutch in Vikendi. So now that as teams are kind of having that reality check, they're kind of slowly starting to understand that the sand is slipping out of their hands, palms of their hand. That is where I think they're starting to show their true colors, what has really made them pros, right? That fearlessness, getting that inside the game, inculcating that. I think that is where we could see some of these teams play really well in week number 3.
Yeah, having since you said that already, I just want to double click on that a little further. I mean, week 1, week 2, we have seen, right, how Group Blue and Group Red sort of play their games out. And now that we have a picture of things on the overall standings, I want to ask you this. What are we expecting in week 3? Are we expecting massive shifts, or are we expecting teams at the top to continue their run of momentum?
I think shifts for sure, because like we said, we don't know how the groups are going to be formed, who might go up against who, and there will be those changes being made, and you never know how the big dogs are going to play this time around, because you cannot be complacent. That is one thing for certain.
Absolutely. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, it's time to acknowledge the fact that we are almost there at the end of this particular tournament. I mean, week 1 and week 2 has been absolutely brilliant. We have witnessed some amazing action fixes, but right now I think we're at the stage of the competition where tension is palpable. There are so many big names inside the top 16, but there are so many big names outside the top 16 as well. With 1 crore rupees on the line, I wonder which teams are going to be making inside the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. Week number 3 is going to continue tomorrow, same place, same time. My name is Salty, and I'm going to be seeing you tomorrow. Good night and see ya.
बढ़िया हूँ आप लोग कैसे हो?
बहुत ही ज्यादा बढ़िया। पर मैं आपसे जरूर जानना चाहूंगा कि पिछली बार की तो भरपाई इस बार कर दी गई है, 113 पॉइंट्स निकाला गया, कुछ जो बदलाव आपने वीक 1 से वीक 2 में किया हो?
थोड़ा कुछ गलतियां हो रही थी जो मतलब कंसिस्टेंट नहीं रह पा रहे थे, बस वही चीज़ों पे वर्क किया।
ऑलराइट,
ट्राई करा ज़्यादा कंसिस्टेंट रहने का।
आदि इस इवेंट से थोड़ा टाइम पहले हमारी बात हुई थी एंड तब आप कह रहे थे कि आपकी टीम ब्रेक पे है, और ब्रेक पे आने के बाद आपने इतना बेहतर खेला। क्या बात करी आपने अपनी टीम से ब्रेक से आने के बाद?
एक्चुअली मतलब कंटिन्यूस खेल के ना, लगातार खेल के थोड़ा मतलब एक माइंडसेट सा बन गया था, तो एक ब्रेक की ज़रूरत थी कि मतलब थोड़ा माइंड रिसेट करे, फ्रेश हो, और फिर उसके बाद सब बिल्कुल एकदम कॉन्फिडेंट होके आए और अच्छा खेले।
जी हाँ बिल्कुल। और आदि अगर आप पहले हफ्ते की बात करें, वहाँ पे भी 2 चिकन डिनर आए थे, उसके बाद थोड़ा डाउनफॉल आया था। यहाँ पर आपने उस चीज़ को कैरी फॉरवर्ड बहुत बढ़िया तरीके से किया। बट मैं जानना चाहता हूँ कि आप थोड़ा कंपटीशन के बारे में बताइए, और अब जब लगभग तय है कि हाँ आप पहुँच ही रहे हैं अगले पड़ाव में, तो फाइनल्स की क्या प्लानिंग्स है?
कंपटीशन तो अच्छा ही है, ठीक है, बस एक बारी जो हमने प्लान किया, अगर वो मतलब हो गया तो फिर फाइनल हमारा ही।
देखिए आदि, ये सवाल तो मैं पूछना चाह नहीं रहा था, पर मैं पूछना जरूर चाहता हूँ। चाह नहीं रहा था पर चाहता जरूर हूँ कि अभी तक हमने इंसेन को देखा था कि वो ऑफिशियल में वो जो फाइनल का टैग था वो इंसेन के नाम आया नहीं था, पर अब लगता है कि शायद वो फाइनल का टैग भी आपके पास रहेगा। तो अब क्योंकि आपने भी हाँ भरा है तो आपको भी वो पता ही होगा, तो वो अंदर से खुशी आती है या फिर कैसा फील होता है?
अभी लास्ट गेम के बाद हम बहुत ही खुश थे, क्योंकि आपको पता है इंसेन का हिस्ट्री और मेरा हिस्ट्री, आज तक हम फाइनल क्वालिफाई नहीं कर रहे थे, पर आज जो लास्ट गेम के बाद हुआ हम सभी बहुत खुश थे।
चलिए शानदार। आदि इंसेन जानी जाती है नए प्लेयर्स लाने के लिए, बट आप हमेशा उस टीम के आईजीएल रहते हैं। कैसे क्रिएट करते हैं, क्या सिखाते हैं नए प्लेयर्स को आप?
मेहनत लगती है, मतलब टाइम लगता है, पर भरोसा रखो तो हो जाता है।
और वो चीज आप करके भी जा चुके हो, और आपने बार बार नई वो टीम्स बनाई है और उनको आपने टॉप तक पहुंचाया है। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आदि हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, एंड ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर द रिमेनिंग मैचेस। बाय बाय।